pulled out that second team game, but no, yeah.
Going back to the start of the day now, Ben managing to add those extra runs, Potsy as well,
Yeah.
pushing us towards 390. Guess the feeling of the dressing room at that point must be that we're in a good position.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like even the partnership they had yesterday set up the game beautifully this morning. And then to go the way we've gone about it, them needing 2 more, we're still 100 runs ahead.
This one, he's got 2 slips in weight. Ben McKinney begins today how he was yesterday, very watchful, if that is the case.
Edged and through the slips. I think it went really low between Kai Smith, the wicket keeper, and I think it's Rob Yates at first slip. And that run, it might even be a couple of runs, actually flicked off his legs nicely.
Might be 4 of them. Swanee's got 2 slips in weight. Ben McKinney begins today how he was yesterday, very watchful, if that is the case.
Edged and through the slips. I think it went really low between Kai Smith, the wicketkeeper, and I think it's Rob Yates at first slip. And that run, it might be a couple of runs. I mean, flicked off his leg nicely. It's back boundary for Ben. Now, it's back to 150. Continue. Ooh, little tickle behind. Yeah, that is the end of Ben McKinney. Not difficult. Ethan Bamber has bowled a couple of days.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Beautiful. 2 straight. That's probably a shot David Beddingham would be proud of. Short. And it's touched. Short again. Pulled again. 4. I thought it was going to be 6 again, but bouncing just inside the rope. One day.
Ooh, goes for the big shot. Appeal for stumped from Kai Smith. Good bit of work from him. Potts just lost his head slightly. He was looking to hit that down towards us. He didn't get.
This is 15.
Ooh, big peel for LBW and he's gone. 2 wickets in the over. I think it was the wrong one from Taz Ali, and second times in the innings. He's picked up a couple of wickets in the over. Outside edge, we'll give Alex Davis the benefit of the doubt. He's gone through a spot where Gully might have been. George Drizzle, subfield, is going to chase it all the way down to the boundary.
His time kind of ended bittersweetly for him. Carved away lovely by Robbie Yates. He's up and moving. Twice as hard now to get back in this side. Ooh. Edged, and I think it's dropped just in front of Emilio Gay at third slip.
Good knock, given nearly landed on Wednesday. That's good knock in any context. Lovely shot from Al Davis. It's his second boundary down to that vacant third boundary. That one much more convincing than the first one, which was a genuine nick through Gully. That
lovely shot from Alex Davis. Pulled away.
We'll know what he wants. Lovely drive. Alex Lees puts in the dive, but he can't get near it really. It's a lovely stroke. Just over pitched. Did alright in his career, didn't he, Onions?
It's a bit lovely shot. Save your legs, Robbie Yates. You don't need to run for them. Slightly over pitched. Maybe trying to look for that.
Fuller from Hogg. Davies sees it coming and punches it past Ben Rain at mid-on. That's a nice stroke.
Short and pulled convincingly by Alex Davis. Ben McKinney sets off, but punched. Dismissed by Alex Davis. He has all 12 from that over. He moves himself to 28. Too short, too wide. And he got the treatment from Alex Davis. That's a 50 partnership. That's going to hurt. Emilio having just moved out of third slip. Oh, what a catch, Emilio Gay. Slapped at him by Al Davis. Daniel Hogg responds after being tonked for back-to-back boundaries.
Cut away. Uppish. Over the slips. It's George Drizzle who's left to trot off down.
Oh my word, Daniel Hogg. That is how you respond to a leaky start. Through to Ollie Robinson, and that will be lunch on day 2.
Here's Doggett around the wicket to the left-hander. 3 slips. 2 straight. Flicked away. Fielder at deep backward square, but isn't going to be able to cut it off. Yates plays that shot really nicely. Moves on to 30. They've got a strong batting lineup though. Far from a one-more-man team. That's a lovely stroke from Sam Hain. Maybe just searching for that magic ball.
That's a way to end the pressure. First bad ball from Potts since lunch, and
yes,
in the middle order.
Doggett outside edge from Hain. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he played With soft hands, first one to kick the turf is Will Rhodes at first slip. 4 runs.
Edged. Don't think it carried to Colin Ackerman at second slip. Robbie Yates, 42. But he will not add to it. Ben Rain has his first wicket on home soil this summer.
Hogg around the wicket. That is a beautiful shot. It was over-pitched. Absolutely no need to run those.
That's how you get off the mark.
Driven to the boundary from Sam Hain. Doesn't even run. Doesn't even move from his crease. Oh, good use of the feet there from Dan Mosley. He'd sat there, he'd had a look at Ben Rain. Little shuffle down the wicket towards him. He'll see that as a low-risk option.
No, it's good to see from a youngster. And he'd actually been in and started doing some work.
Beautiful shot there from Sam Hain. Just back of a length. Punched away, doesn't have to run that one. Driven straight. They're going to pick up one. Yeah, it's gone past Alex Lees. Wondered if for a second he was in with a chance. He wasn't.
Now 203 for 8. Sam mentioned earlier, just difficult to stack good days against that sorry side. As that's whipped away by Dan Mousley. He'll pick up a boundary and
Sussex wouldn't be a bad one.
big shower given! Will Rhodes has his first wicket at his new home ground. Big appeal and given! Brendan Doggett has his first Durham wicket. He should have had Sam Hain on 9. He has Sam Hain on 30. Doggett buoyed on by having his first wicket in Durham colours under his spell, but Kai Smith has his first boundary of the innings. Oh, it's just after an Ashes series, I think.
Now,
High.
catch that.
Alex Lee's under it. Steadies himself and takes the catch. Brendan Doggett has 2 in 2 overs. And Durham are taking control of this afternoon session. For the evening session, wind picking up here at Banks Homes Riverside. Just going to be one single from that over, and the players will make the way from the field.
I know a few of them. One of my best friends, actually. Got his wedding in a couple of weeks. Still not sure whether to go. Opens the face. Couple of runs. Probably 4 of them, actually. It's a long old chase. It's teased. Short pulled in front of square. There were cries of catch it because Emilio Gay is in there at a short mid-wicket. It was a good 2 metres to his right, I reckon.
Wonder if there might be some mind games coming up soon from Alex Lees.
Gets that one away in front of square. Kai Smith comes back for 2. Will he come back for 3? No, he doesn't need to. He passes 50. Nice little knock from the 20-year-old, making his maiden first-class half-century.
Edged and taken by Emilio Gay all the way down at 3rd. Kai Smith will be devastated. He's thrown that wicket away, really.
Oh, big appeal for LBW, and he's given. Shoulders, arms, Taz Ali. Maybe that one nip back.
Alas, they do not. Lovely drive. Lovely drive from Michael Booth. He will go to his 50. So leave. This one, he's got 2 slips in weight. Ben McKinney begins today how he was yesterday. Very watchful, if that is the case.
Edged and through the slips. I think it went really low between Kai Smith, the wicket-keeper, and I think it's Rob Yates at first slip. And that run, it might even be a couple of runs, actually flicked off his legs nicely.
Might be 4 of them.
Will it be 4 of them? I can't quite see.
It is indeed.
It's back-to-back boundaries for Ben McKinney, and that boundary, the second one, takes him past 150. Bamber to continue. Ooh, little tickle behind. Yeah, I think that's out. That is the end of Ben McKinney. It's not the best ball Ethan Bamber has bowled over the last couple of days.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous from Hogg. 2 full, 2 straight. That's probably a shot David Beddingham would be proud of. Short and dispatched. Short again. Pulled again. 4. I thought it was going to be 6 again, but bouncing just inside the rope. One day.
Ooh, goes for the big shot. Appeal
It's
for
given.
stumped from Kai Smith. Good bit of work from him. Potts just lost his head slightly. He was looking to hit that down towards us. He didn't get.
This is 15.
Ooh, big peel for LBW and he's gone. 2 wickets in the over. I think it was the wrong end from Taz Ali, and for the second time in the innings, he's picked up a couple of wickets in the over. Outside edge. We'll give Alex Davis the benefit of the doubt. He's gone through a spot where Gully might have been. George Drizzle, the subfielder, is going to chase it all the way down to the boundary.
His time kind of ended bittersweetly for him. Carved away lovely by Robbie Yates. He's up and moving. Twice as hard now to get back in this side. Ooh. Edged, and I think it's dropped just in front of Emilio Gay at third slip.
Good knock, given nearly landed on Wednesday. That's good knock in any context. Lovely shot from Al Davis. It's his second boundary down to that vacant third boundary. That one much more convincing than the first one, which was a genuine nick through Gully. That
Lovely shot from Alex Davis. Pulled away.
will know what he wants. Lovely drive. Alex Lees puts in the dive, but he can't get near it really. It's a lovely stroke. Just over pitched. Did all right in his career, didn't he, Onions?
It's a bit lovely shot. Save your legs, Robbie Yates. You don't need to run for them. Slightly overpitched. Maybe trying to look for that.
Fuller from Hogg. Davies sees it coming and punches it past Ben Rain at mid-on. That's a nice stroke.
Short and pulled convincingly by Alex Davis. Ben McKinney sets off, but punched. Dismissed by Alex Davis. He has all 12 from that over. He moves himself to 28. Too short, too wide. And he got the treatment from Alex Davis. That's a 50 partnership. That's going to hurt. Emilio having just moved out of third slip. Oh, what a catch, Emilio Gay. Slapped at him by Al Davis. Daniel Hogg responds after being tonked for back-to-back boundaries.
Cut away. Uppish. Over the slips. It's George Drizzle who's left to trot off down.
Oh my word, Daniel Hogg. That is how you respond to a leaky start. Through to Ollie Robinson, and that will be lunch on day 2.
Here's Doggett around the wicket to the left-hander. 3 slips. 2 straight. Flicked away. Fielder at deep backward square, but he's going to be able to cut it off. Yates plays that shot really nicely. Moves on to 30. They've got a strong batting lineup though. Far from a one-more-man team. That's a lovely stroke from Sam Hain. Maybe just searching for that magic ball.
That's a way to end the pressure. First bad ball from Potts since lunch, and
Yes.
in the middle order.
Doggett outside edge from Hain. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he played With soft hands, first one to kick the turf is Will Rhodes at first slip. 4 runs.
Edged. Don't think it carried to Colin Ackerman at second slip. Robbie Yates, 42. But he will not add to it. Ben Rain has his first wicket on home soil this summer.
Hogg around the wicket. That is a beautiful shot. It was over-pitched. Absolutely no need to run those.
That's how you get off the mark.
Driven to the boundary from Sam Hain. Doesn't even run. Doesn't even move from his crease. Oh, good use of the feet there from Dan Mosley. He'd sat there, he'd had a look at Ben Rain. Little shuffle down the wicket towards him. He'll see that as a low risk option.
No, it's good to see from a youngster. And he'd actually been in and started doing some work.
Beautiful shot there from Sam Hain. Just back of a length. Punched away, doesn't have to run that one. Driven straight. They're going to pick up one. Yeah, it's gone past Alex Lees. Wondered if for a second he was in with a chance. He wasn't.
Now 203 for 8. Sam mentioned earlier, just difficult to stack good days against that sorry side. As that's whipped away by Dan Mousley, he'll pick up a boundary and
Sussex wouldn't be a bad one.
big shower given! Will Rhodes has his first wicket at his new home ground. Big appeal and given! Brendan Doggett has his first Durham wicket. He should have had Sam Hain on 9. He has Sam Hain on 30. Doggett buoyed on by having his first wicket in Durham colours under his spell, but Kai Smith has his first boundary of the innings. Oh, it's just after an Ashes series, I think.
Now,
High.
catch that.
Alex Lee's under it. Steadies himself and takes the catch. Brendan Doggett has 2 in 2 overs. And Durham are taking control of this afternoon session. For the evening session, wind picking up here at Banks Homes Riverside. Just going to be one single from that over, and the players will make the way from the field.
I know a few of them. One of my best friends, actually. Got his wedding in a couple of weeks. Still not sure whether to go. Opens the face. Couple of runs. Probably 4 of them, actually. It's a long old chase. It's teased. Short, pulled in front of square. There were cries to catch it because Emilio Gay is in there at a short mid-wicket. It was a good 2 metres to his right, I reckon.
Wonder if there might be some mind games coming up soon from Alex Lees.
Gets that one away in front of square. Kai Smith comes back for 2. Will he come back for 3? No, he doesn't need to. He passes 50. A nice little knock from the 20-year-old, making his maiden first-class half-century.
Edged and taken by Emilio Gay all the way down at 3rd. Kai Smith will be devastated. He's thrown that wicket away, really.
Oh, big appeal for LBW, and he's given. Shoulders, arms, Taz Ali. Maybe that one nip back.
Alas, they do not. Lovely drive. Lovely drive from Michael Booth. He will go to his 50. So leave. This one, he's got 2 slips in weight. Ben McKinney begins today how he was yesterday. Very watchful, if that is the case.
Edged and through the slips. I think it went really low between Kai Smith, the wicket-keeper, and I think it's Rob Yates at first slip. And that run, it might even be a couple of runs, actually flicked off his legs nicely.
Might be 4 of them.
Will it be 4 of them? I can't quite see.
It is indeed.
It's back-to-back boundaries for Ben McKinney, and that boundary, the second one, takes him past 150. Bamber to continue. Ooh, little tickle behind. Yeah, I think that's out. That is the end of Ben McKinney. It's not the best ball Ethan Bamber has bowled over the last couple of days.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous from Hogg. 2 full, 2 straight. That's probably a shot David Beddingham would be proud of. Short and dispatched. Short again. Pulled again. 4. I thought it was going to be 6 again, but bouncing just inside the rope. One day.
Ooh, goes for the big shot. Appeal
It's
for
given.
stumped from Kai Smith. Good bit of work from him. Potts just lost his head slightly. He was looking to hit that down towards us. He didn't get.
This is 15.
Ooh, big peel for LBW and he's gone. 2 wickets in the over. I think it was the wrong end from Taz Ali, and for the second time in the innings, he's picked up a couple of wickets in the over. Outside edge. We'll give Alex Davis the benefit of the doubt. He's gone through a spot where Gully might have been. George Drizzle, the subfielder, is going to chase it all the way down to the boundary.
His time kind of ended bittersweetly for him. Carved away lovely by Robbie Yates. He's up and moving. Twice as hard now to get back in this side. Ooh. Edged, and I think it's dropped just in front of Emilio Gay at third slip.
Good knock, given nearly landed on Wednesday. That's good knock in any context. Lovely shot from Al Davis. It's his second boundary down to that vacant third boundary. That one much more convincing than the first one, which was a genuine nick through Gully. That
Lovely shot from Alex Davis. Pulled away.
will know what he wants. Lovely drive. Alex Lees puts in the dive, but he can't get near it really. It's a lovely stroke. Just over pitched. Did all right in his career, didn't he, Onions?
It's a bit lovely shot. Save your legs, Robbie Yates. You don't need to run for them. Slightly overpitched. Maybe trying to look for that.
Fuller from Hogg. Davies sees it coming and punches it past Ben Rain at mid-on. That's a nice stroke.
Short and pulled convincingly by Alex Davis. Ben McKinney sets off, but punched. Dismissed by Alex Davis. He has all 12 from that over. He moves himself to 28. Too short, too wide. And he got the treatment from Alex Davis. That's a 50 partnership. That's going to hurt. Emilio having just moved out of her third slip. Oh, what a catch, Emilio Gay. Slapped at him by Al Davis. Daniel Hogg responds after being tonked for back-to-back boundaries.
Cut away. Uppish. Over the slips. It's George Drizzle who's left to trot off down.
Oh my word, Daniel Hogg. That is how you respond to a leaky start. Through to Ollie Robinson, and that will be lunch on day 2.
Here's Doggett around the wicket to the left-hander. 3 slips. 2 straight. Flicked away. Fielder at deep backward square, but isn't going to be able to cut it off. Yates plays that shot really nicely. Moves on to 30. They've got a strong batting lineup though. Far from a one-more-man team. That's a lovely stroke from Sam Hain. Maybe just searching for that magic ball.
That's a way to end the pressure. First bad ball from Potts since lunch, and
Yes.
in the middle order.
Doggett outside edge from Hain. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he played With soft hands, first one to kick the turf is Will Rhodes at first slip. 4 runs.
Edged. Don't think it carried to Colin Ackerman at second slip. Robbie Yates, 42. But he will not add to it. Ben Rain has his first wicket on home soil this summer.
Hogg around the wicket. That is a beautiful shot. It was over pitched. Absolutely no need to run those.
That's how you get off the mark.
Driven to the boundary from Sam Hain. Doesn't even run. Doesn't even move from his crease. Oh, good use of the feet there from Dan Mosley. He'd sat there, he'd had a look at Ben Rain. Little shuffle down the wicket towards him. He'll see that as a low risk option.
No, it's good to see from a youngster. And he'd actually been in and started doing some work.
Beautiful shot there from Sam Hain. Just back of a length. Punched away, doesn't have to run that one. Driven straight. They're going to pick up one. Yeah, it's gone past Alex Lees. Wondered if for a second he was in with a chance. He wasn't.
Now 203 for 8. Sam mentioned earlier, just difficult to stack good days against that sorry side. As that's whipped away by Dan Mousley. He'll
Set it up for we're definitely on top at the minute for the next 2 days.
Second change brought in, slightly expensive start, but managed to pick up those couple wickets before lunch. How nice of a settler was that to, as you say, after a frustrating pre-season, how nice of a settler was that?
Nice, definitely. Not the start I would have wanted to get off to, absolutely. Pretty expensive, but I think getting them 2 wickets settled me down a bit. It was just nice to pick 2 up as well before lunch.
There was a bit of a quiet period in that evening session. We had a very frantic afternoon session picking up 4, and then Booth and Smith looked like they were going to see it through to the close. You managed to break open that partnership. Were you expecting that wicket to fall? Because I don't think a lot of us were.
No, to be honest, I mean it was very flat and they were both batting well. Our plan was to just target the stumps with the odd short ball in there, and then the way they were going, it felt like they were going to take the short ball on, and then short, not really the right line, wide, but take it nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely, you take it. Looking ahead now to tomorrow, as you say, there's still 2 wickets left to get. We've got a 100-run lead to play with. How's Leesy viewing the match situation up there?
Yeah, no, so I think the plan would be to obviously try and go as quick as we can, get them 2 wickets tomorrow, and then just pile the runs on, get a big lead, which puts us in a position to dictate the game really, and go about how we would like to play on the 4th day.
pick up a boundary and
Sussex wouldn't be a bad one.
big shower
And
given! Will Rhodes has his first wicket at his new home ground. Good morning, welcome back to Banks Homes Riverside for day 3 of Durham v Warwickshire. We've got an intriguing morning ahead of us. Warwickshire will resume 287 for 8. Ethan Bamber is yet to face delivery. He's going to be on strike to the first ball of the morning. And Michael Booth went to 50 just before close last night. He lost his partner in Kai Smith. Those two batted beautifully. Stemmed the Durham momentum until Daniel Hogg and Ben Rains struck just before the close. Durham 1 wicket away from their maximum bowling bonus point, and Warwickshire 13 runs away from their second batting bonus point. As has been the case throughout the previous 2 days, Sam Dalling starts alongside me. Sam, I think it's pretty obvious what Durham are going to do. They want 2 deliveries and to be back batting.
Yeah, and as soon as possible is the ideal. What's that lead? 100 exactly. So yeah, the ideal morning for them would be, well, just 2 balls probably, and then back batting. And they've got a newish ball. Well, I say a very new ball actually. They just had 2 overs of it last night. Did we find out? Would they have taken that second new ball?
I wasn't able to deduce that information.
Well, I didn't need you to deduce it. I needed you to ask the question.
Didn't ask the question, unfortunately.
There was no deduction required. Okay, but they did take the second new ball, and it looks like Brendan Doggett, he's going to start us off. Change of ends for him, actually, Brendan Doggett. He's been operating down at the Finkel end. He's now at the Lumley end, which is your end, isn't it? I've forgotten. We had this discussion off air and we said our usual ends, but I've now forgotten which end our usual end is.
Yeah, your end is the Finkel end.
That's this end.
That is this end.
So you're on that end.
Yeah, because after tea yesterday we just swapped.
Yeah, we like to try it. You've got to try something different once in a while. He was good yesterday, Brendan Doggett, wasn't he?
Should have had Sam Hain on 9 and eventually ended up picking him up later on, I think, for 30. And bowled very good wheels. So like I say, he gets a change of ends. A lot of bowlers seem to think everyone's now pretty much had a stint coming down from the Lumley end. Bar Doggett, but he's going to get his shot now. 3 slips await for him as we begin day 3. Oh, and immediately movement away from Bamber.
Well, it got a bit darker last night, didn't it? Because they were in the middle of what we saw was Doggett bowl a couple of spells similar to what he's going to bowl now and bowl beautifully. And then he went down the old Neil Wagner path of the short ball with the couple of men out on the hook, or 3 men out on the hook, wasn't there? And
Matthew Potts had to go. Matthew Potts had to go with the short ball.
But it was so dark, I think, actually, Durham was told, if you want to stay out of there, it's got to be Will Rhodes or a spinner.
Full. Mamba tucks away off his pads. He gets himself off strike. Nina Gay moves out the slip cordon for Michael Booth. He's going to head back on the hook. So I wonder if there's maybe a bit of bluffing or double bluffing going on from Alex Lees early this morning.
I like a bluff. I like a double bluff. He batted all right yesterday, Michael Booth, as well, didn't he?
Plays that one out to deep cover. They're going to look for 2, but settle for 1. Some good scenes in the football early this morning.
The Durham warm-up game.
Yes, last-minute winner.
Scored by?
Believe Emilio Gay took that honour.
Were you involved? Did you play?
Nah, I steer clear. I steer clear. I'm a keen observer. Ben Rain down at long leg. Be interesting to see whether it's a change of ends for him as well, or if Matthew Potts is going to open up proceedings this morning from the Finkel end.
I'd be tempted to go Potts with these 2 in. Get your England international. I know Rain is a brilliant bowler, but get Potts in. But yes, Booth's got 50, but he's going to have to start again really overnight. Still looking at bonus points here as well. Plenty of time. 110 overs is the cut-off for bonus points. So Durham need 1 more wicket to get their 3rd bowling bonus point. And Warwickshire currently need 10 runs to get to 300, which will take them to 2 batting bonus points. 2 out of 5. 250, 300, 350, 400, 450. 300's the immediate target.
Booth runs it down to George Giselle on his subfielder. First over of the day done. Just 4 singles from it. 291 for 8. Just some housekeeping. David Bellingham still not taking the field after sustaining a blow on the toe while he was batting. So George Giselle has 12th man duties, and as we mentioned earlier, players wearing black armbands in tribute to James Minto's mother, who sadly passed away after a short illness, and everyone's thoughts at Durham Cricket are with the Minto family.
It's going to be Matthew Potts from the Finkel end. There's Marcus North doing an early lap. You've been trying to entice him onto comms, haven't you, Rob? Use your charm. Stick your head out of the window. Give him a wave. You chat to Cal Parker yet after he ignored you when he was walking around yesterday?
Don't think Cal's here today.
2 slips. Booth on strike, 52. Good partnership, almost an innings-saving partnership between Booth and Kai Smith, who I have to say I thought looked very good yesterday. First time I've seen him live. Just his second championship innings. Top scored 79. There was 100 there for him for the taking, really. I think he'll be pretty disappointed as he trudged off.
Yeah, I'd agree with your statements. Batted very well last night. It was kind of a loose shot that proved to be the end. A good catch from Emilio Gay down at third.
Come through for a leg by there. Slightly different field to Bamba. Deep backward point comes up. It's going to go to third slip or gully. There's still a man down at third. Brendan Doggett's down at a sort of long leg. Ben McKinney, speaking of long legs, has come in from deep square to mid on. He's got a lovely car, Ben McKinney, hasn't he? I enjoyed seeing him driving out last night.
Yeah, not bad wheels.
Good from Potts. There is McKinney with the floppy hat on. Him and Ryan Campbell competing for the best car in there.
I think Potsy might have something to say about that as well.
What surprised me yesterday, he's a proper unit, Matthew Potts, isn't he? Those legs, he must be squatting and deadlifting some serious weight.
Yeah, when he first broke into the side, he had his fair share of injuries, and set to with the medical staff about
a set two.
Building that robustness.
That's a fight, though, isn't it? Oh, he's set two. Okay, it wasn't a set two.
No, he set to.
Right, set about.
Yeah.
How the leg side could take for Ray Robinson.
Yeah. Kind of put a plan in place and work towards building up his strength, his resilience.
I think I need to get on that plan because I've got quite weak legs.
And
my knees when I'm running.
Very
unit.
Very safe to say. Yeah.
Specially made trousers, I reckon he must have to get in.
Built like a machine. David Bellingham also very well built.
Lovely gym the players have got there as well. Shared with them by the men's and women's teams. 3 slips into Bamba, who drives to Hogg. Thought he bowled well yesterday, Hogg, as well.
Yeah, he'll be happy. Mentioned to me last night that it's been a bit of a frustrating pre-season, not able to do a lot because of an elbow injury that just wouldn't kind of settle down and go away, and wasn't able to kind of play the role he wanted to.
It must be funny, those elbow injuries, because you can't really strengthen it or anything, and you're constantly having to move.
Yeah, it's just kind of nature taking its course with it. But he's over it now and did his job for his team yesterday.
Ooh, short ball, well taken by Ollie Robinson. A spring in his step. Good bouncer from Potts to end the over. 392 for 8.
392?
292. I've added an extra 100 onto the total. 18 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 43.
Tell you what, Warwickshire would be pleased if it was 392
yeah.
for 8.
That would be a frustrating morning for Durham, wouldn't it?
Very frustrating morning. Obviously, got underway elsewhere around the grounds. Sussex in a very strong position down at Hove, 252 for 1.
You had to go there first, didn't you?
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Essex, 309 for 5. Replying to Notts down at Trent Bridge, 347 all out. Doggett turning Booth into an S. Surrey, 138 for 1, leading by 172 down at the Oval. Yorkshire have lost an early wicket this morning, 67 for 2, but overall their lead is 361 over Worcestershire.
How long do you reckon they'll bat?
I think we'll be seeing a declaration in about 90 minutes' time.
That late? Because they might be aware that Worcestershire did bat for 200
Sorry,
overs
I'll rephrase. Within the next 90 minutes.
Okay. Bit of a licence this morning.
Yeah. T20 mode. So that one's squirted away. McKinney will take a tumble but do the fielding.
Good bit of fielding that. Made it look very easy, actually.
Just like he made batting look easy on day one.
Oh, he did, didn't he?
Middlesex, 230 for 6, leading by 234 down at Canterbury.
That's an intriguing game, isn't it? Lead by 230, 4 wickets remaining.
Lancashire, 140 for 4, trailing by 356 against Northamptonshire. Well left. Derbyshire, 346 for 8, a very good recovery job by them after being 7 for 2 yesterday. They trail by 138. And Glamorgan, 152 for 3, replying to Gloucestershire's mammoth 546 all out. Pulled. That'll be the first boundary of the morning. Ethan Bamber seeing it early from Brendan Doggett. Flicked round the corner. Ben Rain's the only man back out there, and he was reduced to just trudging to the fence and picking that one up and throwing it back.
Nice shot from Bamber.
Good response from Doggett, but he's overstepped. Bit more of a win this morning, Sam.
Yes, I noticed that, actually. It's a bit fresher, isn't it, today? Chance of rain maybe tomorrow. Looks all right today. The problem is you look at 4 different forecasts and they all tell you different things.
Absolutely.
And this is the driest ground in the country.
Good response from Doggett after being pulled down to the boundary. $299 for 8 after 3 overs this morning.
Few clouds in the sky as well. First time. The last couple of mornings have been beautiful and clear here at the Banks Homes Riverside. A couple of intriguing days cricket. I mean, this game still feels like it could go either way. I think it's going to go rain allowing all the way. It will take something quite special for either side to win it here. Maybe that's being a bit negative from me. Single brings up the 300. Second batting bonus point for Warwickshire. We've just seen how it's a decent cricket pitch, isn't it? There's a little bit of in it for bowlers if you bowl well, put it in good areas. It's also a good batting track. You've got to be relentless as a bowler on this. Durham had a brilliant day today. If they can back that yesterday, sorry, if they can back that up today, they'll be in a very strong position. 3 slips. I don't know, where would the rush viz be on this one? What are we thinking?
The rush viz. I think I would split it perfectly down the middle at 50-50. As boring as that may sound.
What about the draw? Where does that come into it, though?
The draw's sitting away though. It's waiting to make an appearance. May
Turned
well
into the leg side.
may well do over the next couple of hours, but a lot will depend on this opening hour of play on the 3rd morning.
You're not saying it's a crucial first hour, are you?
Not at all, Sam.
Getting that one out early. 2 slips now for Booth. Short ball. Too short. Brilliant take from Ollie Robinson. Plucks that one-handed.
I don't
And
think
just stretches the shoulder. He looks back at Matthew
I don't
Potts.
think he'll be thanking Potts for that one.
No. It was springy from Robinson. He was tested early doors this morning and he's come out on top. Solid. They've been solid so far this morning. Booth watchful. Just looking to grind Durham down. Conscious that what they didn't want to do is lose a couple of early wickets, give Durham all the momentum. Trail by 100. It must be sapping if you go out there to bowl and you're already 100 behind. Another short ball. Another diving take from Ollie Robinson. Matthew Potts just gives him a smile. Thanks very much, mate. Testing you out early doors. 301 for 86 gone.
Wonder if Robbo will turn around and say to Potts at the end of the day, you owe me a beer. All the work you put me through.
Or a Diet Coke.
Two-man immediately back out on the hook for Bamber. Just 2 slips.
They look all right here, don't they, the Warwickshire batters?
Composed start, I would say.
Didn't see the umps this morning at breakfast. Maybe I was too late. I'm sure they did have their breakfast. Popped up the road for coffee as well. Thanks very much to Emily Windsor for that recommendation.
Nice little dab by Bamber. Beats the dive of Giselle at backward point.
Nearly 800 of you on the live stream. Morning to everyone. Durham fans, Warwickshire fans, neutrals. Just fancy a bit of cricket on a Sunday morning. Why not? We'll keep an eye on the comments in there.
Banging short.
That's good. Making him think about that. Had to duck out of the way. What you don't want, if you're putting all the effort, correct, it's a serious strain on the body, fast bowling, and bowling short even more so. So what you want is the batter having to do something to make a conscious decision to duck, weave, play it, get out of the way. What you don't want is it just going over their head and them happy to leave it alone, because that's just a bit of a waste of effort, isn't it? Potts, who had Ollie Robertson springing around in that last over. Bamber on strike, deep square leg. Ground staff are moving in unison. They've gone for a collective lap. What have we got? 2 slips. A fielder at third. Is Emilio Gay going to go in at leg slip or? No, not quite. Almost an orthodox catch. I have short square leg. No, he's going to go. We'll wait and see where he ends up first.
I'd say that's short square leg.
It's for that one that just comes off the splice of Ethan Bamber's bat. There's a deep square leg in front of square and a long leg too. This one's fuller though. The bluff. Pushed out to cover. No run. Umps deciding, right, well, if the field's set up like this and the sun's shining, I'm going to go across the point. Get myself out of the way. Emilio Gay probably standing in his line of sight. Took a belting catch yesterday, Emilio Gay, at sort of a silly cover position. That was fizzed at him. Bamber takes on the pull shot.
Ooh.
And it's gone.
I think it's dropped over the rope by Giselle.
We heard the sound of bat on hand. It's gone all the way. Umpire wasn't sure. We weren't sure. It was a brilliant effort, I think, by George Drizzle. It was in the air. Bamber happy to take it on. The trap was set. Would have been a stunning catch. I think you're right. I heard the sound of ball on palms. I was just trying to work out if he'd held on. We'd have got the reaction if he'd held on. It's a big boundary, that. Potts will be ticking. Takes the pace off there. Just forward defensive. Bamber starting on the back foot. Popped up in the air for half a second.
Yeah, very good attempt by Giselle, kind of leaping like a salmon through the air. Away to his right-hand side, trying to grab it, and made contact, but couldn't hold on, and unfortunately for him ended up dropping over the rope for a maximum.
Short ball. Takes it on again. Past Emilio Gay. There's a fielder down there. And Doggett gathers it on the retake.
He'll be hot now, Potts. He will be hot.
Won't be feeling the effects of that wind. Be ticking over. That's good though. It's what you want with your fast bowlers. You want them G'd up sometimes. All the time. Little bit of chuntering. Do you man who chunters to himself, Matthew Potts, do you think?
So maybe occasionally.
2 slips. Move on strike. 54 he's got. Short ball again. Pulled. In front of square. Hasn't got hold of it. So McKinney will chase it down. They'll think about 2. Won't get to.
Like I say, I'm not quite sure the short ball should be the way to go with a new cherry that's less than 10 overs old.
Well, this is obviously a ploy. A deliberate plan. Sometimes teams can get caught up in that, bowling short balls at lower order batters.
England test team.
Are you criticising there, Rob Rush?
Just saying it's been an overall point for the last 5-6 years. Do all the hard work getting the top order out and then try and bounce the tail out. It doesn't work.
That's Fuller. It's well played by Bamber.
You
Shout is 2. They'll get to, I think, Alex Lees. The Durham skipper sliding back comfortably. So a decent over from Warwickshire's perspective. 10 off it. 3-12 for a 88 gone.
Yeah, Daniel Hogg saying last night after play that pitch was looking pretty flat. And as Vic has said to us on the live stream over the last 2 days, once batters are able to get themselves in, there are runs to be had. So maybe that explains why Durham are looking at this short ball ploy this morning. Nice looking shot. Will Pearce pots his hands at extra cover. Able to get through for a single. Doggett oversteps again. Got 2 slips, third point, cover mid on, mid off, square leg just in front of square, and then non-leg as well. That's the field for Ethan Bamber. He's moved himself off to 17, been a productive start for him. Batter's able to rotate the strike. If you want to get in touch with us, it's streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. Send us a message where you're watching from, your thoughts on the game, and what your plans are for this Sunday afternoon.
You gone for the Sunday roast option for lunch?
I have indeed.
Yeah, good choice.
Good end to the over, 316 for 8.
Potts to continue from the Finkel end. 2 slips. Bamber's got 18, including that hooked 6. He was dropped in the previous Potts over. Alex Lees does the fielding and then swaps with Daniel Hogg just so he can go and have a chat to Matthew Potts. What point did Durham start getting frustrated? They'd have loved to be batting again by now. That would have been the perfect morning. Couple of quick wickets. Been out there half an hour. Ooh, big swing from Ethan Bamber. Eyes lit up. He's not going to look. Eventually, he looks at.
I don't think that one wasn't there to be hit.
No, I think he's just hanging on the back foot, expecting the short ball. Matthew Potts just waited and thought, I'm going to have a quick word. Bamber eventually looked up and went, yeah, got me there. I mean, that would have ended up over that LNER stand if he'd have connected with it. But yeah, just signs he's slightly uncomfortable, Bamber. Bamber will get off strike.
Coming down as a leg by. Heard the thump into the pad.
3:17 then, so they got their first, well, their second batting bonus point, but their first of the morning. Warwickshire the next day, 33 runs away from another batting bonus point.
Durham will be frustrated if they get to 350.
I think so, Rob Rush. Reckon it's going to happen? Go on, call it now, Rob Rush. Call it now.
No.
2 slips, wait. Ollie Robinson does well to stop that one. Flicked. Didn't hit anything, in fact, it's a bye. Frustration from Ollie Robinson. Keepers hate byes. Kept a bit low, that one. Just need to build some pressure here, Durham. Quality attack. Potts. That beautiful action. Not quite finding his radar, though. Robinson again. I suspect that will be another bye. Whistle's a bit harsher than keepers.
Yeah, I wonder if Ben Rain might be brought into the attack soon.
Just offer that bit of control.
Or maybe Daniel Hogg. But yeah, just not able to, as you say, build any pressure, find a consistent line and length. We said now, watch there be a wicket off this last ball of the over. Now that we said all that.
That's what you're trying for, though, aren't you? When you want the commentator's curse to work, Rob, it never works. 2 slips. Oh, that's a beauty. That's better from Matthew Potts. Booth just gives him a nod of approval. For a bit of annoyance, bit of a chat. It was all very friendly, smile on the faces. Ollie Robinson running through. I love his energy between the wickets. It's first down the other end into position.
Yeah. Warwickshire now 0-19 for 8, deficit down to 68, so good start for them this morning, adding 32 runs to their overnight score. No loss of wicket. It's going to be Doggett to continue. There's been 2 men back on the hook for Bambo, who's on 18. This one's a true length.
It's the ground staff in front of us, led by Victor Main. I didn't catch our new Western Australian ground staff's name.
I didn't either, unfortunately.
Fair play to him. Landed straight into work next day. Cycled off into the sunlight last night. They've all got their jackets on this morning, suggests it's a bit cooler. Shorts, naturally. I don't think Vic allows them to wear trousers.
Big shout for LBW. Not given by the umpire. I think a little hand gesture there, saying he was going down leg.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite convincing, the appeal, was it? Everyone went up because they felt they needed to, and it was half worth asking. But you never got the impression they really believed it.
I mean, as the old saying goes, you don't ask, you don't get.
It's true, Rob. Anything in your life you wish you'd asked for?
There's a lot
In
of
hindsight?
things. There's a lot of things. Too many to count. Turned away. Ben Rain will do the fielding down at long leg. Middlesex now 7 down
Weird.
against Kent.
I was about to say that. Like in those exact words as well.
Telepathic, mate.
Yes.
Telepathic communication. Beauty. Draws the play and miss from Booth. He's had a very good game, Michael Booth, so far over these opening 3 days.
Yeah, enjoyed watching him bowl actually. Sharp. Not a particularly tall man for a fast bowler. Yeah, good pace, good carry. Him and Kai Smith, two the top performers. And Taz Ali bowled well for Warwickshire so far in this game.
Inside edge there, that will run down to Amelia Gay. .321 for 8. Warwickshire still trail by 66.
Good to have Graham back with us today. Not taking over lunch duties though from Sam Blacklock. Could hear him. He was the first person I could hear when I walked up the stairs in the press box this morning. I knew Graham was in.
Sam can add that to his long list of job requirements.
His pot's turned into the leg side by Boo. Well, they pushed for 2. They ran the first one hard. McKinney was round those long legs of him. It's only about 5 strides. Might take you or I a bit longer. So it's just the one. 322 for 8. Bamba, man on strike's got 19. Beeve's got 58. Fuller, false stroke from Bamba. Still a couple of slips in. Emilio Gay at backward point. Ball's only 11 overs old. Plenty of lacquer on it. Shout it's 2 immediately. I think they'll come back quite comfortably. George Drizzle doing the fielding there. There's Graham Onions in front of us. Skips past the bowling end. Not brave in the shorts and t-shirts he was in his time yesterday, Graham Onions.
Nah, he knows this area very well.
Got the shades on though. Drives the same car as me, or I drive the same car as him. I noticed last night. It's a fact no one really needed. Changing the field. What's going on here? Alex Lees is coming across to mid-on. McKinney is almost a mid-wicket, in between mid-wicket and square leg. Bamber on strike. Flicks the pads, goes through to Robinson. He's just been a little bit wayward, hasn't he? Well, has he been wayward? Maybe he's been trying to bowl straight in at that body, but he's had a few down the leg side. Maybe it's because Bamber's jumping across as well. Still wicketless. You can hear that wind blowing across the Banks Home Riverside. Sun's coming out though. Edge and gone. Matthew Potts has the breakthrough he's been searching for all morning. Ethan Bamber, just a little tickle on that one. Safe hands of Colin Ackerman down low at second slip. Durham have their third and final bowling bonus point. Warwickshire have lost their 9th wicket. Ethan Bamber has gone for 21. Matthew Potts has his reward for all the effort he's put in this morning with that second new ball. It has been plenty of effort. 324 for 9, Rob Rush.
Very useful innings from Ethan Bamber this morning. Warwickshire need all the runs they can get as they look to minimise the deficit this morning, and took advantage of some bowling. Was perhaps maybe a bit fortunate not to be out sooner. George Zell dropping a very tough chance down on the boundary, but those 21 runs will be greatly appreciated by skipper Alex Davis as Vishwa Fernando walks out as last man for the Birmingham-based outfit.
The Birmingham-based outfit, I like that.
He'll have strike for this last ball. Good low catch from Colin Ackerman as well. The second slip.
Just got to finish this off now, Durham. Quickly as possible. Keep Fernando on strike. I think Booth will try and protect him. Maybe Booth will start to open up a little bit, play a few more shots.
I would imagine so.
He's probably got a little bit less trust in Fernando than he did in Bamber. I think that's fair to say.
I would bet good money on Matthew Potts targeting the stumps here.
Averages just 9 in his first-class career with the bat, Fernando. A fine bowler, but he is a genuine number 11. What have we got? A couple of slips. Rhodes and Ackerman.
McKinney's move round.
Yeah, McKinney a leg. I think that's probably a leg slip rather than a leg gully. Maybe third or fourth slip. Deep square leg, long leg, deep backward point, third. As Fernando is off the mark, plays that ball well away from his body, runs it down to third. And Sam Blacklock's best mate. One unbeaten at the end of the over. Good over from Matthew Potts. Picked up the wicket. First of the day, first of the game for him, and one Durham really needed.
Polite applause as well from people in the ground. I wonder if Brendan Doggett's going to continue. He will from the lovely end. Deficit currently sits at 62, and Durham will be wanting to wrap this up very quickly, and they want to get some runs back on added to this score. Ryan Campbell, draw is not in his vocabulary, so I'll be looking to force a result as Brendan Doggett strikes to end the innings. A bail trimmer. He has 3 on his first appearance for Durham. That brings Warwickshire's innings to a close. Good line and length. Trimmed the bails. Fernando walks off with 1. Michael Booth, the last man out, the last man standing with 58 from 126. They'll both be getting ready to strap their bowling boots on. Took a little bit longer than Durham would have liked to wrap up the innings this morning, but 2 wickets in 3 balls does the trick. Warwickshire all out for 325. Durham will resume with a lead of 62 on first innings. Bonus points set. Durham with 6 and Warwickshire with 5. We're going to take a quick break while Vic and his crew get to work, and we'll be back with you for the start of the Durham innings, led by Ben McKinney and Captain Alex Lees.
Hello and welcome back to the Banks Home Riverside. Durham openers Ben McKinney, fresh from his 153 in the first innings. And Alex Lee's the skipper, who didn't quite make so many runs, but we're hoping to make a few more this time around. They're on their way back out into the middle. That's because Durham have picked up the last 2 Warwickshire wickets, bowling them out for 325 in reply to Durham's 387. That means they start the second innings with a lead of 62 here at a relatively blustery ground. Plenty of jumpers out there from the Warwickshire fielders who make their way out into the middle, as you can see on shot. We got 83 overs left today, a minimum of 83 overs left. Bonus points are all done, those being earned in the first innings for each team. So Durham have taken 6, Warwickshire have taken 5, so now it's all about points for the result. 16 points if either side is to go on and win this game, 8 each if they draw, and naturally no more if you end up on the losing side. Still 3 results, well 4 results if you bring the tie into play. Possible. Durham play a very positive brand of cricket, as he did in the first innings. Ethan Bamber is going to start us off from the Lumley end. Picked up the wicket of Alex Lees in the first over of the game. Lees is on strike, 2 slips wait. And Lees will feel a little bit better about life. Always nice when you're on a pair to get that first run immediately, which he does, turning it into the leg side. Sam Dalling alongside the great man Rob Rush, who spent his Saturday evening appearing as a Luke Dunphy lookalike at a cricket social event. The man who called, 8 out of the 10 wickets as well. He's brought some biscuits down and tea for himself, hasn't offered me any, that's fine. A couple of custard creams. Is that a nice biscuit as well you got there? Lovely. Bamber around the wicket. McKinney knows where his off stump up. Up is. How you doing, Luke? I can't let it go now. I've seen it. It can't be unseen.
Durham live stream was the one place I thought I was safe. Not anymore.
Slight misfield from Bamber off his own bowling. Did a little bit of batting this morning, hit that 1-6 Ethan Bamber. He was only dismissed 10-15 minutes ago. It was a beauty from Matthew Potts. Durham taking about 45 minutes, wasn't it, to wrap up the innings. Plenty of time left in this game. 96 overs tomorrow plus the 82 today. What's that, 178? Something like that. Ethan Bamber, such a good operator. Brilliant signing, I think.
Yeah, early shape. Early shape there. You can see where McKinney's taking his guard and he's covering most of his stumps. So Bamber really challenging that 4th, 5th line.
You're right there, mate.
Seeing if he can grab the outside. Yeah, mate, doing fine. All good. A lot better than I have felt the last 2 days.
But I'm pleased to hear it. Oh, this is a good start from Ethan Bamber. Head on hand. I should give you your end back, shouldn't I? Shouldn't break with tradition.
It's fine, he got 1 ball left. You up to doing 2 overs in a row?
Oh, I don't know, mate. It's a big test. About time I stepped up and did something new, isn't it? Am I up to 2 overs in a row?
Legend has it that the test of the Durham live stream is if you can call 2 overs in a row.
Is it? Is that the Sam Blacklock test?
It's the Rob Rush test, mate.
The Rob Rush test. Oh, it's a beautiful start from Ethan Bamber. Right on the money first up. One without loss.
Only thing he was missing there was a wicket. Started off with a easy one to tuck away from Alex Lees, but found the radar straight away to Ben McKinney, really challenging that fourth stump, that channel just outside McKinney's bat.
You did well there, mate. Your voice just was going, wasn't it, as you were speaking? Superb from Rush. Is it nice to be back in the northeast for you?
I love it, mate. Did 3 years here for uni.
Were you at Sunderland?
Sunderland Uni, sports journalism. Loved it. Able to
start working with Durham 2023. And yeah, got a lot of good friends up here. Always enjoy coming back.
Welcome back with open arms as well. It's a lovely club, isn't it?
Well, 4th, 5th, 6th chances, I think, for me after.
Sneaking off to London, to the big city. Those streets paved with gold. Right, Vishwal Fernando, who had a very brief bat not so long ago, couple of balls. Not his forte, but he's a brilliant bowler. Left armour, Sri Lankan international. And he eases in behind that. What do you reckon sets this game up nicely? What do you think Warwickshire will feel they can chase? What, they want to bowl out Durham out for 200 or so?
Yes, I don't think Warwickshire will be looking to. I don't think Warwickshire will be comfortable chasing anything above 310, 320. All just depends on this fish bar looking for a LBW that was never coming. Yeah, lead currently stands at 63. As we mentioned before the innings break, Ryan Campbell doesn't do draws. They're not a thing in his world. So Durham obviously looking to cash in on this surface and able to dictate terms going into the final day tomorrow.
Looking solid early doors, Alex Lees. 50 odd in the first innings last week down at Trent Bridge. Sorry, lead is past 200. 8 wickets still in hand, so they're in control of that one.
It's been a wicket at Hove, but for who, Sam Dalling?
Cries of catch it, turns it into the leg side, no run. Are you asking me which team or which bowler?
I'm asking you which bowler, mate.
Jack Leach.
Is indeed Jack Leach.
Tom Haynes in still?
He is indeed. 136 not out from 248.
What a player. Lanks 5 down as well.
That's getting interesting at Emirates Old Trafford. Northants potentially in a position to enforce the follow on.
Yeah, I mean, what did they get? 496, so 296 is the follow-on mark. Lanks 135 shy of that right now. Luke Wells is in, yet another opening batter in that Lancashire side.
Yorkshire 143 for 3 now, leading by 437. Declaration can't be far away, surely. That Headingley.
What did you say the lead was?
437.
Yeah, you just got to call it, lads. Give yourselves enough time. If you can't back yourself
to take 10 wickets,
437 runs. Like if they chase 437, fair play to them.
In an over day and a half.
Maiden from Fernando. Good start from him. Durham 1 without loss after 2.
Can I have my overback now, please?
You can have your overback, Rob.
Cheers, mate.
You reckon I did all right doing 2 in a row?
Oh, you can stay now.
You happy?
You can stay. Wonder what Ashthorpe's up to today.
Is it raining where Ashthorpe is?
Well, it was yesterday. Ash, if you're out there.
If you're out there. He'll be somewhere. In not so sunny Spain. Chester Street was, the cricket club was lively this morning. There was some cricket going on already. Love this time of the year.
Kinney dabbing down into the offside. There is, I think we're getting close to the 4th innings at Canterbury. Middlesex 272 for 8.
Leading by
276.
Ooh.
Kent will be desperate to keep that under 300.
Yeah, psychologically. Real test then for Adam Hollyoak's side. Promised a positive brand of cricket, as you would expect.
Derbyshire bowled all out for 393, so they trail by 91 on first innings. Oh, Ethan Bambers. He's on one early today. He is on one.
On one. They've done well, though, there to get even close, because they were in real trouble.
7 for 2, I think, yesterday. And Glamorgan 190 for 4, still trailing by 356. For them, it's just getting to the follow-on target against Gloucestershire.
It's sapping, really, isn't it? When you concede 530 odd, and you know you can't really win the game after one innings, that is a difficult situation to be faced with.
Good leave from McKinney. Graham Onions is heading round to the nets out the back of the LNER stand. Dowd Milan and Dom Bess out in the middle for Yorkshire at the minute.
What, 90 odd in the first dig, Milan? I didn't realise he was playing.
98, I think it was.
I didn't realise he was playing red ball cricket, actually.
Was indeed 98. Jacob Duffy able to remove him before he brought up the century. McKinney's off the mark. Dab down to third. Two without loss.
Good start for me from Bamba. Good start from Fernando too. He's going to bowl his second over. Hasn't yet conceded a run. Takes his jumper off. He's going to be bowling it.
Warwickshire players opting exclusively for the jumpers.
Making our lives even harder, Rub Rush. As if we don't have it hard enough already. Left arm seamer to left-hander. McKinney, 1 from 10. A couple of slips, wait. Hands in pockets day. It's one of those. Sun's shining, but it's pretty cool out there. Ooh. There was a shorter ball that in the end McKinney had to jab his back down on. He just has to look around, smiles. A little bit in the pitch. Not a bad sign for those who have to bowl last on it. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed watching Ben McKinney bowling, batting. Day 1 and 2. And I've never seen Ben McKinney bowl.
I don't think you want to.
That high back lift. Plays with a straight bat. Good from Fernando, 8 dots to start his second innings. Decent crowd in this morning as well. Plenty of regulars in their usual spot. I love that people who have the same seat each season. Year after year, county cricket fans turn up, find the same seat.
It's a rite of passage.
Turn into leg side. Going to be runs. At least a couple of them. Not sure it'll go all the way. It's being chased. Will they turn and come back for free? I don't think they will. Sensible. Good bit of work in the outfield. First couple of runs off Fernando. First time he's been a little bit too straight. McKinney able to just turn that into the leg side for a couple.
Yeah, just an extra note on that Derbyshire innings. They were 139 for 6. Martin Anderson's superb maiden first-class century of 101. Giving him a fighting chance.
Oh, beauty. That's where Fernando wants to be. Nod of approval from McKinney. Just making him play. Probably too much movement there. How was your chat with Daniel Hogg yesterday? We talked a bit about it earlier. Didn't ask him about the new ball, but was he in good spirits?
Yeah, as I mentioned, he was a bit frustrated throughout pre-season with that elbow. With that elbow knock just not really going away.
Good from Fernando.
Was in the seconds for the start of their game on Wednesday and was pulled out by Ryan Campbell. Said he had a fairly good inkling, or that he expected to play after being pulled out of that seconds game. Also very aware of the match situation and what the pitch was demanding from him yesterday. I think he openly admitted as well wasn't quite the best ball he bowled to get rid of Kai Smith, but wicket's a wicket.
Oh! I thought that
Back
might have
pad?
bowled him. Yeah, back pad. Played all around it. Fernando head on hands.
Head on hands.
Head on hands. Hands on head. Head on hands. That'd be quite something to see, wouldn't it?
Anyway,
McKinney survives. I'll move on to spare my embarrassment.
yeah, one thing I say about Dan Hogg is very, as can apply for a lot of the younger Durham players. Wise heads on younger shoulders. You know, Hogg finding his way in the first class game. Same with McKinney to an extent. James Minto, Luke Robinson.
Ash Thorpe is watching on from Desert Springs. No play wet, so it's raining again. Good trip that, Ash. What a holiday. Bathed in sunshine here in northeast England.
So much for your work trip. So yeah, I think that maturity has to be said for the coaching staff. Ryan Campbell, Graham Onions, Alan Walker, Will Gidman, and the senior players in the dressing room. Alex Lees, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, a lot of experience to help these guys find their way through the early stages of their professional careers. Good squad players as well. Graham Clark, Paul Coughlin, able to just provide those little tidbits of advice when needed.
I like that word, tidbits. I'd like you to give me some tidbits of advice over the next couple of days.
First one to stop comparing me to Luke Deneathy.
Not me, it's not me. Look, if this is on in the Durham changing room, you need to make your plea to those lads, not me, mate.
Oh, I've given up with those boys. I don't think there's any chance in Hedgeways I can reverse that joke. Bit of shape there from Bamber. Good running from the left-handers to take a single.
It's a good start this from the Warwickshire bowlers though, isn't it? Not making life easy, no freebies out there. Pressure.
Two balls left in this fifth over. Ben McKinney, another watchful start for him. Five without loss as we gear up towards the start of a new era for Durham Cricket women. Durham Women's Academy are playing their first game as a Tier 1 academy. They take on Durham University at Maiden Castle. Link to the scorecard is on Durham Women X account if you're interested and want to have a look at how the girls get on. And the Men's Academy
are back in action today. Take on Chester Street up Ropery Lane. They split their two T20s yesterday against Middlesbrough. Lovely to have cricket back on the agenda.
Ooh. A little bit of a leading edge there from Lees. Along the ground. But Fernando proving a bit of a handful this morning. This afternoon even, it's 12 minutes past 12. Two slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket's probably catching, I'd say. Fielder down at third, long leg. There is that mid-wicket. Lee's turning it to him along the ground, just stands there, having to be patient, these two Durham batters, plenty of time. See off that new ball. Well, he's just 2 from 14, McKinney is 3 from 18. The lead is 67. It takes a little bit of pressure as well off the openers, already having a lead. Runs. Probably a couple of them. Indeed it is a couple of them. Lees doubles his score, goes on to 4.
Essex move themselves into a slender lead down at Trent Bridge.
It's going to be a good game, that one, I reckon.
352 for 9. They currently lead by 5. Notts able to pick up max bowling bonus points. Ben Rain, I think that is down below us, just finishing off a net session. Making his way back to the changing room.
Oh, he's got that lovely training shirt on.
I think I'm gonna end up buying it at some point.
Surely a man of your standing can be... You've probably got a set of kit with your initials somewhere, haven't you?
I wish, mate. I wish.
They must have a spare for Rob Rush, come on. Ooh, one of those leaves where you end up running it off the face of the bat. Bit of movement from Fernando. This is good cricket. This is proper county cricket, right? Because you've got 2 high-quality batters. Yeah, you have got 2 high-quality batters, and you've got high-quality bowling. A couple of international cricketers. One, I reckon, quite near future international cricketer, and Ethan Bamber is a brilliant county bowler. No margin for error, really. Driven. Fernando sticks that left boot out. Can't quite stop it. Oh, it's going to be a chase. It's a brilliant chase, actually. They're going to come back for 3, so it's just saved the 1 run. But it was pulled back just inside the boundary by the Warwickshire fielder. He's lost his sunnies in the process as he lost one of the lenses. No, he's just putting back the boundary rope. Hats off to him. It was a nice shot. 10 without loss. 6 overs gone. Lees has 7 and has retained the strike. McKinney has 3.
Will Gidman and Graham Onions just having a chat down to our right hand side.
Is Will Gidman another of those shorts only men? Ever seen him in trousers?
Now that you mention it, I have only seen him in shorts. Does a lot of work with Ben Stokes in his batting, travels all over. And I think Ben Stokes sends out the bat signal. Will Gidman will meet him most places, get some work in. Ran off the face of the bat from Lees. Middlesex, 274 for 9 now. Against Kent. Ooh. Going down as a bye, but
Kept a bit low, that.
that's a very good delivery from Ethan Bamber.
He's been brilliant, hasn't he? Right on the spot this second innings. Serious wind blowing. That Yorkshire leader's grown to 4-6-7.
Surely.
Call it in, lads. Done best 71 unbeaten. And 16 off 13, so naturally they're trying to score quite quickly, but surely that's enough.
Flicked away off the hips by Lees, just be a single. Down to Fernando at long leg.
Oh, ABBA in my head already.
Thought the Dalling jukebox didn't kick in until the evening session.
Hey, something different every day, mate.
$13 without loss.
There was something in the air at night. Enjoyed a bit of Fernando. Jumper off. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 7 so far. 68 on his back. Alex Lee's on strike. A proper battle. I think it's fair enough to call Alex Lees a former Test player right now. It's been a few years since he played. Brilliant cricketer. Durham's leader. High quality player facing a high quality bowler. Vishwat, left arm seamer.
Ooh.
Cries of catch it. Just turning it. That's what that man at short mid wicket is there for. It's not quite a sort of silly mid wicket, but just for that one that's turning to the leg side, not quite kept down. That one just bounced in front of the field there, I think, Rob.
Yeah. Just outside of diving range, but Warwickshire won't be disheartened by that. Already just going with the one slip. Another man actually goes out into that mid-wicket region.
Turning to leg side. Better shot from Alex Lees. High quality shot. Tucked off his hips. Races away to the boundary. First boundary of this Durham second innings. Moves Lees into double figures. He's got 13. Of Durham's 17 runs. The lead's now 79.
You can tell it's a good battle between bat and ball when a near miss like that is responded to with a boundary. Can't stray too far onto the hips of any player, but particularly left-handers and especially Alex Lees. He will punish it.
Straight bat, but straight to mid-on.
There's been another wicket at Hove Tom Haynes is out.
For 100
41.
Good knock. Does that lead close to 400 now then?
392.
Driven. Timed beautifully from Alex Lee. He's going to pick up his second boundary of this over. Tucked one off his hips a little bit earlier. Just leaned into that one. Slightly over pitched by Fernando. Barely needed to hit it. Alex Lee's all about timing that.
Showing how good this pitch is still. Midway through the third day.
End of the over. 8 gone in this Durham second inning. 75 left in the day. Leeds 83 with Durham 21 without loss.
Catherine Fraser picking up 3 for 28 and a player of the match performance for Scotland. Hope to see her in Durham colours soon. Bamber gets ready to reignite his battle with Ben McKinney. Another wicket at Hove.
Oh,
Sussex looking to stamp on the accelerator. Too far down the leg side from Bamber. I think that's going to go down as bye, as it will. Conflab going on with Alex Davis. Reinforcing the offside for the Durham captain. Driven, but that cover region is stacked. We've got a backward point, a traditional cover, and there's one in between. Not quite sure how you describe that, Sam Dalling. Almost like a forward point.
Yeah, it's a silly point, I think.
Yeah, it's just out of shot on what you guys can see on the live stream, but he's very close in.
Good carry.
Very good carry.
Bamba's been superb here, hasn't he? This is exactly why they signed him. Just asking questions. Okay, he doesn't bowl with great pace, but gives you very little. That's why it was so surprising, actually, how many runs he leaked in the first innings. What did he go at, 4, 5 and over? .14 and over in the first innings.
22. Lost maiden for Bama there, but with a bye in there. Lead now currently sits at 84.
We're looking ahead, Rob Rush. What sort of lead do you think brings the declaration into play? I know they will...
Nothing under 300, I think.
I think that's fair.
This is still a very good pitch to bat on. In as much as Alex Lees wants to try and force a result, still need to be wary that one big partnership for Warwickshire puts a massive dent into anything under 300. I think when you start looking towards 320, 330, so when you feel a bit more comfortable about giving your bowlers the rest of the game to bowl them out, but yeah, I think we might see some fun and games in the afternoon and evening sessions today, depending on the situation.
Fernando continues, yeah. And look, we're miles away from that, but part of our job, or something that we like to do up here, is work out the hypothetical scenario. So what? The lead's 84 now, so let's call it 215 to get a 300 lead. We've got 74 overs left in the day, minus 1 ball. You lose 2 for the changeover. You'd imagine in an ideal scenario they want to have a little dart at them tonight. 8-10 overs. So that, say, gives you 60 overs to bat. Oh, good take.
Very
by
good
Kai
take.
Smith, one-handed. That's kept very low. Done really well there, Kai Smith. Impressive with the bat yesterday. Impressive with the gloves on already today.
As mentioned yesterday, you can see why Warwickshire are going to give him an extended... Looks like they're going to give him an extended run in the side. Looks like he'll have a very successful first-class career.
He looks tidy, doesn't he? Organised, punchy. They've talked about him over the winter. They've done videos talking about his 360 scoring areas.
So it'd be disappointing not to have a shot at the century.
Turn into the leg side by McKinney. Nicely timed. I think it'll just be 2. Fielder comes around. Cuts it off. He's been patient, McKinney. 5 from 25 now. He's got oozing confidence after that career best first innings score. His third first class 100. Turned away, but just be 1 fielder down there. So there's a bit of juggling. One of those comfortable ones you can almost walk through. You see that sometimes, don't you? They're really comfortable runs where they walk, trying to look really casual, and they realise, oh, hang on a minute, I do actually have to complete this run.
I've got to at least break into a brisk jog.
And they go to that dad shuffle.
Dad
last
shuffle.
couple of minutes.
Dad shuffle.
I'm officially qualified to do the dad shuffle now, actually. That's what my running could be described as. Just the 1 slip now for Fernando to lead. There is that catcher at mid-wicket. He's getting a little bit closer as well. Worcestershire still going. No, they're not. Well, they are still going. They're still bowling. Yorkshire still going. Best has got 80 now. Imagine they're probably trying to give him a shot at that 100. Turned into the leg side, but there is a fielder at deep square leg, so it will just be one. Lees retains the strike. End of over number 10 in this Durham second innings. It's just gone 12:30. Just under 30 minutes until lunch on this third day of the Rothesay County Championship clash between Durham and Warwickshire. Durham's lead is 88. Essex all out. Have you said that? You haven't said that, have you? No. I always listen to your every word, mate. I knew that.
So we've built that lead now up to 234 down at the Oval. Sussex's lead is about to tick over to 400. As you mentioned, Yorkshire, like you say, they have to be given better shot at the century. Otherwise,
Do they, though?
Otherwise, there's no other logical reason for them to still be batting. Ooh. That one's kept low. It's going to run through for a couple of byes. Kai Smith unable to take that one. Still got that decent carry through. Glamorgan still chugging away and still 323 runs behind Gloucestershire. Middlesex trying to add and eke out as many runs as they can down at Canterbury. Lancashire 201 for 5, still trailing by 295 against Northamptonshire, and Leicestershire are getting a move on against Derbyshire.
What were you about to say?
I was debating between a few. I was going to go with settled with getting a move on. They are currently leading by 134 runs. They're going to be looking to set up a declaration, you suspect, maybe later today. Tucked away off the hips by the Durham captain, just be a single. He'll keep strike for the next over. 29 without loss, lead up to 91.
Just the sort of start to the second innings that Durham will have desired. Got that little bit of a lead already to play with. Warwickshire missing a couple of the bowlers from the attack. Ollie Hannon Dolby, the really experienced and very, very tall seamer. Chris Rushworth as well, who will be well known to many around here. Hopefully he'll be fit sooner rather than later. Chris Wokes as well. Warwickshire will be hoping to have him available for a couple of games. Gonna have a change of bowling from the Finkel end. Vishwa Fernando is going to come out of the attack, and Ed Barnard, who's just one of those top-level county cricketers. I think he's played a little bit of England Lions, certainly been in and around squads. Around the wicket. Short ball to start with. To Lees, he's got that one away right in between the gap as well. Deep square leg, long leg, neither can cut it off. Lees moved into the 20s just with that little pirouette. Ballet-like from Lees. Soft of foot, 23 from 41. We're saying England under 19s, Barnard. That's a few years ago though. He's not that young, Ed Barnard. Or is he younger than I think he is? 29 now. In the prime of his career. Into his 122nd first-class match. Played more than 300 as a pro across his time at Worcestershire and then Warwickshire, crossing that divide. 11 pro hundreds. About 450 odd wickets. Brilliant career so far. Just one to Lees. I think he went to the Hong Kong Sixes over the winter. They either brought that back or they played some current players. Al Davis went.
Ryan Campbell was out there.
Was he playing?
No, I think it's on the media side.
Jordan Thompson, Samit Patel, Ravi Papara was the England skipper. Murdoch's pretty deep, so McKinney's able to take a single. That would be a good bit of content, wouldn't it? A job swap between Rob Rush and Ryan Campbell for a day. I'd reckon you'd fare as first team head coach. Would you do a team talk every day?
No.
Would you be quite chilled?
Yeah, I'd also be delegating quite a lot.
Delegating.
I'd make use of the experience I've got in my coaching setup.
Lovely shot from Alex Lees. Speaking of experience, he's played that shot so many times over the course of his career. Straight as you like, just over pitch from Barnard. He's starting to look really good. Durham skipper Alex Lees moves on to 28 from 44. That lead passes 100.
Settled there on the front foot. Frantic, so he didn't fall over himself. Able to see the ball early. Planted his weight on the front foot. Headed back down the ground. Yeah, I wouldn't be trying to reinvent the wheel as a head coach.
Pulled. Man out there though. Just that shot. End of the over. 12 gone. 40 without loss.
Lee's just starting to show some signs of maybe working his way up through the gears. been a good spell this from Bamber. Lengthy one into his 7th over. Just 6 runs coming from it. Reckon a couple more?
I mean, he could bowl till lunch quite comfortably, Ethan Bamber. 12:43. He's bowled beautifully, hasn't he? Just shows. I know there's an obsession with pace at test level, understandably so, but at this level.
Tad straight, and he's able to work it off his hips.
Would you say it's been an almost perfect morning so far for Durham? Or would they have ideally liked to wrap it up in less than the 45 minutes it took them?
I think that's the only thing you'd maybe criticise, or they would have looked to improve on if they're conducting a review by review session by session review. Sorry,
Review by review
session.
you've got a bit of touch of the Sam Dowlings, reversing your words around.
Yeah, Ben McKinney will have the strike for the next over. Yeah, 42 without loss, lead 104. I think that's the only thing. If you're looking at an absolute perfect morning session, it would have taken 2 deliveries for Durham to be back batting. But you've got to give credit to Warwickshire. They dug in. Ethan Bamber in particular, he's had a very good morning for innings. Able to add some runs with the bat, drag Warwickshire closer to their territory. Because there was a point yesterday when the 6th wicket fell where Warwickshire were looking at a heavy first innings deficit. And Booth, Smith and Bamber have enabled Warwickshire to get to 325 all out. Because if those partnerships don't happen lower down the order, Durham would be looking at coming out with a lead of already about 120, 130.
What, they 7 down for 150 something? There was the partnership for the 8th wicket was 100 plus, wasn't it? That Booth, Guy Smith combo. Solid from McKinney. Happy to play second fiddle to Alex Lees at the moment.
157 for 6 was the score when Ed Barnard fell. And then Kai Smith was the next to fall, but it was 272 for 7. So 115 run partnership for that 7th wicket. You say if Kai Smith and Michael Booth weren't able to stick around and add those runs, Warwickshire in a lot more perilous position.
Bit of extra bounce. McKinney having to play that a bit higher up in the bat than he expected.
I'll be looking at getting Michael Booth's couple overs before lunch. See if the extra pace can maybe bring about a mistake from either of these 2 Durham batters, because they have looked relatively untroubled so far.
Ooh, just as you say it. Inside edge, could have gone anywhere. Looking to drive into the offside, ends up with a single down to long leg. That'd have been your fault, Rushy.
I'd have had to apologise to Ben after play for that.
Can't get that one away, Lee. He's a bit frustrated at himself. The ball was there to hit. He'd have backed himself to pick up another boundary there. One more to Lees to end the 14th over. Durham 44 without a loss. 12 minutes before lunch. You're right. It'd be interesting what they do here. Do they keep Bamber going? Do they go to Boove? Looks like it could be Boove.
It is, I think.
Is that a good game so far, Michael Boove?
Looks like he's going to come over the wicket to Alex Lees. 3 for 72 in the first innings for the South African. Got a good carry though out the pitch and certainly hurried a few members of the Durham batting lineup. Again, Lee slightly frustrated. Felt like he could have carved that one away through point. Two slips, third. Man back at third. Back at point. Cover, mid on, mid off. Deep mid wicket. And long leg is the field. Quick single. Throw at the strikers end. McKinney moves himself to double figures. Big LBW shot and given. Michael Boove strikes in his first over. Alex Lees does not agree with the decision, but he has to walk for 32. Partnership broken at 46 for Durham. Michael Boove, who's born in Zimbabwe, has the first wicket of Durham's second innings. It's the skipper Alex Lees. 46 for 1. The lead, 108.
Well, he's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Was there a bit of an inside edge? I don't know. We'll try and have another look at it at our end. Lees trudges off. I mean, he'll be frustrated as much because he was in really good touch as well and had looked in no trouble. But that is the walk of a man who wasn't expecting the finger to go up there. But Boove, you can't keep him out of the game at the moment, and Warwickshire needed that because Durham had looked really comfortable in this morning session. They built the lead up to 108. We were getting close to lunch. And Emilio Gay would have hoped just to have been sat there for a little bit longer, not to have to bothered walking out before lunch. But cricket changes so quickly, particularly when Michael Booth's involved. No inside edge, we don't think.
High though.
It's knee
roll.
The knee roll. He's a tall man. Where's it pitched? It's probably pitched in line. Is it clipping leg stump? It's a tight call, that.
Gay on top of the bounce for his first delivery, started backward point. Successful one for Warwickshire. They'll be glad that they've broken that opening partnership. 5 minutes before lunch on day 3 as Graham Clark heads around with Graham Onions and Will Kidman. Looks like he's going to go have a lunchtime net. Very unfortunate not to be involved in this game. Graham Clark over 100 runs down at Trent Bridge.
Yeah. Very unfortunate, but I mean, that is what it's like having a really strong squad, which Durham have. Disappointment, but also motivation to try and get himself back into this side. Barnard around the wicket to McKinney. Maybe keeps tad low, that one. .46 for 1. 15.1 overs into this Durham second innings.
You reckon one more over after this?
Yeah, we probably should squeeze another one in, I reckon, before lunch. Tickled. I don't know if there's any bat or if it's just pad. I think it's going to be given as leg buys. They'll come back for 2 of them. And the throw is almost out of reach for Kai Smith, but he makes a little bit of ground. Gathers it cleanly.
Get after
Shot.
that.
That's a good shot from Ben McKinney. It's going to bring a boundary, relieves a bit of pressure. And Barnard looks back as if he can't believe it. And Emilio Gay's got a big smile on his face, big fist bump between those two. Not sure anyone expected that.
It has come out of nowhere.
Taking us all by surprise. 50 partnership.
Wouldn't like to call it an innocuous delivery, but there was nothing about it that immediately felt like it was going to get dispatched. But he's 6'7" and got talent like Ben McKinney. Anything can go to the fence.
Opens the face. Just runs it down to third for a single. Good cricket from Ben McKinney.
How would you assess this opening session so far, Sam Dalling, before you disappear for the rest of the day?
Strong one for Durham. No, a couple of areas of disappointment. Like very strong hour and a half in the middle. It's just that first 20 minutes, half an hour, maybe they could have bowled a little bit better. But look, very difficult to criticise a side that's got a 115 run lead at lunch on
Day 3
with just 1 wicket down. So I think they're in a really strong position. They bowled well yesterday, picked up those last couple of wickets inside 45 minutes. Decent opening stand. Not sure we will get another one in before lunch. Will we? 12:58, 1 ball left. Maybe we will.
It's got to be in position and ready to go by 1 o'clock.
We've got time. Well, it depends what happens in this ball, doesn't it, really? Emilio Gay defends it. I reckon we will have One more over. Warwickshire going to sprint round.
Yeah, like you say, strong one for Durham. I think marginally shading the morning session. It's been a very even game of cricket.
It's been a fun game of cricket, hasn't it?
We've still got another day and a half left.
Oh, yeah. That's good news for everyone. How many wins are here this afternoon? Brilliant. On day one she was in? It was day one she was in, wasn't it?
Yeah, she'll be with me for the afternoon session. Sam Dowling, too big time to stick around for the full 4 days. Or are you sick of me that you need a day? You need half a day from me?
The latter, mate. It's into my contract. Can't do more than 48 hours in a row with you.
Thought you were freelance, mate.
Yeah, but that's my one contractual condition, Robert.
Can I work that into my one as well?
Yeah, you can. Well, you can't ask more than 48 hours of yourself.
Where's Ashthorpe when you need him?
Oh, in Desert Springs, watching it rain. We know exactly where he is.
Michael Booth over the wicket to Ben McKinney. Runs it down to third. It's been another watchful start from McKinney this morning. Amelia Gay just doing a bit of gardening before he takes strike. Over 8 reads +1. I want to say, if my eyes don't deceive me.
I think you're spot on, Rob Rush. Not for the first time. 537 is that lead now for Yorkshire.
Have they finally declared?
I don't know if they have, you know. Don Bess is in and out for 107. So is this going to be when the declaration comes? They're having lunch. Surely that's enough, lads.
What is the lead?
537.
Yeah, if Yorkshire coming back out to bat after lunch, I would be highly surprised.
You've got to have confidence. I know Worcestershire batted for 200 overs, but surely the fact they batted for 200 overs is even more of a reason
to give yourself the maximum amount of time.
You've got Ben Code, Jack White, Jordan Thompson, George Hill. So you've got a decent attack there.
Don Bess
is your spinner. Brett D'Oliveira, I think, has dislocated his thumb, so batted at 8 in the first innings.
Amelia solid in defence.
And I get it. If early season you're thinking, oh, all right, these guys actually, if they're talking football, right, about 6 pointers. If it's another side where you're going to be potentially down at the bottom with...
Surely lightning doesn't strike twice, though. Surely lightning doesn't strike twice for Worcestershire.
Well, it does sometimes, but feels like if you can't back yourselves to take 10 wickets for less than 537 runs in 5 sessions, I don't know, something's gone wrong there.
Ooh, Warwickshire will be now very happy with their work. Just before lunch, Amelia Gay has to go without scoring, given LBW. Wickets have fallen in clusters in this game. That'll be lunch. Amelia Gay picking up runs in the first innings, but another duck for him, his third of the year. Michael Booth has had a very good game so far. He's picked up 2 wickets in 2 overs for Warwickshire to end the morning session. They'll be feeling a lot happier about how it's gone. Lead 116, but Lees and Gay both back in the shed. Ben McKinney will go to lunch unbeaten on 16. We'll wait to see who comes out at 4 after lunch, because David Bellingham did take that knock to the toe.
And he can't presumably bat above 8?
Yeah, with all the timeouts. So there's going to be a reshuffle in that Durham lineup. You'd imagine Colin Ackerman would just slot back up to 4 after what he produced at Trent Bridge last week. Potentially, the other options would include Will Rhodes or Ollie Robinson, but I don't think they'll want to be that much of a reshuffle as the players make their way from the field. 1 ball left in 17th over when I come back after lunch. Sam Dowling is now off for the rest of the day. Off to do some more important things, obviously, than sit around and chat cricket with me.
Nothing's more important than that, mate. I tell you what, Michael Booth, 5 wickets in the game, half century. When he
not bad day out.
Yeah, decent. Couple of days out, really. Stuff happens. Right, let's go.
Yeah.
Back in 40 minutes, right? I won't be. You will be.
Emily Wins joining me after lunch break. See you back here just after 20 to 2. got one ball to finish off of the 17th over. Amelia Gay falling last ball for lunch. I'd like to say I've got Emily Windsor alongside me for the afternoon session. Colin Ackerman's going to walk out at number 4. David Bellingham unable to bat above 8. I think, Emily, you said he's going to bat. He's hoping to bat at 9.
Yeah, hopefully. I think could be important runs for Durham. Bellingham, obviously we know what he can do. Got 50 in that first innings. But the good news is we're expecting to see him come out to bat. So fingers crossed nothing happens between now and then.
This is where in about half an hour's time he's walking out to bat. We're thinking, oh God, this was earlier than we're anticipating.
Well, Ackerman and McKinney have a job to do here, don't they, for Durham? Both of them have started the season well without jinxing them. Ackerman got 2 centuries in the previous game, and McKinney in the first innings. What a knock that was.
It's one of the better ones in recent memory. I had the pleasure of commentating over. Colin Ackerman's got 1 ball to face from Michael Booth as we get underway in the afternoon. So watch outside the off stump. 54 for 2. Lead currently sitting at 116. Having a quick chat with Vic upstairs, and he reckons, a bit to my surprise, about 280. 280 lead would be defendable.
Yeah, I think, look, both teams, that for me is a number where I think both teams are in with the shout. I think over 300 I would like, personally, from the Durham point of view.
I'd be the same.
Yeah.
I'd be on the same side.
But obviously Durham have a very strong attack, variety of bowlers that hit the pitch hard, but from what I've seen, there's not been too much movement, both laterally or up and down just yet. But I think these two have a big job to do here for Durham. Obviously losing Bellingham with an injury, expecting him potentially later, but carrying an injury, that's always then challenging to bat.
Wonder if he'll have a runner.
That always brings chaos.
Wonder if he'll have a runner with him.
Always brings chaos.
I mean, to be honest, if Bellingham does have a runner, we could just see him absolutely launch it all over the place.
Bamber then after tee. That's down the leg side, taken well by the keeper. McKinney's on 16.
Yeah, switch of ends for Bamber. I think he came exclusively from the Lumley end before. I'm just going to have a go from the Finkel end to start. Bowled very well this morning. Very well, very economical. Didn't give much away. Fortunate not to have the wickets, but
that's more classic Bamber we're used to see, isn't it? He's usually very economical. And defended by McKinney. It's one of those where, though, I am interested. Like, we come up with all these numbers, don't we, as commentators, the groundsman, obviously Vic. I feel like we should listen to him. It's his pitch, he's prepared it, he knows what he's talking about. But what are the numbers being spouted about in that dressing room? What are they thinking they're in with a shout? Because it's always very different, I think, when you're out here talking about it. But obviously the belief in the dressing room, and they've been out there in these conditions. There's Bamber in again, and defended.
Because speaking to Daniel Hogg yesterday, he openly made it was a flat pitch, or it looked like it was a flat pitch, and therefore that kind of dictated what Durham were bowling yesterday. I mean, we saw as well with Warwickshire on day one, especially to McKinney. There's some very funky fields being set, kind of trying to cut off his options in front of the wicket and almost trying to bring him into an attacking shot to try and get that dismissal, which he defied and decided, I quite fancy 150 on this pitch, thank you very much. You can do what you want with your fields. I'm going to hit you where your fielders aren't there, and what an innings it was.
From a Durham perspective, they want him to do that again. But you can see here, can't you, that the ball is into its 18th over, and there's just that one slip in play. You got fielders out on the boundary for McKinney, a deep square, deep fine, deep third, and like a ring field, really, on that offside. Which suggests they feel more in the game in front of the bat.
Everyone around the county championship getting up and away as well after their lunch breaks.
Again played to mid-wicket by McKinney, no run.
Women Academy have finished their first innings in their game. Grace Thompson, 106 not out.
Oh, God, that is mate. Can I see that scorecard? I've not seen it.
Try and bring it up for you.
Grace Thompson. She's an absolute belter. And I tell you what, she's a high-class player and has a lot of potential with the ball and the bat. Very tall, very tall. So that's great to see. Defended by McKinney. Harriet Robson got a 50 as well in the first team warm-up game. Got another 50 today. Grace Thompson hitting sixes as well. I'll be letting her know about that.
A few messages in the group chat it is.
In fact, I'm going to let her know now. But that was a maiden over from Bamber. Just slow going after tea for Durham. Watchful start.
Yeah, everyone else getting up and away. Yorkshire, I don't understand this. I wonder if you do. Yorkshire batting on with a lead of 550 on day 3. Considering what Worcestershire managed last week, batting 200 overs to save the game against Somerset.
Is anyone waiting the landmark?
No, Dom Best was the one we were looking at because he was approaching a century before lunch. He got his century before lunch and then was out before lunch.
Okay.
So a few of us were thinking that's what they're waiting for, and they were looking to declare after that as Ackerman's playing this one off the back foot, but cover is protected.
Must be a good wicket, is what I'd say. They feel like, obviously they got 456 in the first innings. They feel like they want enough to almost kill the game, take the fact that Worcestershire can win out of the equation. But, I mean, that would be a mammoth chase, 552.
Yeah, especially, as Sam mentioned, Brett D'Oliveira dislocated his thumb, so one of their mainstays in the batting lineup not available. As Ackerman will get underway, opening the face down to third. Sussex going really strong as well. They've got to be thinking about declaration at some point down at Hove. 342 for 4, leading by 435. Somerset not having the best last 24 hours or so. Surrey 225 for 2, leading by 259 against Hampshire. Notts have erased the deficit on their first inning scores. They are back level with Essex, 20 without loss. And underway in Div 2. Kent have a chase on. Middlesex bowled all out for 311. Spoov is in.
Ooh.
Naked aggression from McKinney. Swipe away from first slip, and that'll be the first boundary after lunch.
If you're going to swing hard, McKinney. There was a slip waiting, but because he swung so hard, that was a very thick outside edge and races away for 4.
Yeah, Middlesex all out for 311, so setting Kent target of 316 to win. 10 without loss are the home side down at Canterbury. Lancashire struggling at Old Trafford in response to Northamptonshire's 496. They're 219 for 8. Interesting to see what Northamptonshire do with regards to the follow-on down there. McKinney watchful there. Leicestershire 87 without loss after just 14 overs against Derbyshire. That looks like they're going to try to set up a declaration maybe later tonight.
We like declarations. That would be exciting. I always think when you declare, a bit like how Ben Stokes has been with the England team, he always sets that number, doesn't he? Like, I'm in control, but come on, you can chase it to try and bring the team into the game to create wicket-taking opportunities.
And then Glamorgan still chipping away at that Gloucestershire score. 258 for 5, still trailing by 288. Those are the scores on the doors around the county championship as we get back underway after lunch on day 3. Yeah, that Yorkshire one still has got me perplexed. I don't understand why.
Is Johnny Bairstow batting?
I think he's just walked out after lunch.
There you go. Captain wants to find his form. Find some runs. Yeah, he's still batting.
Ooh.
Tight leave that.
Hands on head, teapots all round from Booth, Smith and Slipcorden. 59 for 2, lead 121. Day 3 here at Banks Homes Riverside.
Yeah, that looked like it nipped back a little there from Booth. He hits the pitch hard. He's probably the quickest of the Warwickshire bowlers. And a few oohs and ahs. But again, it's one of those where I feel like if it's doing a little bit now, it's starting to get a bit overcast. Probably, correct me if I'm wrong, the most overcast we've had of the game so far. We've seen quite a lot of blue sky and sunshine.
I think
the last few
maybe
days.
yesterday evening might have been a slightly more overcast than it is right now, but you're not far off.
So the Warwickshire seamers feel like They're in with the game. 2 slips to Bamber. Now to the right-handed Ackerman. He's just on 1. Just faced the 3 deliveries so far. That's a drive outside the off stump. Booming drive from Ackerman. He's looking to play positive. That's how the Durham batters play. But those slips would have felt in the game then. Bamber just slowly walking out, and he's starting to look a bit cold. It's looking colder. There's more jumpers out there than when I was last here. And
yeah, you can definitely tell which side is used to the northeast. Durham, when they were fielding, I think everyone exclusively without jumpers, and Warwickshire are the opposite.
a few hands in pockets. As that's a thick outside edge from Ackerman. Down to the 3rd boundary. They're going to come back for 2. Aggressive running from Ackerman. Good running from a Durham perspective.
Ackerman was intent there. There was no doubt in his mind he was coming back for that second one.
No. From a Warwickshire perspective, that probably should have been one. The fielder thought they would just jog a single. They didn't. But Ackerman is on to 3. The lead 123 for Durham in the 2nd innings against Warwickshire. As Bamber charges in again. Defended this time by Ackerman. Pick of the bowlers so far from a Warwickshire perspective.
I'd go Booth.
Like the extra pace.
Extra pace, he's been economical. Used as a strike bowler. Been effective as a strike bowler just before lunch. I think overall, I think he just about edges over Bamber purely for the wickets and the economy. Bamber was expensive in the 1st innings, but he's been really good here in the 2nd. I think for me, Booth would just edge it.
Think about a quick single. You can see that intent from these two to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Warwickshire bowling tight lines with that ring field in front of the bat, making it hard to score.
Umpire there, a little word with Ackerman, maybe.
Don't run down the pitch.
Maybe just a little polite pre-warning about running on the danger area.
As Bamber in again, defends. Strong defence shot, not in the danger area this time.
Yeah, there was a bit of chat amongst the Durham side going into yesterday. I think Taz Ali, his 2nd step of his follow-through from the Finkel end, creating a little bit of rough, maybe a bit too close to the danger area for their liking. Change in the field. The extra cover's going to head back out. Not quite to the fence, kind of in that in-between area.
Are they doing this to get the slips in play? They want him to drive. They want him to hit through that offside gap. There's Bamber in, and he does just plonk it into the offside tight single. Backward point, charges to his right, but doesn't pick it up cleanly, thanks to Ackerman. He moves to 4 then. 62 for 2. Either that or they're happy to see McKinney at the non-strikers end again.
Playing the mind games earlier this time rather than waiting until the 90s. We'll start them when he's on 20. Can definitely tell Ackerman here is looking, I think he senses there's an opportunity to shift some pressure back to Warwickshire. Obviously, they'll have gone into lunch with their tails up and come out of lunch with their tails up, picking up those 2 wickets. Booth picking up Lees and Gay, LBW. Alex Lee certainly was not happy about his decision. I think Emilio Gay less to complain about from his perspective.
Were you happy with the decision? That's the question. I'm putting it on you now.
You put me on the spot now, I believe.
I didn't see it. I was in the nursery ground training.
I think the Emilio Gay one is
okay.
I think that's a good decision for the LBW. The Lees one I'm a little bit undecided on. Ackerman plays this one off the back foot.
Tell you what, I'm going to try and find it. I'll see if I can see it.
Normally, when a batter's walking off that after being given LBW, tends to indicate maybe there's an inside edge. We looked to hit top of the knee roll, going on the middle and leg line. So maybe a question of height for Lees, as he's tall bloke, but that's in the past now. Durham has to look to the future. And Ackerman has been bowled. Well. Michael Booth is turning this game on its head. Much to the delight of Alex Davis and the Warwickshire squad. He's gone full and straight. Stumps are splattered. And Colin Ackerman has to walk for 4 Durham in a little bit of bother now. 3 down. As mentioned, David Bellingham can't bat above 8 due to being off the field all the time. There will be no runs for Colin Ackerman in the second innings here, unlike last week, and only wins of Warwickshire are going to be feeling very happy with themselves right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could see there the intent Ackerman had. He's trying to put it back onto Warwickshire as we discussed, but he just looks slightly too square there, looking to be aggressive into the onside and misses out. And to Warwickshire's delight, a man that's been in form in that first game has not scored any, but in comes Mr. Reliable. Obviously didn't get runs in this first innings, Ollie Robinson, but I think he had averages over 50 batting at number 5 for Durham. So
this is a good situation for Ollie Robinson to rediscover some touch and some form. Difficult situation out there at the minute. 62 for 3, lead just 124. Warwickshire have certainly dominated the last 45 minutes or so of playing time.
just looking at the dismissal. Got it.
Which one? The Lees one?
Yeah. I won't say anything. I'm actually going to look at this other dismissal as well.
2 slips in play for Ollie Robinson. Michael Booth, 3 for 8 from 3 overs and 2 deliveries. Been a very good spell for him since he's been introduced in his second innings. Robinson underway straight away. To think of 2, and McKinney sends his wicketkeeper, instructs him to stay at the non-striker's end.
Nice way to get off the mark, that, isn't it? Just slightly too straight by Booth. Straight away, 1 from 1. And I think the way Ollie Robinson plays, isn't he? He's a busy cricketer. He looks to find space in this big playing surface here at Durham and run well. So if these two can build a partnership, and I actually think a partnership's crucial here. And we saw the partnership from McKinney and Potts in that first innings when it was needed. But Ollie Robinson has a job to do with McKinney. Oh.
Turn into an S, but it's going to run away past, slip along the floor. It's going to be another single. Things I respect, left-right hand combo. Get Warwickshire moving around in the field. Don't allow Michael Booth or try and upset his rhythm however you can. He's going to. It looks like he's going to stay over the wicket to everyone. Started over the wicket to Alex Lees and Amelia Gay. Obviously picked those two up.
Do you know what? I think if I was out there now and it was that cold, I wouldn't mind moving about in the field, you know.
Get the blood pumping.
I can see a few with hand warmers down here.
Definitely a day for the hand warmers. Oh. Edged and gone! Well. Michael Booth is on a roll. Ollie Robinson has to go. Second ball for just 1. Durham in a spot of bother. 64 for 4.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson will be disappointed with that. But it looks like Booth's just getting a bit of extra lift. He said he's the quicker bowler. And he's bowling aggressive lines, hitting the deck. And just finds that outside edge of Ollie Robinson. And he has to go for 1. 64 for 4. Lead just 126. Bellingham, obviously, with his injury, who's always been so crucial to Durham's batting lineup.
Someone's got to stand up now in that Durham dressing room. Someone's got to stand up and make themselves accounted for. It's going to be Will Rhodes striding out at number 6. Didn't pick up any runs in the first innings, bowled by a beauty from Taz Ali. Again, another batter that could do with a score. He's walking out under a fair bit of pressure.
Against his old club as well.
Yeah, be desperate to get something on the board. But Warwickshire controlling the game now. They're in a position of strength. Durham losing 4 wickets quickly, 2 either side of the lunch break. Michael Booth having all 4 of them. His figures currently read 3 overs and 5 deliveries, none maidens, 4 for 10. He's getting this Duke's ball to talk.
What is he doing differently, do you think? Having seen, obviously, I'd say the Durham seamers as well are a similar pace of his. They tend to get it through a little bit quicker. What has he done differently to be so effective?
I think he's just been able to settle on a line of length really quickly. Saw it this morning. Matthew Potts, little bit just trying to calibrate the radar early on. Durham went on a different plan this morning. They went some short ball stuff mixed in there. Warwickshire seems to have settled on their line and length plan very early. That's what they're going to try to do. As I mentioned, they feel like they're a bit more in the game in front of the wicket, setting the field. They want Durham batters to drive. I think Michael Beevy's that perfect combo where he's got a bit of extra pace, and because he's not that tall, it's more skiddy, kind of skids on off the pitch. He's still able to get that good bounce, a good carry through as well. Real Roads on strike. And there is that carry. Warwickshire turning the screw. 64 for 4, 2 wickets and 2 singles off that over. Colin Ackerman and Ollie Robinson perishing for Durham lead 126.
Yeah, good opportunity this, I think, as well for Will Rhodes. Obviously, a tricky situation to come in. His team needs him to stand up. More than capable batter, I think, at Warwickshire. He batted at number 4, so he's used to that facing the ball when it's slightly newer, and a good opportunity for him to really show what he can do in Durham colours. It's going to be a challenge as Booth's got his tail up, let's say that. But from the other end, you're going to see Ethan Bamber to continue. Skillful bowler. 64 for 4 then Durham in their second innings. So that's defended by McKinney. His lead is 126. McKinney's on 21. Wonder what he's feeling like out there. He must be tired, surely. Do you think he's recovered in a day? I only play one day cricket and I'm sore for about 3 days after. Defended again.
Challenges of first-class cricket, especially being top of the order. You know, as soon as that final wicket falls, you've got to sprint back up the steps, get your gear on, get your pads on, get back out there. As we mentioned on that first day, it's all about finding your way through first-class cricket and finding your way through an innings, which McKinney had to do on day one.
And he has to do it here now in the second innings. It's just defended.
The one thing he won't be lacking is confidence. That's the one thing he won't be lacking out there, you know, coming off the back of a first-class best of 153. He's disappointed with the way he got out, you know, a little bit down the leg side, but I think after 153 runs in a score of 387, I think you're allowed maybe to go chase a few that maybe you wouldn't otherwise, but yeah.
He looks calm, he looks in control. As Bamber leaves alone.
I think that's as well coming from, you know, his experience at England age group level, captaining the sides through the age groups, you know. It's not easy to captain or be in a leadership group, I think, at any level, but especially when you're trying to find your way through your own career, forge your own path, and then you go away and have to be captain as well. Obviously, you have to be selfless. You've got to think of the team before yourself. So now, being able to come into the Durham dressing room, he's got a load of experience around him. He's more able to focus on his own game.
Defended again by McKinney.
As he sort of mentioned on end of play interview on day one, kind of brought up the topic of, does batting with these players maybe not take the load off him, but does it like enable him to play a different way? And he corrected me. He said, no, I feel like it actually does take the pressure off me to score the runs, because, you know, you've got David Benning, who's played Test cricket for South Africa in that Test side, and Alex Lees having played Test cricket for England. Colin Ackerman, been an experienced cricketer for the Dutch, been around for so many years. Will Rhodes, Ollie Robinson as well. Guys who have been around the first-class game for a lot longer than Ben has, as that's a maiden over from Bamber. But these sorts of things, Ryan Campbell, he won't be happy with where Durham are at right now. But he'll be excited about the opportunity that Ben has in front of him. Ben has the opportunity to stand up and put on another big score and really kind of parachute Durham out of the position they're in right now into a safer one, and put together a partnership with Will Rhodes. You know, Durham's lower middle order is strong. Ben Rain, Matthew Potts can can score runs, can bat long periods of time. We saw it from Potts in the first innings, sticking with McKinney for a partnership of worth well over 100. That's what's going to be needed here, as Warwickshire are hunting, and Michael Booth in particular is hunting for a fifer.
I think, as you said there as well, sometimes it's about when you score the runs and how you score the runs. Obviously, the selectors will be looking at context as much as anything, and that obviously that first innings 150 he was the top scorer of the innings by a long way, and had to bat with lots of different partners, which again for him, like a good learning opportunities with players of his class. But Matt Potts was the second top scorer with 70, so he had to dig in, and he's gonna have to do that again here today. But you just look at him and his mannerisms as well. For me, like, he doesn't look fazed by this. He's out there. He looks like he has a presence, which I think.
It helps when you're 6'7".
It
It helps when you're 6'7".
Yeah, but the 6'7" fast bowlers have a presence when they got a bat in hand. They still got to have. He's got that aura about him, hasn't he? Which is why people are so excited about him. But yeah, he does fill a space, I suppose.
Will Rhodes is off the mark. 2 straight from Michael Booth. And Will Rhodes, he might be struggling for form with the bat, but he does not need a second invitation when the ball is at his pads. He's underway with a 4.
Long conversation between Rhodes and McKinney as well, and I feel like knowing those two characters, it'll probably be a smile on the face of Will Rhodes that he's off the mark and enjoying that with McKinney. Well, Rhodes, though, is an experience, isn't he, in Championship cricket and in county cricket. He's captained a side. So, in pressured situations, he'd be very familiar with them. Even defending with purpose there. Lead of 130. Durham. Good crowd in again today. All tend to sit over the pavilion side. I'm interested what happens with this stand over here. The no seat stand.
Driven, but straight to like one you're referring to the Dapper Bet stand.
Yeah, it's a no seat stand.
Yeah, temporary seating. That one gets brought. That one will be brought back into service as we move towards the T20 Blast.
That'd be a job, wouldn't it? Screwing all those seats in.
Yeah, fortunately we're on the right side of that one. We don't have to worry about that one. But yeah, that one is traditionally out of use for county championship games.
I might volunteer myself to screw one seat in.
Just one?
Just so I can say that's my seat.
Will Rhodes will retain the strike for the next over. 69 for 4, lead 131 here at Banks Homes Riverside. Sun deciding to peek out from those clouds up above us, and the sun's definitely shining on Warwickshire right now.
Yeah, quieter booth over to Durham's delight. Still very impressive figures so far this innings. 4 for 15 or 5. But Rhodes managing to negate the threat. They have to face a different challenge of Ethan Bamber, who he wouldn't have seen much of in terms of in his Warwickshire shirt. Bamber obviously moved up this season from Middlesex, so he's a new signing for Warwickshire. He would have no doubt played against him on the circuit, but wouldn't have been in the dressing room with him.
Wonder if Sam Hain had a few comments for Will Rhodes after he dropped him yesterday. I wonder if there was a few playful remarks.
Do you know what? When I can always remember in the 100 I played against the Southern Brave, which was the majority of the same team as the Southern Vipers, and I had no idea when I went out to bat what they'd be like. I was like, they're going to say nothing? Are they going to say something?
They're going to sludge you until you're out.
They went aggressive and hard. So that's straight down the leg side by Bamber, and Rhodes will pick up a single. He'll move to 6. The score 70 for 4 with a lead of 132. Yeah, it's one of those when you go out, it's a bit awkward because I'm like, what's it going to be like? But yeah, they were horrible.
Did you have an inkling before that innings of what you'd prefer, whether you prefer the sledging or you prefer the silent treatment, or is
I think I'd prefer sledging. I tend to play better when I'm like fired up or there's a bit of pressure. So I enjoyed the sledging actually, and I asked the questions afterwards. That's played beautifully into the offside by McKinney. It will be a single. Yeah, but it was quite ironic because they were telling me that I was rubbish. And then basically a week later, because it was actually the final, was then in the same shirt as them, and I was just like, "Oh, are you sure you want me to back? 'Cause I'm rubbish." Like, you can't say I'm rubbish one week and then be like, "Nah, you're really great" the next. Doesn't work like that.
Alex Davis just tinkering with his field.
Have a leg slip, I think, or a leg gully. Interesting field placement, that.
It's offering, I think, a bit more protection if Bamba does want to go straight.
Wouldn't like to field there.
No.
Because you don't get sight of the bat and you haven't got long to react.
More of a leg gully, I'd say, that one.
Defended by Rhodes. Back to Alex Davis. Him making the decision as well as captain not to keep wicket.
I think
Present in the field.
It'd be incredibly hard to do it as well, opening bat as well. I think, as Sam mentioned yesterday, Gareth Roderick is the only one on the circuit that keeps wicket and opens the batting.
Just one conventional slip. There's Bamber in. That is on the leg side and it's played into the onside. It looks like they've got a bit of a plan here, I'd say, to bowl straight at Rhodes. They've got a very packed onside field, mid-on, a catchy mid-wicket.
They really want to target those stumps.
Conventional mid-wicket, a leg gully and a deep, fine leg.
Yeah, Bamber overstepping just a couple of balls ago, so every little helps for Durham in that regard.
Lead of 135. Left-handed Will Rhodes faces up and defends into the offside. Again, no run. Alex Davies threatening to throw at McKinney's end. Bit of aggression from Warwickshire. I imagine he's a feisty captain. Alex Davies. Gives me, I don't know him personally, but a feisty cricketer kind of vibe. Likes a battle. Wants to be the one to change a game. And as captain, he's got the opportunity to do that. Bamber round the wicket. Defends into that onside to that catch in mid-wicket. Rhodes gets over that nicely. Definitely a plan here. Drop fielder on the offside as well, with one ball remaining. And fielder on the onside as well. I do think they're starting this McKinney plan, keeping him at the non-striker's end early.
I mean, it didn't work in the first innings for Warwickshire. Maybe they're hoping for better luck second time round.
That's short and played nicely by Rhodes. They're going to run the first one hard. They're going to think about 2, but they won't get it. So it's just a single. Rhodes will keep the strike. He moves to 7, and the score 74 for 4 with a lead of 136. Got any nice evening plans today?
I think it's going to be another quiet one. Not felt the best over the last few days, so trying to recuperate, rest and recover. Sam Clark will be happy to hear that from me.
S&C Sam Clark.
Yeah, S&C Sam Clark.
What will he say? Lots of protein.
Yeah.
Lots of protein. Maybe lift some weights.
Lots of fluids as well.
Bit of bench press in there. That'll help your recovery.
Booth to continue. Will Rhodes in his eye line.
Ooh.
Back of a length and turn around. Yeah, that leg gully. He's going to become a fixture. It's just important for Durham to see out this period of pressure that Warwickshire are looking to apply. So have you seen it? If you're able to get in on this pitch, there's runs to be had. But it's just starting that's the issue, or can prove to be an issue. Just need to show some patience.
Oh,
That's
no.
short. Vishwal Fernando doesn't need to worry about attempting to take that.
Thought I was going to have to catch that for a minute.
Will Rhodes saw it early, got into the hook shot. Hits his first 6 of the innings. He moves himself to 13. Didn't feel like he middled that either. Looked like it was more towards the top of the bat. But as we get with Michael Booth, that little bit of extra pace, you don't need to make the most solid connection for it to travel.
Helped it on its way, didn't he? Used the pace. Good enough connection, as there is a fielder down here. Have you ever had a ball through these windows?
Not yet. Again, that's high. Just going to land safe. Thought maybe Leg Gully was going to be in a game able to run back and attempt a diving catch, but soon transpired that Vishwal Fernando was going to have the best shot, but don't think he picked it up early enough to be able to cover distance. Will Rhodes gets down the other end.
Yeah, big top edge that, isn't it? Booth's banging it into the pitch, trying to get the surface to do the talking, and he's bowling that horrible line into his pads, leg stump line. Just didn't quite get hold of that one.
I feel like Ben McKinney hasn't faced the ball for ages.
That's their plan. That is their plan. He just looks to me at the moment like he has so much more time. Like when he bats, he just looks in control. He's not in a hurry. I mean, he's faced a lot of deliveries this game. Been out on the pitch for a very long time. 244 balls in the first innings. And he's faced 60 so far in this second innings.
Yeah, something you normally associate with the players at the top of the top, cream of the crop. The ability to just the extra time that they have.
Yeah, in the women's game, I played with a girl called Maya Boucher at the Southern Vipers. And ever since when she was coming through like the age groups and stuff with me, I was like, I don't know how she does it. She literally just looks like she has time to hit the ball where she wants. I don't have that time.
7 from that over. 81 for 4. Settling in well to the northeast.
Yeah, loving it. I think it's a lovely part of the country that I haven't really seen much of before. And a great club, to be honest. I think on and off the field, good group of people, good staff. Been really nice to integrate with the men's squad as well. Really good group of lads. And I think when I was chatting to Marcus North about coming up here, they talk about that one club environment, the one club feel and the family feel. And yeah, they certainly delivered on that. And yeah, I'm sure a lot of the girls that we had training today stick around, watch the guys, support the guys. So yeah, no, I think it's a great part of the country, apart from travelling. At least I don't have to travel to it from Hampshire anymore.
It's long track.
Leg stump line, but Rhodes hits this square of the wicket where there's no fielder. They're going to come back for a couple. Rhodes busy so far in his innings. He moves to 16. The lead 145 now.
We have a declaration at Yorkshire. Yeah, Alex Isa. No, Yorkshire finally declared 315 for 4. Will Rhodes, I think, wants a new bat.
Yeah, looks like
Not happy with his grip.
or a splice.
So yeah, Worcestershire's target is 610 runs, or more realistically, to bat until around 5:30 tomorrow evening.
Told you Johnny Bairstow as well wanted a bit of a bat. 44 off 26 balls.
Not fancy the 50?
That'd have been too obvious then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Graham Clark on 12th as duty. Couple of new bats for Will Rhodes.
So I've got a bat that I've used for years.
Never changed.
And like every year I take it down to M&H. I'm like, oh, can you refurb this? And they're like, yeah, sure. But if my bat broke like that, I'd be devastated. I only train with that one bat as well.
I think McKinney had a couple. McKinney had about 4 ran out to
How
him.
do they break them so much? I suppose it hits the bat with a bit of extra pace. Maybe I don't hit it enough.
Yeah. Will Rhodes with new bat in hand.
There's Bamber to continue. That's played into the onside. You can just see Rhodes working really hard to stay on top of the bounce there with this trap they've got. So they've now not got a leg side gully. They've got a dead square, almost catching position. And there's catching mid-wicket. Still attacking those stumps, attacking that leg stump.
Yeah, they are just openly inviting him, if the ball does fall on the offside, to drive through the covers.
Played to mid-wicket. No run.
That cover region is very, very open. But yeah, obviously, plan keeping it leg side. Sussex still going, down at Hove, leading by 470. They can't be too far off a declaration. Down there.
You love a declaration.
Oh, it's all the positive cricket that I've become used to since being involved with Durham, you know.
Durham lead of 145. Rhodes plays to that short mid-wicket again.
Lancashire all out for 228 and have not got off to the best start either. Northants, I think, unsurprisingly, enforcing the follow-on, and they've picked up an early wicket at Old Trafford. Morgan still chugging away, 289 for 5 at Gloucestershire. Leicestershire scoring quite freely against Derbyshire, 132 without loss.
Rhodes defends Bamber again. Dom Sibley's got another 100 for Surrey.
Twin centuries. Kent going well in pursuit of 316, now 45 without loss. Zach Crawley picking up some much needed runs for him after difficult start to his campaign. Big year for Zach Crawley and everyone who's got test hopes or aspirations.
Defended again, just 2 runs from the over. 23 overs gone. This Durham's second innings lead of 145. McKinney still there on 22 and Rhodes on 16. Umpire having a word with Bamber about his front foot. We seen any spin yet in this innings?
We have not yet. I think they'd just go straight to Taz Ali. On the opening day they had a few errors from Rob Yates just to test out what there was there, but I think with the way Ali bowled later on, I think they'd chuck the ball straight to the young leggy. Although good luck getting the ball out of Michael Booth's hands anytime soon.
Oh,
Going to run down to third.
thick outside edge that from McKinney. Booth's having a little word with him as he walks past as well. It's not often you see the batter taller than the bowler. McKinney doesn't look phased. Coach's lap as well, look, of the boundary from the Warwickshire camp. Getting different perspective of the game.
Nicely played by Rhodes. Don't think he'll make its way to defence, but couple for him. Moves himself to 18.
There was no mid-off in play because they're sticking to that leg side field for him.
Yeah, I think as well, just trying to pick up on, I think he motioned down to McKinney that it was moving across him. I think we're going to get a change of angle. Michael Booth is going to try coming around the wicket now to left-handers. Has pretty much been exclusively over the wicket so far, but he fancies a bit of a change. Maybe doesn't like how Rhodes has dealt with him so far. Wants to try a new perspective.
That's a nasty one for the keeper, that. Staying low. Has he gone one step tighter there? Remarked his guard.
Yeah, it's been interesting to watch which batters take which guard. You watch McKinney. McKinney kind of covers all of his stumps really with his guard. You look at Will Rhodes here, can see that off stump. He digs out that Yorker. You know, Alex Lees is a bit different as well. I think Lees goes middle and leg. It obviously it's to everyone's preference, but it has been interesting to kind of see. Joe Root is one that will start off showing most, but then he has that trigger movement back and across that works so well for him.
I think it's a bit about playing to your strengths there. I think, like for me personally, I bat on middle and show a bit more of my offside stumps, but I'm an offside player, so that's my strength.
Any trigger movement?
No. Still as anything.
Still.
Just literally don't move.
Is that a personal thing as well, you reckon?
Triggers.
For trigger movements for each individual batter.
Yeah, I actually think in the women's game they're not as pronounced or haven't been. But I think we're slowly starting to see more people have them. Emma Marlowe, who will open the batting for Durham, she has a trigger movement. I think she goes like back and across. But yeah, I think it's a personal preference. I think when I was on the other day talking to Ryan Campbell, he was saying about how McKinney goes in phases of having a trigger movement and doesn't have a trigger movement, and he said he's not bothered which way he does, but he's interested in why he changes.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, like I've seen some players start with one and then they start to have one and they get rid of it. It tends to be, doesn't it? Let's be honest, as a batter, if you score some runs with it, you're probably going to keep it, aren't you? If you feel good.
And if you don't, you're probably going to look to get rid of it.
Yeah, and like when I spoke to coaches about it, they sort of say the first question they always ask is why. Why you want in a trigger movement? And I guess if you can justify why you want one, whether that, I don't know, is to get your head in line, whatever it is, feel more settled or feel like you can get back into the ball better, then yeah. But if you're just doing it because other people are doing it, then... But that's a bit like the bat. Why do people pick up the bat so differently? If you look in your grip, everyone holds as that's flicked down to fine leg for a single by McKinney. He'll move to 24, the lead 149. Yeah, everyone picks up the bat slightly different. Like Harry Brook, his bat lift is almost vertical, isn't it? It points to the sky. Some people are more out, pointing towards sort of a third man. It's personal preference, I guess.
Yeah, watching Lees this morning, he's got one where he looks back a couple of times as well before the ball's being faced. He's quite, I'd say, straight, kind of almost just over his stumps. He looks back a couple of times. I feel it's probably part of his setup. Make sure that he's feeling comfortable. The one, for me, the trigger movement is when Josh Buttler goes to his scoop.
Yeah.
That one is one of the most pronounced ones I think I've seen. The one that comes to mind of, obviously he's using that to then propel himself over to the leg side to be able to flick it, or to the offside to be able to flick it over towards where fine leg would be if fine leg is up.
I love the Josh Buttler shoulder wiggle as well. Do you know when he's going? Have you seen that? When
He's one of my favourite
well,
players, honestly.
You get the little shoulder shimmy. Emma Marlowe's actually started with that. Well, she might have always had it. as Rhodes defends. A little bit of extra bounce, takes his hand off the bat. Yeah, I obviously, well, playing against them, I haven't noticed it, but in the nets, I noticed it quite early on that she had this little shoulder shimmy, like Joss Butler. But yeah, everyone has slightly different stances, don't they? Pickups. It's about what's effective, and I think batting coaches as well, like they look to change it. So I actually changed part of my, I changed my hands, my pickup, with Kyle Coates this winter. For the first time, so that's played to a catching square by Rhodes.
I was about to get on to that. So when you are going through with a batting coach, I'm guessing they let you pick it up how you normally would be, and then when it comes to sort of making those technical changes, is it? I guess it's not making a change for the sake of change. They're trying to pick something out, aren't they?
Yeah.
That maybe would help unlock a different part of your game.
Yeah, so I've always been like an offside dominant player, and not struggled on my legs, but it's not necessarily been my strength, and I wouldn't get power there. And there's an appeal for LBW. It looked high, not given by the umpire. He's unmoved. Bamba liked it though, but you always will as a bowler. But yeah, he like watched some footage of me batting, and basically sometimes when I picked my bat up, it was almost, as a right-hander, it came up behind me. So obviously to access the leg side, I'd almost have to go like round and then through. But it was probably why I was so strong at playing the cut shot, because I sort of had that momentum and hitting through that offside. So yeah, we changed things this winter. It's the first time I've made technical changes to my batting in years, to be honest, probably since I've been a professional. So like my hands are now sort of a bit more free and in front of my body, so my back lift is a bit, I guess, straighter and can access the onside. Appeal for LBW again and given. Will Rhodes doesn't look happy with this one. Slightly straighter, and he looked like he was just trying to work it into the onside, but just as a partnership was building, Bamba gets the breakthrough. Rhodes has to go for 18. And Durham in trouble here. 87 for 5 in this second innings.
Yeah, the slow walk from Will Rhodes back to the sheds. Obviously not the ideal amount of runs for him. First 4 innings of his Durham career. It looks like it's going to be Ben Rain walking out at number 7. As mentioned earlier, David Bellingham unable to bat in his normal position because of being struck on the toe while he batted in the first innings, and henceforth not able to take the field.
Yeah, lead of 149. Ben Rain has a bit of work to do here for Durham alongside Ben McKinney. But again, McKinney's not seeing a lot of the strike. I think Warwickshire are doing that very well. They bowled a lot at Will Rhodes there. McKinney's still on 24, but that's just because since lunch, he's been at the non-strikers end. McKinney and Rain having a long chat. Bamba's first wicket of the innings, and that is the end of the over as well.
Just trying to think of what the potential options for Durham here. The most obvious one is a bit of a counter-attack, but that comes at the risk of the entire innings then falling apart, and Warwickshire then looking to finish this within 3 days. But it also maybe wouldn't be the worst thing, because Warwickshire have firmly been on top in this afternoon session, and
yeah, I think it comes with a balance, doesn't it? But they do bat deep, as we saw Potts play beautifully in that first inning. So it's about, I guess, sticking alongside McKinney.
plays that nicely off the back foot. It's going to be a single. See what the plan is to Ben Rain as he drops his bat.
You need that, Ben Rain. Don't throw that way. McKinney wanders down as well to have a little word with the experienced pro of Ben Rain. Share some wisdom. Another left-hander. Must be so rare. I'd love to know some kind of stat about the sheer number of left-handers Durham have in their team. That's so unique. And
It is a lot.
to me, it's not an issue because what's the difference with having all right-handers? I think it's a luxury, but very rare to have that many left-handers in an 11. With almost being a right-hander being the anomaly.
Confident first shot from Van Ryn. Just finishing off that trigger movement. There was an innings that Josh Butler played, I think, just before the 2019 World Cup against Pakistan. 50-ball century. And there was one where the Pakistan bowler bowled it in so short. I think Butler was anticipating it, so he took a few steps away to the leg side. And almost like tennis shot slammed it back over the offside for a boundary. And it's just one of those shots where you just go, that's ridiculous. But just shows how smart players are to be able to anticipate that sort of bowling happening. And
we were actually talking about the innings, speaking of ridiculous innings. Do you remember when Glenn Maxwell got like 100 odd and he was just kept cramping every single ball? And he was
is this in the World Cup against Afghanistan?
Batting on one leg. Like, the skill of some of these players, that is ridiculous. We talked about that the other day. Not seeing anyone bat on one leg today, though. It's not quite warm enough, I don't think, for cramp.
Nah, I don't think so. Durham needing the two in the middle right now to show all of their skill. Try and dig them out of this hole. Big LBW shout. The umpire is not interested whatsoever. He immediately went down to just click his counter for the next ball. He was not interested. Didn't even give the appeal the time of day.
Tell you what, though, I hate that as a batter when they go to do the clicker and you think, oh no, his hand's going up here. He's going to give me out, and he just goes. Phew. But Warwickshire, you can tell by their mannerisms that anything that hits the pads, they're all going up as a team. They feel on top at the moment, and they are on top. Durham need to find a way to combat that. Squeezing the new batter in Ben Rain. We see Will Gidman, Durham's batting coach, and George Drizzle going for a net below us.
Last ball of the 29th. Full and just pushed to short mid off by Ben Rain. He is still without score. Ben McKinney, 25 from 65. 88 for 5. Lead just 150. And Warwickshire turned the game on its head this afternoon and have firmly grabbed control.
Yeah, they certainly have. That lead sitting at 150. Phil, as you said, the groundsman upstairs said 280. Durham are right within a shout, but that feels a long way off at the moment. Bamber will continue. He's bowled 13 overs so far in the second innings. Gone for 19 runs. Just picked up the 1 wicket, but 3 maidens and just going at 1.5. He's really been tight, which has, I guess, allowed Booth to be more aggressive at the other end.
It's partnership bowling at its best. Backing up your partner. Bamber not going for a lot of runs has enabled Booth to be really aggressive with that extra pace.
McKinney plays off his pads to mid-wicket. Who run? 88 for 5. Sun just out from behind the crowds. As McKinney faces up again on 25, not out. Defends Bamber. Thinks about a single and almost slips there. Doesn't look like they're changing the way that they're playing currently, does it? McKinney's very happy to almost block the good ones, leave the good ones, and just rotate the strike where he can. We haven't seen the aggressive Ben McKinney yet. So that's a thick outside edge. They're going to come through for a quick single shy at the bowler's end, and it
that's
hits
gonna hurt.
McKinney
That's going to
in
hurt.
his bum, and he keeps running. That's one of those. Don't rub it. Run it off, McKinney. And I'll tell you what, that's going to be a bruise tomorrow. Keep moving.
Yeah, a bit of a risky single. If that had been a slightly cleaner pickup in a well direct hit, Ben was in trouble coming down to the non-striker's end. But got to try something. Just seeing Vishwa Fernando at mid-on, he's going through some stretches, so that would indicate he's been given the message by Al Davis to get loose. I reckon he might follow from the Lumley end. Have a crack there. Started off today at the Finkel end.
Very mobile with his mobility. Very impressive. That of a fast bowler.
I wish I had that mobility. I don't have that.
Especially as a fast bowler. Ben Rain facing his first delivery from Bamber, just defends. Yet to get off the mark. Alex Davies, clearly the designated shiner of the ball, aggressively shining one side next to Bamber.
I reckon that's captain's privilege. Being able to shine the ball.
Would you want something else, though, to add to your list?
2 sides to every story.
Defends again, Rain. I mean, it'd keep you busy, and I guess...
I was going to say, Joe Root has it for the England Test side. He has the responsibility at first slip.
I think... I can't remember who said it or where I read it, but I feel like it's something to do with how sweaty they are. I feel like Joe Root either doesn't sweat much or sweats a lot, and I can't remember which one it is as to why he was the allocated shiner of the ball. Rain defends again.
Obviously, rule change since COVID, not able to use any more saliva on the ball is just a single off that over. 89 for 5.
Apart from in the IPL now. You can
Yes.
use saliva again.
I did see that,
The
but
return of saliva.
yeah, maybe it's something to do with that. You see a lot of the players wiping stuff on the forehead, lower back, especially if bowlers. I've seen, I think Matthew Potts has done it a couple of times. Just reaching lower back and trying to get some shine on the ball that way. It looks like we are going to have a change at the Lumley end, but it's not going to be Vishwa Fernando. It's going to be Ed Barnard. So maybe Vishwa Fernando likes this Finkel end. Wants to fire through from there. Ed Barnard, 3 overs, none for 18. Slightly expensive before lunch, but was very, very economical in the first innings. Fortunate not to pick up any more rewards than he did. This is the benefit Warwickshire have of being on top of the game. They're able to bring on someone like Ed Barnard, who is normally very reliable, very economical, probably feeling good about his bowling after the first innings. Ben McKinney looks to push out to cover.
Warwickshire happy with that as well.
Yeah, 22 overs, 8 maidens, number 42. The first innings so far, economy of under 2 and over. Al Davies just looking to just keep on squeezing. He knows he's on top.
Just feels poised, doesn't it, at the moment, where it could go one of two ways. Oh, wow.
Ben Rain's not going to block out Ed Barnard. Didn't time it perfectly, so going to come back for 2.
There's one of the two ways. Warwickshire won't mind that, though, I don't think. You can see first slip their hand on
Just
head.
more opportunities. It's more opportunities for them. If the batters want to try and take on those attacking shots, it's a trade-off. Yeah, you might go for a few extra runs, but seen it with Will Rhodes after he hit that 6, the next ball going high up in the air, that could have quite easily drop straight in the hands of long legs. So, as I said, I won't be too disheartened. This bowler comes around the wicket. Rain back into a more defensive stroke.
It's about sometimes as well, isn't it? Timing that aggressiveness. Like, obviously, first ball, Rain has face of him, and he's going, look, I'm not letting you settle here. Just, again, even if it's that little bit of intent, puts the pressure back onto Ed Barnard. He's got to think where he's going to bowl. He can't give Rain loose deliveries. I like the intent as well, with a few steps looking to run, even though he's probably not going to, because mid-on in place to just, I guess, try and get back in that driving seat. Don't let Warwickshire have the control, which they currently do have.
Turned away very fine on the leg side. That's going to be 4 to Ben Rain. His first boundary of the innings. Much needed runs for Durham. Just 2 straight from Ed Barnard. And Ben Rain, like most left-handers, does not need a second invitation when it's on the hips.
Yeah, lovely shot that from Rain. Timed well. Just what you need, that first boundary to get you going. But Ed Barnard, first over of his spell, he's already gone for 7. And that just allows Durham to just get moving a little bit, because that Booth and Bamber partnership, the bowling partnership they developed, they weren't scoring. Durham weren't really moving anywhere, and they were picking up wickets. Whereas here, 8 off the over, new bowler put them under pressure. Then all of a sudden the lead creeps up to 159.
Bamber's going to chug in for at least 1 more from the Finkland. Been a long spell for him. Only missed a couple of overs before lunch. Ed Barnard taking the final 3 from the Finkland before lunch. Bamber's been unchanged since the interval.
Ben Rain to face up them. 2 fielders out behind the bat. As Rain pushes to mid-off, will be no run. Again, Bamber just going at 1.4 runs and over into his 15th. So he's basically bowled half the overs so far. And this Durham's second innings, who are 97 for 5. There's Bamber in, and that's pushed beautifully by Rain. Just on top of the bounce, through to the covers. And that was 4 runs to him, and that's a rare boundary off the Bamber's bowling. Rain moves to taking the scoreboard away from me. I can't tell you that, but it's 100 up for Durham in this second innings.
Just the timing. The timing as much as anything was just perfect.
Beautiful. Rain's on to 11. 101 for 5. Alex Davies getting the ball again and shining aggressively to one side. Bamber's desperate to have the ball back in his hands. Lead 163. It's Bamber round the wicket. On the pad this time. A cry of catch it, but no fielder close enough to get that. Some other scores. Worcestershire going all right. They're piling on the runs. 18 without loss. Further 592 to win. Lead of 163. Bamber to Rain, and that's played to mid-wicket. Will be no run.
We've got a guest that's going to join us at the end of the over.
How exciting.
How much did Vic pay you to come join us?
I'm excited to hear the comments. We can't do that in here. Bamber round the wicket and driven past extra cover. Will be no run by Rain. 4 runs from the over so far. Again, will the field spread? Are they happy to keep? Yep, out the field goes. They're working really hard to keep McKinney at the non-striker's end. There's Bamber for the final delivery of his over into Rain, who defends to mid-wicket. Will be no run. The lead, 163 then for Durham. They're 5 wickets down. Rain and McKinney at the crease. And I'll sub out.
Thank you very much, Emily Windsor. I feel like the grounds team are slowly infiltrating the press box, the commentary room. Not quite sure how I feel about it. I don't know, how's it feeling working to Vic? Ben McKinney, 27 not out from 69 deliveries. Ed Barnard around the wicket to him. You gonna be about that? John Bland from the grounds team has joined us.
Good afternoon. Or is it a good afternoon?
Well, how would you sum up this game right now?
Well, it's progressing quickly, isn't it? Probably too quickly for Durham, but they've still got 162 on the board, so...
Someone's played out to third man. Third man, it'll be a single.
I think Warwickshire have bowled well in the second innings. Yeah, Warwickshire have bowled well in the second innings, pitching it up, giving them opportunities for LBWs and caught behinds and obviously hitting the wickets.
Still just a one slip for Ben Rain. Had Vic's thoughts on the pitch. Are you happy with how it's played so far throughout the 3 days?
I think so, yes. Obviously until fall of 3 or 4 wickets just before and just after lunch, it was playing well, I think. Bit in it for the bowler if they put it in the right areas, but also a good wicket to bat on if you applied yourself, I think, and pick the right ball to hit, I think, is the key. So I think, yeah, a good cricket wicket, I think.
I want to hear, that's what we want to hear. Was it heavy roller between innings for...
It was, yes, yeah.
Seems to be the most common approach.
I think so, yes.
That one's going to run away down to third. Not the most convincing shot from Ben Rain, but it's another single to the total.
Have you noticed Warwickshire have a third man quite regularly now?
Just that, I guess, that extra bit of protection, isn't it?
Well, it's my biggest...
Yeah, Vic did mention it.
As Vic always mentions, and I always comment up there in the scorebox, that how many runs do we concede down to third man? I think it must be frustrating for the bowler as well. He's bowled a good ball, got an outside edge, and it disappears for 4 usually if Durham are bowling.
33 overs gone, 103 for 5. Rain 12 from 22 and McKinney 28 from 72. Looks like we're going to have a change. Vishwal Fernando's going to replace Ethan Bamber after his marathon spell. Start the after session. How long have you been part of the grounds team here then, John?
This is my 4th season. I joined June, so halfway through a season 4 seasons ago.
Was it always been a hobby? Always been an interest? Been involved in?
I've always loved cricket. Always played cricket when I was younger. And I was teaching, but then I became part-time teacher of PE games, etc., and took on the groundwork at the school I worked with in the mornings, and really enjoyed that.
Fernando in slightly leg side.
So got the bug there really, and I like stripes and I like everything being really neat and tidy. So coming here was a no-brainer really to try and do that.
Flicked away down to long leg.
It's always nice when the ground's looking good and the sun shines out.
Lovely sight.
Nothing better.
You guys get a nice viewpoint from out there way to the right hand side.
On the deck chair and the seat, yes. It's been a bit chilly the last 2 days when the sun goes in, so I'm retired to the score box. Does get a difficult viewing late on at night. It's between 5:30 and 6:30 when the sun's really low over there, but yes, it's a good vantage point.
Ooh. That's the line of length Fernando wants.
Still a bit in it, isn't it, if you put it in the right area? 32 overs, 33 overs with this ball. Still doing a little bit. But I suppose 3 o'clock on the third day should be, really, shouldn't it? It should be a little bit of encouragement for the bowlers.
Going to run through for a single there. Vic spoke about it. It's actually going to be down as a leg bye. A lot easier winter in terms of weather for you guys, and able to not as much rain.
Yes, definitely.
Not as much rain around.
Far more enjoyable, and being able to get work done and get on the square, get on the outfield, get jobs done. Yes, it was far easier this year. And I think you can see everything's looking greener and lots more grass. And
Rain going to push that one out into the offside. He's going to retain the strike for the beginning of the next over, 106 for 5. So what goes into a typical day? We'll take it into the off-season when you're repairing the wickets and looking after the square. Can you talk us through like a typical day for you guys? What time does it start? What goes on? What time do you eventually get to clock out?
Start times vary really. Usually it's 8 o'clock start, but I know Barry, Ben, the boss, Vic, and now Ollie, they get in very early. I know Barry and Ben sometimes go to Bantine's gym before they come to work, so 6 till 7. So they can be in a bit earlier. I'm a bit of a late starter. I'm getting so 8 o'clock really, and depends what. Obviously, building up to the season, there's not much covering going on unless you're getting closer to the season and you're protecting the wicket or the square for the game coming up. But it's just getting jobs done, that making sure that the whole square's been rolled if we can. And this year we could get on with the rollers and just do a general roll over the whole square. Probably not as much as people used to, I think. They used to do it for hours upon end, but just to make sure that the compaction's there early on when it's nice and moist. So just getting things prepped in readiness to get individual wickets done. And the outfield was my main job with Barry. So cutting it, brushing it, cutting it when we can, and we could this year. And then obviously as the season approaches, you've got to string it all out to get the nice straight lines for the patterns, and then keeping the patterns really after that.
What time does Vic eventually allow you to clock out then?
It's variable.
Season?
It's variable really. Depends on the weather. Depends on whether we've got the jobs done in the morning or not. Very flexible, especially before the season starts.
That one's going to tickle fine. For McKinney, he's going to move himself into the 30s. Barnard just struggling with his length here as he gets into his work this afternoon.
Yeah, so we'll work obviously a lot of hours this week, which builds up, and then in the winter or leading up to the season you work less hours to cater for that really.
McKinney 32 off 77. Crucial knock at the top of the order.
He's just doing very well staying there, isn't he, and being the anchor really. Good old cricket innings rather than bashing it around all over the place.
You prefer the traditional sense then?
Well, I was an opening batter and I batted very much like this. I was very slow. Forward defensive for my best shot, so I was going to say something there, but I better not.
Final ball of the 35th over. Well fielded at backward point. No run, 111 for 5. One thing that frustrates some cricket fans is when there's a rain delay and sometimes the rain isn't coming down as heavily, and fans believe that you guys can be getting on to maybe get some of the rain from the outfield cleared away. You guys have to wait for direction from the umpires, don't you, before you can get out and start working?
I think so, but as well, if it's still raining, there's no real point. And this outfield drains really quickly, so if it does stop raining, the outfield usually sorts itself out. It's just on the edges of the square, there's what's called a buffer zone, which is still a bit clay where water off the sheets gathers. We do try to tip and keep it well away from there, but so really you've got to wait for it to stop raining and then start the mop up. I think not so much here, but I've seen on television where people are mopping the sheets up as it's still raining, but it doesn't seem much point really. So I think it's we'd like to get things done as quick as possible if it's practical. And normally if it stops raining and we've got full covers on, it doesn't take us that long to get them all off and get mopped up.
Oh, big LBW shout.
Down leg side.
Vishwa Fernando was off celeb appealing, but umpire not moved.
Looked as
really
though
there, John, going down
down
the leg side.
Pitching middle and leg and continuing down that, I think.
He's got a big smile on his face.
I think the angle he bowls it from as well, over the wicket to the left.
Yeah. What is that sort of communication like between the ground team and the umpires when it comes to those rain delays, and more so when the weather does clear up? What's that communication like in those stages of you guys needing to get on and try and get the players back on?
The umpires just come onto the ground, I think, talk to Vic and say that it looks as though it's going to stop raining, or it's stopped raining. How long will it take to get the covers off, mopped up, and it's just a process from there, and hopefully it doesn't rain again. So the umpires talk to Vic, and then Vic communicates to us what's the best way to go, really, to get all the water off and get the sheets off and get play underway again. Frustrating time is when it stops raining and you start to take 2 or 3 sheets off. It starts again 20 minutes later, and you got to put them all back on again. So they always ask, what does your radar say? We haven't really got a radar. I think we've all got mobile phones with various apps on, but I think we just look around which direction the cloud's coming from and try and assess more that way. I think the umpires do look at apps as well before they come out.
Played onto the pad there by Rain, inside edge.
But it is frustrating because sometimes you can get on and get cleared up and get everything dried up, but even then, if there's one damp patch somewhere, that the umpire might say, well, it's still not safe to play. Well, I don't think anybody's probably at risk of getting hurt, but depends which umpires it is, I think, which we found out first game last season, wasn't it, where we didn't get a ball bowled, and there was...
Ooh.
It's a good ball. There was times when we probably could have got on for a couple of hours at least.
Good zip from Fernando.
Is he Sri Lankan international? Yeah.
Sri Lankan international indeed. Field goes out for the final ball of the over. They're more than happy to bowl at Ben Rain. After Ben McKinney's first innings, I think I'd also be preferring to bowl at Ben Rain.
Yeah.
Maiden from Fernando. He finishes his seventh over, 2 maidens done for 21 for him.
I don't think Ben McKinney looks too bothered, really. He's just nicely going along, isn't he? Just if he gets to face some deliveries, he'll deal with it. I don't think it's frustrating him, really, that he's not facing.
Sense of calm.
Yes, very, very calm. Seems a laid-back young man, which I think helps when you're batting at the top level, I think.
Especially when you've got a lot of noise around you as well, in terms of
yes, yeah.
how much talent you've got, how far can you go. Flicks that one away through mid-wicket. There is protection out there on the boundary, so he's only going to be a single.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but I think he's got the ability, and I think he's shown in these 2 innings a slightly different side to his batting.
Very much so. A lot of people know about his raw power and his hitting ability.
Well, with his natural height, isn't it, and reach. But I think I read an article he did was when he was younger, this is how he batted, 50 overs for 80 in league cricket, and then he became more of a hitter of the ball and scoring quickly. Just finding that happy medium, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, just putting together the full package, really.
Yes, yeah. But he's a very good prospect, and I think all over the country appreciate that. I think, especially at England level, all the levels he's played at and being captain. That's a good shot.
Oh, Ben Rain.
He likes to play that shot, doesn't he? He likes to go on the front foot and hit it over the top.
Free in the arms. He moves himself to 19.
He's a very good player when he gets in, Ben Rain. He's just had difficulty getting over the first half a dozen balls this season, hasn't he? But
it's important that he sticks around for McKinney here.
I think I heard Vic mention it lots of times. Partnerships here just are vital. If you get a couple of partnerships, you get big scores, and our wickets fall in 2s and 3s at a time, don't they?
Good response.
Must have been close.
Good response from Barnard.
So what number does Benham bat? 8, is it?
Yeah, I believe he can't bat above number 8 due to being off the field for the entirety of the Warwickshire innings.
And he's fit enough to bat, is he?
I haven't heard
Presumably.
anything. I haven't heard anything different. Oh, flicked away
Just over
by
the...
Ben Rain. Picks up another boundary.
He practiced that shot after leaving the previous ball. And I thought it was probably a bit risky, just outside off stump, middling off.
Yeah, up onto one leg, flicking that away. Man at square leg was very interested. Just over his head.
Good job it wasn't McKinney fielding there. He might have got it.
Or Dan Hogg.
Yeah.
Couple boundaries for Rain. 1 ball left in the 37th over. Lee now just going up above 180. Flicked again. Going to be a single. That man staying out there after that previous shot.
Well, I don't think Durham will be minding if Ben Rain's gone 10 and over and he's getting all the strike and McKinney's still there.
This is the thing for Warwickshire. Yes, they're starving Ben McKinney of the strike, but then you're not giving yourself opportunities to get Ben McKinney out.
Well, England do this as well, don't they? Well, internationals, they spread the field for the batter and try and get the 8, 9, 10 out. And bowl totally differently to what they've done previously when they've got wickets.
Yeah, it can be cause of frustration.
I think that was happening this morning a little bit, wasn't it? With Durham trying to get the final 2 wickets, there was a frustration coming in. And
Well, I've got to give credit to Warwickshire. They batted very well.
they did.
Lower down the order as Vishwa Fernando's in over the wicket to Ben Rain.
Well, Booth's having a really good game, isn't he?
Yeah, he's enjoying his time up in the northeast.
Yeah.
In 21 for 5. Over 8 is level. Do you begin to wonder when Warwickshire might look at some spin?
He didn't bowl too badly, did the leg spinner?
Yeah, Taz Ali picking up 4 for in the first innings. Ooh! Ben Rain looks like he's putting the foot down.
This is how he likes to play, though, isn't it?
Yeah, man at short square leg.
If he caught that, that would have been a wonder catch because that came off the bat very quickly.
Yeah, ran through very quick. He was definitely interested. Brought about a few yelps of encouragement from the Warwickshire fielders, but just such as the pace it flew off the bat.
Very little chance. And one of those, if you stick your hand out, it might stick. No, come on.
Down leg side. Very quick
Hopeful.
appeal. Still just a 1 slip. This man at cover. Deep backward point, mid on, mid off. Catching mid wicket, catching square leg. And then 2 men back on the leg side as well.
Looks as though their thinking is that get people with the drive, isn't it? And drive a little bit uppishly to short mid wicket or the covers rather than in the slip cordon.
Yeah, that seems to be the ploy. Only wins I mentioned earlier, feeling a bit more confident in front of the wicket, maybe.
Yep.
Fernando comes in to complete his 8th over. Ben Rain will just tuck into the next side. Speaking of Emily Windsor, she's going to sub back in for me. I'm going to take a quick break. Durham 125 for 5. stopped the run of wickets after lunch, but still not out of the woods yet.
Hello, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Emily. How are you?
All good, thank you. The question is, when are they going to be out the woods?
I think they're out the woods now.
You're happy?
Well, 187 and still 5 wickets to go. Bedding him hopefully to bat. That's a
Playing
good
missed
ball.
by McKinney. That's lifted a little.
That did bounce, which is a good sign. Still a bit of life in this wicket.
If the groundsman's happy as a player, I'm usually happy. You know it out there better than us.
Well, we think we do. Well, everybody thinks we do, but we don't really until we actually see how it plays, really. So, and I think this, as I said when I first came in, it's a good cricket wicket. I think you can score runs on it, but
McKinney's gone.
ball doesn't.
Massive wicket that. He's gone to leave it. And caught behind low. And that is a big breakthrough for Warwickshire. Just as a partnership again was building.
What was I
McKinney has to
saying?
go for
They're out the
33.
woods? Commentator's curse.
I better sub back off, I think, after that. But McKinney's gone for 33 off 82 deliveries. Durham now 125 for 6 with a lead of 187. And this innings has seemed to be like that. You're just starting to settle down, feel a bit comfortable, a bit of a partnership building, and then another wicket falls.
Yes, it's and hopefully there's not another one shortly afterwards, which has been the case really. They keep falling in clumps, don't they? 1 or 2 in over, or 1 or 2 in a couple of overs.
I think we're going to see Beddingham hit with a runner.
Yeah, because Vic's marking the runners' lines a bit brighter so the umpires can see.
See who the runner is as he approaches. But Beddingham, he's walking reasonably well. Obviously an injury in that first innings. He then didn't field. So out he comes with a runner. Runners often bring a bit of chaos.
Definitely do.
They're never the umpire's fans. But there's 3 people in the middle. The runner...
Ackerman, 48 I think was the number.
Yeah.
Colin Ackerman.
Ackerman will join Beddingham. Do you reckon the batter gets a choice of who their runner is? Or do you reckon the boys in there are like, I'll do it? Or...
I think you need someone who's a good runner, isn't it, between them? Because I'm sure that in the dressing room there'll probably be some who are better runners than others, I think. And so I think it has to be someone that's battered, hasn't it? And
so 125 for 6. Beddingham joining Ben Rain, who wouldn't usually be seeing him at number 8, but he's got an injury, so didn't field. But he's got a job to do here.
not a bad number 8 coming in, is it?
It's not what Warwickshire would want to see, is them
No,
him striding down the steps.
because he can change the game. I know he's not running, but sometimes does that mean he's...
That's a full delivery. Played the mid wicket. Will be no run.
He got the same ball, first in as he hit it for 4 to Bannatynes, didn't he? Nice half volley on his middle and leg stump.
Lovely player to watch.
Oh,
Did
very
you have
good.
the privilege of watching him
Yeah.
last year?
Last 3 years, so yeah, it's been very good. Like I
Well-
say, he changes the game really, because he usually takes his time to get in, but then he just accelerates, and it's a real pleasure to watch.
It's timed up to mid off the back foot. Ben Rain there at on 28. He was just starting to accelerate a little bit, wasn't he? So it'd be interesting to see if he continues that, having lost Ben McKinney, or whether he'll just rein himself back in.
I think Ben Rain bats a lot better when he is positive, I think, rather than trying to defend, I think. So I think if the ball's there to hit, I think he'll try and hit it, I think.
Barnard, that's a fast Yorker at his toe. That's mean, that. That is mean, that. And I tell you what, if the physio in there would be heart in mouth when you see a quick Yorker. 1 ball remains in this over. Just the wicket and no runs so far.
He needs an old pair of cricket boots. I think they did have steel toe caps in the day, didn't they? I think, or very hard toes, I think, rather than what cricket boots are like now.
Barnard in again, defends. Does Bedingham doesn't look comfy there this time in defence. Lifts it up.
So it must
his
be his
back
right
foot.
foot, is it?
I actually don't know, but that's a wicket maiden from Barnard.
Just the way he lifted that one up, didn't he? He lifted
Yeah.
his back foot up.
Almost like a flamingo.
Yeah.
A nice discussion now between the batting group. 3 people in the
That's unusual,
huddle.
isn't it?
125-6, a lead of 187. Durham have 6 points so far in the game. Warwickshire 5.
Yeah, that's all they can get now, isn't it? It's all first innings bonus points.
Fernando, the overseas for Warwickshire, will continue. Just seeing where the umpire's placing the runner behind him. At square leg
That's Bedingham, isn't it? He's waiting to go into bat. Ackerman's,
at this end.
yeah, when there's not batting.
Defended by Rain, will be no run. Shadow batting at square leg behind the umpire.
It'd be interesting because normally they set off running, don't they? It's automatic, isn't it?
Yeah.
They think, oh, I've got to go to that end, but actually it's not. You just got to walk in towards the stumps. So it'd be interesting to keep an eye on him to see when they do go for a run, does he actually set off?
Into Rain, who defends again.
He looks very relaxed on his bat there at the moment, so he's not going anywhere.
It's instinct, isn't it, as a batter,
Yes, yeah.
which can be hard to take out. The umpire having a little bit of a conversation with him as well. So he looks very relaxed, doesn't he?
Yes, I think he's that way, though. I think it's but I don't think there's a great deal you can do if you've broken your toes or fractured it. Don't think there's... Just got to give it a bit of time, or...
That's pushed into the offside by Rain. Ackerman's got to do the running. They settle for a single.
No, he was very good. He just stood there and watched the ball. He didn't set off down to run.
So Bedingham wanders over to the crease and Ackerman wanders the other side.
I think he's got to go all the way to over here, where Vic was putting the white lines. I think there's no point in running there. There's no white lines.
That's very true. The umpires are clearly happy. How can he see that, though, the umpire from that far side?
No.
He is, what, 6 pitches
Yeah, he's
in the
supposed
opposite direction
He's supposed to
of
go
the
to the
umpire.
wicket that's being played on Friday, I think, against Yorkshire, where the lines have been drawn.
Fernando in, Bedingham defends. So is this going to be the wicket
That's the
then
wicket
for the next
Friday,
game?
yes, yeah.
Is it a challenge to prepare back-to-back?
Yeah, Vic was
Championship
talking about it
wickets?
yesterday, the fact that you can't really get on to do the prep you would like, so you have to do it a bit earlier.
Yeah.
So that's ready to play now, really, rather than in nearly a week's time. So it's holding it back type thing. And that's why it's so far away as well.
Bedingham drives into the offside cry. Yes, and his runner's run. He stays there. No instinct to run there, but Beddingham's off the mark then. He moves to 1. And this lead now 189 for Durham. So how do you hold a wicket back? What does that entail, I guess?
Well, it's actually putting covers on
Yeah.
so the sun doesn't get to it too much. And if we've had weather like we have the last 10 days, 2 weeks, you can put water on it because you know it's going to dry out.
Yep.
That's unusual in this country because normally you're covering it to stop water getting on, and obviously it doesn't have time to dry.
Will you leave an extra layer of grass, I presume, to you'll cut it nearer the time?
I'm not sure what that's cut at the moment. It could need another cut, obviously, before the game, but I don't know whether it'd be any lower.
End of the over then. 2 runs from it.
Vic doesn't know till the day before the game. It depends what the coaches and players want, really, and what selection they're going to make, whether it's going to be, again, all seam attack or include spinners. So they'll have a look the day before and think what they would like to do, I think. So it's not taken out of our hands, but very much guided by the coach and the captain and director of cricket, etc.
That all happens the day before the next
Couple
game.
of days before, but obviously they'll be looking at it probably now, really, because they know that's what's going to be, isn't it? It's going to be there on Friday.
Barnard with the 1 wicket to continue from the Lumley end. Bedingham defence.
It's a good view from this seat for the next game.
Yeah, I was going to
Right
say.
down the middle of the wicket.
The beauty here, isn't it? It's such a big playing surface that
It is.
almost wherever you put the strip, you can have good boundary sizes either side.
Even right for the university game, which was on wicket 3, I think it's still got a good boundary to the members' side there.
Down the leg side. Half a pill. Good diving stop by the keeper to his left. Looked like that one hurt. Bedingham just on the 1 so far. Hackerman. He's obviously already been dismissed, but he's having a little shadow bat at
I would get on either wicket 1 or wicket 3 where it's a bit worn. You like less to slip.
pulled
good
away
shot.
beautifully by Bedingham. You can't bowl there to a man of his class, and that's 4 runs. He moves to 5, the lead 193.
Makes it look so easy, doesn't he? That's quality batsman. A little bit extra time. Onto it straight away.
Even if you're missing one toe, he plays it pretty well.
He's probably had an injection, hasn't he, to a pain just before he came into bat, probably, which will numb it, and you probably won't even be able to feel it.
A numb toe.
I think that's what they do in football, isn't it? Because I know they don't necessarily play with a broken toe, but when they come in back and it's still a bit painful, they'll probably give it an injection. But and then to get them on the park and perform, and
Certainly would have had a few painkillers, I imagine.
I think so. Yeah.
131 for 6. Let's go back to this lead then. What number do you think that Durham dressing room would be comfortable? Like there's always a figure, isn't there, that you feel like could go either way. But what number do you reckon? 250?
I think 250 is very competitive, and looking at the first inning scores, I think both first inning scores could have been a lot less, but just for 1 or 2 partnerships. So I think if you bowl in the right areas, Durham, they've got the bowling attack with Doggett and Potts to really cause problems, because Matthew Potts didn't really he only got 1 wicket, didn't he, in the first innings, so I think he'll be dead keen to get a lot more in the second innings, and he's capable of that. So
4 off that Barnard over.
250 would be minimum, I think. Obviously they'd hoped for 300, which is not that far away, really, is it? Still with 42 overs of the day to go, so only halfway in the day.
Yeah, it feels like one of those pitches, doesn't it, that once you're in and you've got a bit of momentum, the scoreboard then ticks away quite nicely.
Yeah, building partnerships, putting pressure on the bowlers, frustrating them, and making them change the lines and lengths, and the runs start to come.
And again, Warwickshire with pretty defensive fields throughout, with the fielders in front of the bat, fielders on the boundary, making it hard to get away.
And they've stuck to the plans quite well, haven't they? They've pitched it up and made the batsman play.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was chatting to Ryan Campbell yesterday on air, and he was saying that he's noticed that field, just because of the way they play, they obviously strike the ball, they're taking the positive option. He finds that teams are now putting more fielders generally in front of the bat, being defensive to try and make them do something different.
Yeah. Frustrate them a little bit, not give them easy runs.
Left-hander to left-hander, that's tickled nicely down to fine leg. He's got quite a lot of that, so the fielder has some work to do, but does well. Does well to keep it to a single as well. Applauded by the fast bowler. Rain will move to 30 and the lead 194.
So you're looking forward to playing your first game here?
Yeah, I can't wait.
When's that, 2 weeks? A week?
Yeah, 23rd, so where are we at now? 10 days.
10 days.
Yeah, I think the girls are coming together nicely. Obviously, a few of the players are away, the internationals and those with England A. So, yeah, when they come back, I'm sure.
And is it Bates? Is it to come in? Susie Bates?
Susie Bates, yep, she'll be over shortly, and I've played cricket with her as well, and she's a great human. Bedingham defends.
She's had a good career, hasn't she?
Yeah. And I think the benefit as well to us is she had a great international career, but she actually played a lot of cricket in England.
So she's used to conditions and
exactly that. And like would have played against quite a lot of people on the county circuit generally as well, which I guess sometimes can be a challenge or a benefit of an overseas where they've got no preconceived ideas. But yeah, I'm looking forward to having her join the group.
And that experience is going to help as well, isn't it? And
that's pulled away into the onside. Beddingham's got all of that. There is a fielder out there, but don't bother chasing it. It's hit the middle of his bat. He moves to 9. Lead 198. Yeah, and I think it's relatively quite a young group, to be honest.
Yeah.
Currently at the moment, well, I will be. We'll take Susie out of the equation. At 27, I'm the second oldest in the group. So a very youthful team. So having the experience of Susie, I think exactly what the group needs. And she's obviously captained and stuff as well, so can work with Holly Armitage nicely. Fernando into Bedingham again, who defends this time.
It's all white ball cricket, isn't it? 20 and 50 overs, is it?
Yeah. We've never played red ball cricket, and as a professional now, I'd love to play red ball, and I hope eventually it does come into I guess our fixtures, our games, but yeah, just to experience playing for multi-days. And
I think it's quite important some of the cricketers are playing test cricket against Australia, aren't they? And so it's difficult to practice, isn't it, when you're constantly playing white ball and not a red ball.
Yeah, and how they pick those test teams, it's all done primarily off white ball cricket. Well, I say primarily, it is all done off white ball cricket. So I think obviously previously when there wasn't professional cricketers, it was impossible to play multi-day cricket. People had jobs and all the other things, but now we've got full professional squads. Hopefully in time that will come, because people are in and that's their job to do ultimately.
Yeah. And they don't play red ball in Australia, do they, the women?
No.
Still all white ball all over the world, apart from...
I think mainly though, because previously the only red ball fixtures were like the Ashes, so it was just when England played Australia, which is obviously once every couple of years, whereas now what's happening is most teams, even for instance like when India play Australia, England play India, like there's a test match as part of the series. So I think as we see more test matches in the international stage, there's going to be a drive for it in Australia, in England to play, so that they can pick those best teams. But at the moment it's been so white ball focused across the world, which isn't the worst thing.
No, I think it's probably going to happen. It's just where you fit it all in, isn't it? But I suppose it just mirrors the men's game, really, isn't it? So
yeah. Booth back into the attack then from the Lumley end. He's bowled 8 overs so far, picked up 4 wickets after lunch. Bowling with extra pace, had his tail up. Made the difference really to Warwickshire.
He's had a good game.
Do you think the extra pace has helped on this type of wicket that he offers?
I think it does.
Booth in again, that's worked to mid-wicket, no run.
I think the higher standard you go, I think that extra yard of pace does help, hence why England are trying to get 90 plus mile an hour bowlers all the time to go to Australia, isn't it? So Bryden Carse has been picked up, hasn't he? He clocks 90 miles an hour fairly regularly and tall. Obviously Mark Wood, Archer.
Got the luxury of a few now. It's just keeping them all fit, isn't
That's
it?
the trouble, isn't it? It's not easy doing that 90 miles an hour bowling, isn't it? And the effort that Mark Wood puts in every delivery, no wonder he has aches and pains and injuries.
Saw him in the gym earlier this week, starting his rehab and his recovery, which is good signs for England fans. It's Booth round the wicket to Rain. That's popped in the air, but not carried to extra cover.
Well, it's encouraging to see that when you're nearly 200 ahead.
Beddingham came in at number 8, so for those new listeners, he's got an injury in the first innings, didn't field, so he couldn't come in any higher. And we've got Colin Ackerman out as his runner. Booth to Rain, that's driven up to mid on time that well, did Ben Rain, but will be no run.
That's where I hope Doggett and Potts, who are probably similar pace to Booth, are going to enjoy bowling on here in the 4th innings. And Hogg, with his extra height, might get a bit, if he gets it right, which he tends to do.
Exciting young bowler as well, isn't he, coming through?
Yes, yeah.
That's played to a leg gully by Ben Rain.
He reacted well in the first innings because obviously he went for a few runs in the first couple of overs and then got a wicket, and that encouraged him to
settle down.
Yeah, and bowl well.
Lead of 198. Again, Warwickshire just quieting down a little bit now. These two have done well to start to build a partnership. That's down the leg side, taken well by the keeper.
Could even be a wide in 4-day cricket. They don't usually give them, do they now? Unless it's...
That's how you get a maiden. Throw it down the leg side.
Yeah, 6th ball.
So that was a maiden over by Booth, who definitely has been the most threatening of the bowlers so far. Ethan Bamber's been the most economical, as he traditionally is, just going at 1.42 and over. Haven't seen spin yet this innings.
Is he coming on now?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Exciting young leg spinner.
Well, he bowled quite well in the first innings, didn't he? He's
18 years old. Bowls quicker, bowls flatter.
yes, yeah. Likes to bowl the googly more, I think, doesn't he, rather than flighting it in leg spins.
I think what impressed me about him was his control. I think traditionally leg spinners tend to go for slightly more runs, but he was going at 3s and overs, picked up 4 wickets in that first innings for Durham.
This could be interesting because I think Beddingham doesn't hang back, I don't think, if it's up there, especially with mid-off and mid-on up. Plenty of space over their heads.
One fielder out either side, but straight is on.
Definitely.
So he tosses the ball from one hand to the other, making Beddingham wait. Short and into the pitch and just guided out to deep cover for a single. Tell you what, it's so weird how he just plays a shot and just doesn't move, obviously, because Ackerman does the running. I still think my instinct would tell me to run.
At least take a step or two down the track, isn't it? But he's got it in his mind that I'll play the shot and just stand here and you run for me, chaps.
So left hand, right hand combination. Still one fielder out either side. 2 mid wickets, 1 catching and 1 sort of 3/4 of the way back in a deep square. And interestingly dropping long on to Ben Rain.
So Ben likes to hit the ball as well, so
into the pitch flat, and they're going to come through for a quick single. Just worked into the onside by Rain. Here moved to 31, and that's an applause because the lead is now 200 for Durham. 6
nice
wickets down.
to see, isn't it, for Durham?
But these two have played nicely so far. Oh, the field being adjusted. I think they're going to put 2 extra covers in to try and stop that easy single from Beddingham, just pushing it out to that deep cover.
If he pitches a bit shorter, though, it could end up over here, I think. He seems to have...
I did ask earlier if the ball's ever been put through one of these windows. As he flights it up and plays back
better.
to him. Any balls been close to these windows?
Not that I know of. They were talking the other day that Chris Gale, roughly where they're batting now, but he was batting that in offside, hit one over the scoreboard, the old scoreboard.
Wow.
Easily, apparently, not just effortlessly. And someone cleared the stand over there, I think. An Australian, I think, someone mentioned.
Single to Beddingham.
So
He's
there has
on to
been
11.
some big hits, but
I do feel in danger, but maybe it's deceivingly far. There's still a big bit of play
I
in
think the
surface.
Yorkshire game might be in more danger because it's right bit over the bowler's head.
How big are these boundaries? You know the...
Vic's put this at 65, I think, all the way around. So I think he got the measuring tape out, and even the pockets are 65, I think.
It's very circular. Is this the ground that in T20 cricket sometimes you put like corners where it's square?
Vic likes what we call a 50p coin type.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice straight edges and pinned down, and actually it does help with the Toblerones if it's windy because it's pinned more frequently.
So it's not a request of the team, it's just...
I think Vic would prefer the 50p, which is the shape of the ground, really. It follows the line of the stands, really.
Rain advances and hits up to long on for a single.
But again, coach or the director of cricket or whoever decide who's playing in the team, how big they want the boundaries, etc. So we get, again, told roughly where they want them or how they want them.
4 runs off Ali's first over, the young leg spinner. The lead of 202. Still a 3-way conversation between Ben Rain and Beddingham, and Colin Ackerman, the runner for Beddingham. Yeah, I feel like it was an international I clocked onto the shape of the boundary. It's unique.
I think if you're using the extreme of the boundary, I think that shape helps, doesn't it, to follow the stands and just in off the 3 metres off all the advertising boards that Sky put out.
140 for 6 then, Durham. Booth will continue. He's got 4 wickets in this inning so far. They're changing the field, so we may see some short stuff here as there's 3 men out.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Deep square, almost a deep fine, and one in between the two. Third is out as well. So maybe see some short stuff. Booth in, that is short stuff, and Rain happy to just duck under it and let that through to the keeper.
I don't mind them being there. You just stand and watch it go over your head, really, isn't it? You don't even have to duck for that one. It was that short.
So again, sending another fielder out. So backward point. Basically, everyone behind square, other than the first slip, is out, and then you've just got a mid off, mid on, and a mid wicket in the ring. As that's full and defended back to him. Just trying to unsettle Rain a little bit. He's faced 61 deliveries now, played well for his 31. Good tactic, this.
I don't like it.
Tell me more.
He's bowled well, hasn't he, Booth? And he's bowled well at the stumps and pitching it up, making the batsmen play, getting LBWs or caught behinds. And I think it's just a waste of energy, really.
Full delivery, and that's great timing, stopped by the keeper. Outside edge. There's the bluff.
Double bluff, isn't it, really? His first one was over the head and the next 2 were better length. That's a much better length. And
as you said, he's looked threatening without the need to do this.
Yeah.
But I guess within the attack, he's the only bowler really that has pace to do it.
I suppose it's slightly different if it's just for 1 over. It's worth trying, isn't it?
Round the wicket, just guided by Rain to one of the deep fine legs. Picks up a single. He moves to 33, 141 for 6, lead of 203.
Be interested to see if they use the same feel for Bellingham, because he probably will take it on over that. It's not a shorter boundary, but it seems it, doesn't it, over there?
Looks like they've just got 2 men out on the
more
onside,
orthodox
so
field,
more
isn't it?
orthodox to Bellingham. Davies having a bit of a conversation with him now about the ploy. He's going just behind square, the fielder at deep square, but more fielders in front of the bat. As that's a quick Yorker dug out to that deep square by Bellingham.
I think he's aiming for his toes, you know.
That's mean. It is mean. 142 for 6, lead of 204. Again, field is set for the short plan to Ben Rain. See if he'll take it on. As you said earlier, prefers to play in that attacking style. So Warwickshire trying to test his temperament out. There's Booth round the wicket to Rain, short, and that's horrible rib tickler, that.
Short leg in rather than a deep square leg probably would be better.
He picks up a single though. Scoreboard ticking over. 3 runs off the over. Lead of 205 Durham. We having a change.
Yep.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Well,
great to have your
thank you for
insight
having
of the
me.
grounds.
I enjoy being here. It's great for you and good talking to you too.
Thank you very much.
Bye for now.
Thank you.
Your first game in 10 days' time.
Thank you very much. And we're joined by some custard creams and Rob. Are any of those for me or? Yes. Thank you very much. You weren't going to give that one to me though. I feel like you've thrown that to me in pity and you should have it back. No, you're having that back.
No take backs. No take backs.
No, you're having that back. There was no sincereness in you thinking, right, I'm going to bring Emily down a custard cream. I'm going to make you feel guilty for this now.
You are indeed.
Yeah. I'm still looking at you in disappointment. And the custard cream that was lobbed at me as the leg spin of Ali is short and swatted into the onside by Rain. See, Rain's equally as disappointed in you. That was a swiping frustration that you just didn't bring me a custard cream.
All right to leave the club box to come back in. tell you what has been difficult. It's difficult looking in the middle, and there was one instance watching upstairs about this runner. You come down this quick single at the non-striker's end, and you're looking there, and there's no batter there, and you're thinking, where is he? And then you realise, it's Akko's over the other side of the square. Got it.
Ali into Bellingham, who works that into the onside, picks up a single. My biggest pointer is when they're running, how on earth can the umpire see where Ackerman's, whether he's in his crease or not?
Supersonic vision. Has to be.
That is seriously impressive. He's also running on tracks, or has been running on tracks when he's been at this end that aren't marked. So it's been interesting. There's Ali in off the back foot. He's tried to pull that and it's hit him, I think, where boys don't like to be hit.
His eyes lit up there. He saw it come short and he was ready. He saw it banged in on the back of a leg. Not the best delivery, and he was eyeing up the pavilion there.
Ali into his second over as that's fired into the onside. Cut away nicely. That's going to race away.
That's a better shot.
For 4 by Ben Rain. Hit behind square on the offside. No one's there. And he moves to 38. Lead now of 211. And do you feel more settled with where Durham are at currently?
A little bit. Still not ideal. Vic was saying at least 250. So still a fair bit to go.
As he's in again, flatter and played into that same gap but without the connection. So they come through for a single.
Steady the chip as 150 comes up. It's steady the chip, but still way behind the game, and from the position where Durham were at on trailing, well, on first innings, a lead of 60 odd, should never really been allowed to get into a position of 150 for 6, and Warwickshire able to dictate the terms as the field gets spread for Beddingham.
As he's in again, flat and quick, and worked into the onside, and Ackerman just runs through for a quick single, almost literally ending where the ball is. Leader 212, and Beddingham's on 13, Rain on 39.
I guess that is the only saving grace, is that David Beddingham able to come in lower down the order. It's not exposing that lower middle order and the bowlers just yet. There is still a partnership that can be built between Beddingham and Rain, who's clearly fighting through some pain to be out there in the middle, but the situation requires all hands on deck.
And I don't know Beddingham that well. I haven't really had many
He's
conversations.
a tough
but
cookie. He's a tough cookie.
And a team man.
100%.
To come out there and want to bat for his team. As Booth continues as we go in short ball plan.
We can see Beddingham on strike.
Oh.
It's full. Do you reckon they've got the memo about his toes?
Definitely. If I had a sore toe and that was running at me, I'd be wincing.
Lead 213 at the minute.
He's playing it well so far, though. It's not hit him yet.
Great incentive to not get hit.
Shot.
Lovely looking shot. Able to get through for a single.
That's where it confuses me. You play that beautiful shot and he doesn't run. But actually they are running.
I remember there was a Glamorgan went up here in 2023, and there was a similar instance, and Marnus Labuschagne was the runner. So it's obviously very quick between the wickets, but you just cast your eye over temporarily. You just look at where he is. It's just shadow batting. He's just going through every single shot that he's got. He's just shadow batting, and you just thinking, it was quite entertaining to watch.
Definitely trying to dig it in, aren't they? To Rain. It's a unique fielding position for me, this. Like leg gully / short square, catching the square leg. Why would you not just have a short leg?
It's a good question.
That angle is actually unique.
Full again, dug out. Maybe they've just seen how the pitch is playing. Really, there's not been a lot of bat pad instances so far during this game. And it's also just that little bit of protection as well if they do want to attack the stumps, which we saw with Ethan Bamber picking up Will Rhodes, LBW, that having those fielders there allowing you to bowl straight, so that if the clip is there, can be saved.
Shorter ball played nicely. This is your end, isn't it? I've stolen it.
It's all good.
You can have part of my over now.
Nah, it's all good. me and Sam stole each other's overs last night. Stole each other's ends last night, so
have it back. You've got a preferred end. I'll let you stick with it. See what some other scores are.
Last ball of the over. 4 more after this one before the tea break, which I think come at the right time for Durham. Need to reassess. Just dropped out into the offside. 153 for 6. That lead 215.
Sussex have declared against Somerset. So Somerset require 594 runs to win at Hove.
Easy. Easy target.
Worcester against Yorkshire. They still require 540 runs to win Worcestershire, but they are 70 for 2, so Yorkshire have picked up 2 wickets there. You've got a bit of a conversation in the middle.
Durham maybe just looking for some clarification on some things. Not sure what this is, way beyond my
Runners bring
cricketing
chaos.
knowledge. Yeah.
I'll tell you that. Surrey versus Hampshire. Surrey lead by 316 runs, 4 wickets down. Jamie Smith still there on 84. The final game in Division 1, Notts versus Essex. That's a bit of turn there, played off the back foot by Rain. Notts lead by 122 in their second innings, 2 wickets down. Hasib Hamid, the Notts captain, still there on 54. There's the young leg spin of Ali Bowles, flighted. An appeal for LBW, but I heard two noises from in here. Bit of back pad. Ben Rain looking straight to hit out to this deep long on fielder. Ali round the wicket to the left-handed Ben Rain. Dragged down, and that's hit into the onside. That will be 4 runs. Just wait for the umpire to signal that. Rain not going to miss out on that. Here moved to 44 and the lead 219.
Too short. Way too short. Dragged down. And with the amount of white ball cricket that's played these days, so it's a...
You can't bowl there.
Yeah.
That's what you say.
Yeah, it's a practice shot for a lot of batters, and Ben Rain, having spent 74 deliveries out in the middle, does have a first-class century. Doesn't need a second invitation.
Spoke earlier about how consistent Ali had been in the first innings and how impressed I was about that of the young leg spinner. I feel like this so far in his first 3 overs, he's not quite hit that same level of consistency or the threat that he brings without going at 6.5 and over. There's Ali in again, sure to flatter. Played off the back foot. Two balls remain of this 48th over in Durham's second innings. As Rain advances, but he bowls quick, flat outside the off stump, and Rain does well to get something on it.
It's been a while since I saw a batter advance down the track to spinner and pad up. Normally it's coming down the wicket to try and hit them out the ground.
Just did well, Ben Rain there. Final ball of the over, quick, flat, and defended by Rain. 4 runs from it. Rain on 44. Beddingham on 15. Lead of 219. See how the Women Academy are doing.
118 for 3 last time I checked. That was
155.
Durham Uni in response.
Yeah, 155 for 3. Interestingly, though, the scoreboard scorecard doesn't tell me any information. Durham Boys Academy playing up the road as well, friendly against Chester Street. And the highlight of that, we had Cole Pearce, who is obviously on Durham men's coaching staff, got himself a little 100 not out. Alongside Kyle Coates. So he coached us this morning, and it appears he's jumped up to the road to get 73 off 44 balls against our very own academy, and hit 6 fours and 4 sixes, and show them they've still got it. The cheek of it, eh?
Joys of cricket.
To be fair, Cole Pearce yesterday, I was at the Boys Academy game, and he was playing for a different team, actually, Cole, against the academy. And he got out second ball. One of the academy boys bounced him.
Vishwa Fernando into David Bellingham around the wicket.
Yeah, one of the academy boys, Charlie Harmison, bounced him, really good bumper, and he's just nicked it behind. And honestly, I don't think I've laughed so much in my life, him walking off. But he's in the second T20 got 50 and now got 100 against them today. So I feel like he's taken it back to them. Ooh.
Still fair bit of shape there for Fernando as we come into this 49th over. 2 more after this one before 20-minute break for tea.
Bellingham's a decent number 8, isn't he?
Turned away through mid-wicket, just be a single. Carmacken obviously got the promotion to runner. Normally it's Scott Borthwick when available.
I do want to know how that's decided.
I think it's just the quickest between the wickets, to be honest, because Badger is rapid.
Oh, is he?
Badger is rapid between the stumps, so I think there was an occasion, 2020, either last year or 2023, where runner was required and he came out. It would have been 2023 against Yorkshire. Brian Cass, he'd picked up a knock in exactly the same situation as Bellingham. Could bat, but couldn't run between the wickets. So Scott Borthwick came down to act as a runner. So I think it's might be deduced during pre-season, during all those fitness tests. How quickly can you run between the 2 sets of stumps?
I bet there's players, though, that would be like, I'm not doing that. Well, wouldn't outright go, I'm not doing that, but they wouldn't want to do that. All the extra Ks Ackerman's got to run.
It wouldn't be top of my priority list either.
Whereas it would be mine.
Dug out well there by Rain. Who would you say is one amongst the fastest between the wickets in the women's squad? You'd back yourself.
Do back myself, yeah. Who else would I say is quick? Maddie Villiers got to be quick to hit the wickets. Do you know what? I don't know. On the run twos. Do back myself. Leah Dobson maybe. Leah Dobson's quick across the ground. Like when she's going, she's quick. Good top speed. Leah Dobson. They're probably all listening now. Maybe I should listen. Maybe I should list them all. No, it's definitely not me. It's all of the above. And I'll list the whole squad.
Check your phone. WhatsApp notifications going through the roof.
To be fair, they've been winding me up for yesterday or the day before, saying I love banoffee pie. So
just giving them more ammunition now.
Hopefully they're not listening now. Hopefully they're somewhere in the ground, sat watching. Don't need to hear my dull tones.
Stopped in the follow through by Fernando. 158 for 6. Lead 220.
You back here again on Friday for the next game?
I'm indeed doing all 4 days of Yorkshire of when Yorkshire come to town.
So is that like the northern rivalry? Is that sort of, is there like the added spice to that game?
Don't really think you can call it a rivalry when there's so much distance between the two.
Yeah, it's your closest team.
If you're going off geography, then yes, Yorkshire are the closest. But
who's their biggest rivalry then? If it's not Yorkshire, like there's got to be a club where it's like, or like previous history. I don't know.
I mean, Yorkshire, I think, would also come into that. There's been a few dubious instances of Yorkshire player drove themselves to the ground one day of a game and then was seemingly ruled out with a concussion injury.
Okay.
I think back in 2023, I think that was. So
it's got to be Yorkshire, surely. Oh, that's not bounced. Googly.
It's one last week. Rob Yates, I think, or Alex Davis. I think it was Alex Davis actually. He got that one from Jaden Seals. Just ball pitch and just did not get up. And you can just tell the look. You can just tell from the replay. So I think it's on County Championship Instagram. You can just tell he just falls to his knees and just knows when he gets back up that the finger's been raised.
It's just,
You just know.
yeah, he just falls to his knees, gets back up and just walks. Doesn't need to look, just knows. He just didn't get up at all. Those are the horrible ones.
Quick and flat so far this over from Ali to Beddingham. This time flighted up a little. Beddingham big stride forward and defends. He's on 16 off 31. Ben Rain there on 44, matching his shirt number. Ali in with his orange boots. They're very bright. Played to mid-wicket. No run. Definite breeze out there. You look to the pavilion and the flag. Yellow and blue flag in the wind. Is that shorter and flatter and played out to deep square, and Ackerman, who is a sort of square in the ring, literally had to jump over that as he was running. Do you know what? I talk about extra Ks. As a runner, you run on a strip that's far away, that I'm pretty confident the umpire can't even see. Then you've then got to walk back to them. I hope Beddingham's buying him a nice coffee or something after this.
I do know Bedders does like his coffee.
He does. He asked me about the new coffee shop, as that's defended by Rain.
I feel like it just goes through the squad via like osmosis or something. one or two players get really into their coffee, and then that trickles down. You know, they share it with one player.
So fashionable now.
And then just before you know it, the entire squad's going on a trip.
If you don't like coffee, it's a bit and like the academy players coming up, they're the ones that I find interesting. Like they're like, nah, don't like coffee. Give it like a year and a half. They'll be first in that coffee queue. The social influence.
I'm not the biggest coffee fan, I've got to admit.
Oh, you've gone down in my estimations, Rob. Didn't bring me a custard cream, and now you're saying you're not a coffee fan. Don't know if I can come back, actually. Sam, my retirement papers are coming.
Final over before... I think it's coming at a good time. There might be a civil war in the commentary box at this rate. Vishwa Fernando's going to bowl it. Just the one slip in play. That onside for David Beddingham is packed. 2 catching mid-wickets.
Shot.
Save your legs. I mean, you're not running anyway, but Colin Ackerman doesn't need to run for those. That's a glorious shot from David Beddingham. All the class of a test match number 5.
That's beautiful. Favourite shot, that is, next to cover drive, when it's played like that. Wow. Made that look easy, didn't he?
To be honest, he makes a lot. He makes batting look easy. Last 2 years watching him kind of just churn out runs for fun. It's kind of, you rock up, you see that Beddingham is in, and you just go, all right, let's observe, let's sit back and watch. Played off the back foot this time. Might end up being back-to-back boundaries. It will be. Again, just timed beautifully. Colin Ackerman almost had to get out of the way of that one, but didn't.
Skillful batting, isn't it? Fernando bowled the first one too full, off the front foot, driven through 4, brought his length back, and Beddingham went, okay, I'll just play off the back foot.
I say the margin for error against the top players in both the men's and women's game is so small. You try and correct, and might end up being a slight overcorrection like Fernando did there. The result's exactly the same. Lead now looking slightly better, 229. There you go. That's the area where you need to bowl to Beddingham. I wonder what's got to be said in those pre-match meetings when bowlers are going through like, these are our plans. You trickle down, it's not specific to Durham, so like Joe Root, Harry Brook, all of these top county players or Red Bull players, when you get to those guys on the sheet, what gets said? What gets said is they're like, they're slightly weaker off their hips than on the offside. That doesn't mean they're not strong on the leg side either, you know. It kind of just...
We had these... down at the Vipers, our analyst did like these beehive things where it's like colour coded on like strike rates. So like red was obviously like they were very strong there, and I can always remember we were playing Nats of a Brunt, and basically the whole thing was red, other than this one tiny like square.
What was it, orange?
Yeah, that was orange, and it was like, go on, bowlers, bowl there for us. But do you know what as well, though? There is more analysts on them. So, like, I guess because they're in the spotlight more, they're on telly, like,
There's more
quite
footage to go
often there's
off.
more footage to go off, and I guess people talk about it more. So, like, everyone has strength. Like, Nat Sciver-Brunt for me is, well, she is the best player for England, and with the bat, when you watch her and she's going, it's like, where do you bowl at her? But there are areas, and I think a lot of the time we talked about down at the Southern Vipers, obviously I've not been part of this Durham dressing room to know, but like the first 10, 20 balls are really important.
Bellingham just sees that one out into the onside.
So
That'll be tea.
yeah, just about targeting the better players as early as possible. Usually when they get in, good luck to the opposition getting them out, and hopefully for Durham this is the same with Bellingham as he stands.
Well, it's a better second half of that afternoon session for Durham. Still, Warwickshire will walk away up to the sheds for a break. They'll be the much happier of the two sides. Quick wickets for them, dismissing Colin Ackerman, Ollie Robinson and Will Rhodes in that afternoon session. 167 for 6. The lead 229 as we go for a break. Thank you very much, Emily, for jumping on for the afternoon session. Greatly appreciated. We're going to take a break for 20 minutes and we'll be back for the evening session of day 3 as Durham look to push this lead as far as they can from 229.
Welcome back. Evening session about to get underway. The Durham trio. Your eyes are not deceiving you if you are just joining us. It is a Durham trio of David Bellingham, Ben Rain and Colin Ackerman. Colin Ackerman's not batting. Clear that one up. Colin Ackerman is acting as the runner. Bellingham unable to run between the wickets because of toe injury he sustained in the first innings. Didn't take the field for Warwickshire. Do you know the actual rule on that, Emily? For in terms of if you miss the entire, is it specified as like number 8?
I think it is.
Come in?
I don't know for sure because all the different formats are different as well. Because I think there's some formats where we can't have a runner even if you get injured during the game. The rules change every year, so I'm not the person to ask because I don't study the rules.
Because obviously for bowlers it's just however many overs you are off the field. You have to wait that same amount before you can come back. So it's required a slight rejig in the Durham battle lineup, but I can say a bit fair amount of money. They're very happy he's out there right now. Durham, shaky afternoon session at the beginning of it, losing Colin Ackerman, Ollie Robinson and Will Rhodes fairly cheaply. Ben McKinney as well, falling for a well-made 33. Ben Rain's out there, though, 44 from 81, and David Bellingham is 25 from 39 at the end. Lead is 229. And, Emily, this promises to be an interesting evening session up ahead.
Yeah, I think this next sort of hour of play can sort of dictate where the game goes. I think Durham started to play nicely. This partnership between Rain and Bellingham was building, and then there's a bit of a break in play, so gave Warwickshire a chance to regroup. Durham also the same. Probably some conversations with Ryan Campbell, the head coach, about how they could play. But I imagine, to be honest, they were playing nicely just before tea, so we'll want to continue in that same fashion. So that's defended into the onside. Custard cream as well for the listeners that was lobbed at me by Rob, just to let you know, is still alongside me. Having not, I said you could have it back.
Oh, no take backs from me.
But next,
it will sit here. It will sit here until tomorrow. Me and Sam will walk in tomorrow morning and it will still be here.
As that's pushed into the offside for a quick single by Rain.
I can guarantee you that if you're not having it, it will be here when me and Sam walk in tomorrow morning.
Will it be here next week then? If no one touches it tomorrow?
Nah.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to survive that long.
All right.
I'll leave that open up to questioning about who potentially may have it.
I'm intrigued to see the development of the custard cream over the next day and a half.
This is where you join us on commentary next week, and it's still here.
If it's still here and not moved, highly impressive. But next time you bring the biscuits down, just the whole packet. And with love, I think is important. Not just an afterthought. Ali into Bellingham, who pushes into the offside. Lovely shot. Out to the deep cover. Here move to 26. The lead 231. $169 for 6 in the second innings. Ben Rain on 45, facing the young Warwickshire leg spinner, who's been impressive so far in this game. Flighted up and worked backward a square. Fielders chasing after it. They think about 2, but Ben Rain says no. He moves to 46. A lot of movement in the field because of the left-right hand partnership. Boss Sam will be impressed that the F1 is being watched as we speak. I know he's a big fan, as that's defended by Bellingham.
Give it 30 seconds before there's a message in the stream group chat. Give it 30 seconds.
Luckily, I'm not in that, so he can message all he likes.
Yeah. I'll bear the brunt of it for you, don't you worry.
Yeah, that's fine. Piastri's in pole currently, Sam. If you'd like to head down, you can watch it live.
See the steam. I can visage a steam out of his ears right now.
I don't know why he doesn't like it.
Feels brave enough to come on the live stream and share his opinion. He's more than welcome to. Michael Booth, start after tea from the Lumley end. He's been the pick of the Warwickshire bowlers throughout the game, I'd say. 4 for 30.
for him, rip through Durham's top order either side of lunch. So having a conflab with Alex Davis. I believe that's Sam Hain next to him as well. Very experienced leadership group that Warwickshire have to help this next generation of cricketers making their way through. Ben Rain takes strike, 46 for him, looking for yet another first-class half-century at a time where Durham desperately need it. Tucked away off the hip.
Not been getting the boot. Sam sounds like he wants to know more about the F1.
It's not been a message in the group chat either. Slacking. He's slacking up there, is Sam.
He's probably not listening.
Yeah, he's probably telling us on mute, to be honest. It's alright, Sam, we've stopped talking about it now. You're safe to turn this back on.
You have.
Yeah, well, I have, yeah. Emily, on the other hand. Wait and see. It's like field changings for right-handed Bellingham. Nice and full, as it's been pretty much exclusively the plan since Bellingham walked out to the middle. Interested to know who hit him on the toe, because I genuinely can't remember in the first innings. Was it the LBW? Potentially. Was that the one? And again, it's one of those ones. He didn't look in any real discomfort going off. I guess it's a lot more difficult for us to notice that from our position here rather than having a direct line out to the middle.
Shot. I mean, to be honest though, like watching him bat now, he's
You
got a fractured toe. He's going to be in a lot of pain. You wouldn't really know.
Yeah,
obviously, we're not seeing him run, but
you wouldn't be able to tell. Durham are obviously hoping that it's nothing to that serious of an extent. Games coming thick and fast at the start of this county championship campaign. Yorkshire, the visitors here next week, this week, depending on how you structure your weeks.
that confused me then.
Depending if you start your week on a Sunday or a Monday.
Never a Sunday, surely.
I'm in agreement. I would always start on a Monday, but you've noticed like in your iPhone that it goes Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Does it?
I think it does.
Surely you can have the setting to change that.
You probably could.
No, look, I'm the end of the week. I have seen some calendars though that start on a Sunday. Here we go.
Warwickshire not happy.
The ball.
First time during the game they've asked for it to be checked, and the umpire lobs it back to Al Davis, saying, "What are you complaining about, son? Nothing wrong with it. Carry on."
Don't know about you. Last year there was a lot of ball changes down at what was the Aegeus Bowl at Hampshire. Honestly, it felt like every other over there was a new ball.
It's got to be frustrating.
Yeah.
It's got to be very frustrating. Play off the back for this time.
Was it the same up here?
There was definitely a fair few cases of it.
Obviously a new batch of balls.
Yeah. Did that happen when you were batting out in the middle? Did you have? You did.
No, this is when I was commentating on the county championship. Not me playing white ball. I don't think I've ever seen a white ball change in the game unless it's been sent into a head or something and you can't get it back.
Yeah, I remember that.
Doesn't happen very much.
That England tour of the Netherlands, there were a fair few.
Yeah.
Josh Butler, I think, decided to have some fun with that set. That's a lovely looking drive, but straight to a field. It'll just be that single off the first ball of the over, 171 for 6. Yeah, Josh Butler, I think, playing at the RCA ground, or
was that the one in Amsterdam?
I believe it is. It's a very similar to Cardiff in a way, where you got the stand and then it's the river directly behind it. In England, on the way to send that world record score, I think. That's
got to be the place where there's the most lost balls.
I think there was generally about 7 or 8 new of them.
Wow.
From that Amsterdam game, because Josh Butler, Phil Salt was just, and every other batter, Liam Livingston I think was in that side, just sending them over the stand and into the river for fun.
Do you reckon in this country, Cardiff, most lost balls into the River Taff?
Yeah,
Trying to think of other grounds.
And so I don't think there's been many lost balls here. If you're doing pretty well, if you can get it into the river out here, you're doing pretty well. To be honest, you're probably looking at David Bellingham being one of those being able to do it.
Ali into his 6th over against Ben Ray, who defends. Keeper enjoys that one. Definitely a gloomy evening. Just overcast, little bit of blue sky in the distance. And a breeze present. Not the glorious blue sky we've been given the past few days, as that's driven into the offside nicely by Ben Rain. Vacant cover region, the ball's racing across the square. And the fielder's just going to get there. Yes, does very well. And they come back for...
Come back for 3.
3.
That is Ben Rain's 50. Crucial knock. Very crucial knock. Subtle acknowledgement there from the all-rounder. He knows that his job is not over. Came in at a time of peril for Durham. He's helped steady the ship somewhat with, first of all, Ben McKinney, and now with David Bellingham. And he knows as long as he's out there, Durham's chances of getting a positive result from this contest continue to rise.
Yeah, lovely innings that from Ben Rain. One of those in the dressing room where you'd be saying double up. Bellingham pushes into the offside.
I think they've got the calling down pat now. I think when Bellingham's on strike, it's Bellingham to Rain, and then when Rain's on strike, it's Rain to Ackerman. Ackerman, because Ackerman can come down to the come down as act as the non-striker's end, rather than being, I reckon, that is a good 20 metres away.
I still don't see how the umpire would see that crease. So that's flat into the onside. Ackerman does the running for Bellingham. He will move to 27. 50 partnership between Rain and Bellingham. It's 92 deliveries, 64 minutes at the crease together, and a much needed partnership in that situation for Durham.
Yeah, throughout the entire game, wickets are falling in clusters, but if batters are able to get themselves in, get through that initial period, there are runs to be had.
Important this partnership now grows, isn't it? And continues. There's Ali in, and that's defended by Rain.
It's one of those, you don't say, it's not just doubling up Rain's individual score, it's doubling up the partnership score as well.
Rain's innings, those impressed me. I think the tempo he's gone about it. I think initially he came in a tough situation. He sort of rode out that tough period, gave himself a chance. The field was spreading as McKinney was in bat. As he's ramped that, he's gone for a cheeky ramp, and it's going to race away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Sees the space, and he's gone after it here. Moved to 54. Bit more intent from Ben Rain.
That is a wonderful shot. I was not expecting that at all from Ben Rain.
But yeah, the tempo he's played at, I think's impressive. Obviously, he used that initial period when McKinney was there. They were happy for him to have one. He faced the majority of the strike, but he was still ticking along initially, and then he sort of found a way to find a boundary within most overs and put the pressure back onto the Warwickshire bowlers and not letting them settle, but not in a reckless way. I mean, the ramp was probably the most inventive shot we've seen.
Yeah, very good shot, using all of the space available to him. I don't think he can have a claim to shot of the match. I think Ben McKinney's probably got that one from the Durham side of things. Ben McKinney's probably got that one sewn up. Take your pick from McKinney's 153. There was a couple of shots early on in his innings and also towards the end. Had a bit of fun as well.
Yep, lead 241. That's growing nicely from a Durham perspective. Groundsman said didn't need 280 before we came down after lunch. At one point that looked quite far away, but crucial partnership.
Taking a quick look at some of the scores. They're back on at the Oval after a break for, I think, first bad light and then some weather as well.
Weather down south?
Wouldn't believe it.
You wouldn't.
283 for 4 at the Oval. That lead 217 for Surrey. Somerset 25 for 2, chasing an improbable 595 at Hove. Played nicely off the back foot and slight miscommunication for the first time, but no harm done. Worcestershire 88 for 4. Looks like Yorkshire are going to get their first victory of the season up at Headingley. Or down at Headingley, I should say, from where we currently are.
That's you speaking as a southerner.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed. Kent 170 for 2, requiring another 146 to beat Middlesex. Lancashire 69 for 1, following on, still trailing by just under 200 to Northants. So that's full driven, but straight to mid-off. Glamorgan have just been bowled out, 385 all out. Gloucestershire able to pick up maximum bowling bonus points just inside that 110 over mark. Deficit for Glamorgan is 161, so it's going to be a tough ask for the Welsh outfit to save that game. And Leicestershire 244 for 6. Short! We said it before the tea break. Top batters just have that extra bit of time, and it's really hard to pinpoint where you need to bowl to them. I'm not sure I'd be bowling short to David Bedingham, even with a toe injury.
No, definitely not there. And I think as well, sometimes those that have that extra time, you can see that he pulled that ball very far in front of squares, almost to mid-on, really. That shows you like where he's meeting the ball, and the ability to smash over there, I think, is not the area to bowl. And again.
Yep, help yourself. First time that Michael Booth is just struggling with line and length, and David Bedingham ends the over with consecutive boundaries. Lead now 249 for Durham, and I wonder if there's maybe just a few questions starting to pop into Al Davies' head. So, proving to be, as we mentioned, a very vital partnership between these two. Still got Matt Potts to come as well.
Got lovely 70 in the first innings, a crucial 70.
He just enjoys batting against Warwickshire for some reason. Has his first class best against them from last season. Saved the game as a night watcher. 149 all out. Really frustrated that bowling attack on the final day this time last year.
Potts always the night watchman for Durham?
Yes.
When available?
Good luck taking it away from him. I think Ryan Campbell said last year Cal Parkey fancied himself as a rival to the night watcher, and with that knock, Potts sent a very firm message. Good luck.
Ali round the wicket to Rain, who plays that up to mid-on for a single. Ackerman doing the running for Bedingham, and so he just walks from square leg back to the crease. Bedingham's hit a couple of consecutive boundaries. He moves on to 35. The lead 250 for Durham.
Yeah, the spinner can't afford to drop short here.
Spinner
can definitely not afford to drop short. Found it interesting. They have the temptation there to go over the top towards deep mid-wicket has been there for Bedingham pretty much his entire innings. 35 from 54.
You can't bowl full and slow with this field. He's got two fielders out square of the wicket as he's in firing it in. Who guides that beautifully past backward a point for 4. Again, effortless. Looked like he had so much time. This is beautiful batting from Bedingham. He's on to 39.
I'm running out of words to describe watching David Bedingham bat. I think I used up most of them throughout last year. But there's a reason why he's now entrenched in that South Africa Test batting lineup.
Just used the pace there, didn't he? As I said, he can't bowl full because he's got a field set to bowl quick and flat into the wicket, but he's just guided that nicely as he bowls a googly this time, and that's worked into the onside for a single. And Bedingham just walks calmly back to his position next to the umpire.
You're seeing Durham now starting to apply that pressure back onto Warwickshire.
Absolutely.
Since the tea break, they don't want to let Warwickshire settle into the session, allow them to formulate plans and be able to
build any pressure at one end. They want to be the ones controlling things, even in a position where most would say, as we said.
Oh, dropped. Thick outside edge, that from Ben Rain. That was quick, flat into the deck. And Alex Davies, the Warwickshire captain, has dropped Ben Rain on 55. He's not happy. He's still on the floor.
That's huge. That's huge. Just talking about it, the ability for Durham to put the pressure back on Warwickshire, that would have broken open a partnership. That would have opened up an end.
Tough catch, though, I would say. It went quickly, but Davies would pride himself on taking those. So that's defended by Rain.
Drops in this game so far haven't cost too many runs. Beddingham was dropped on 29 and 30, went on to 50, but didn't make a massive score. Same with Sam Hain. He was dropped early on, but didn't get much past 30 either. So drops haven't typically been too costly.
Played nicely off the back foot from Rain. There is another single. He moves to 56. He'll keep the strike. Ben Rain lead 256, but big moment potentially in that over, the 56th over. Alex Davies dropped Ben Rain in the slips.
But it's one of those that probably go down in the coach killer category. Creating a chance and not taking it.
Yeah, and I guess this is the beauty, isn't it, of county championship cricket and playing multi-day cricket, is staying focused for that length of time when sometimes there's periods, isn't it? It's ebbs and flows of one team being on top, then the other. But when an opportunity comes as a fielding team, if you miss that, teams can really make you pay. And from a Durham perspective, let's hope Ben Rain can do that. But the lead's coming along nicely. Change of bowling, is it? No, Booth's going to go again.
Just further chats. Probably definitely wasn't happy with how he ended the last over, Michael Booth. Alex Davies just talking through with his strike bowler. Ben Rain on 56. Round the wicket. Obviously super frustrating for the bowler as well. You've done your bit, you've bowled well, you've forced the mistake, you've created the opportunity, and then you see it go down. And we could see very clearly from where we are, the body language of the Warwickshire players. You knew that they knew it was a massive opportunity and a massive chance, and how big it might prove to be. Well directed bouncer, but Rain ducks out the way.
Yeah, and I think I actually, when I played under Charlotte Edwards, one of the main things she said, obviously it's white ball cricket, it's a bit different, but she wanted, like she always said to us, body language is one thing you can control. And she said she would want someone that just walks in, can't see the scoreboard, to not know whether we're on the front foot or the back foot in the way that you present yourself with body language, which I think is like a really powerful message, I guess.
Flicked away through mid-wicket.
And but I guess it's obviously harder to maintain that in red ball cricket because of the length of time you play. Like they're into the third day, they've been on their feet in the field for hours. But it is, she's dead right, like one thing you can control, and like just sometimes having that positive body language when it's not going your way can be the difference in when it comes to making changes or taking that opportunity. Durham Women's Academy have just won by 1 run. First game outing. Oh no.
Full, not timed, for I think the first time this innings by Beddingham, but fortunately landed safe.
Good game that. Went all the way to the death. Last ball thriller. I tell you what, if I was the head coach, Rachel Hopkins, I'd be happy for that as a warm-up game to get going. Take it to the last ball, put the girls under pressure. Stand out for those who weren't with us earlier. Grace Thompson for the academy got 106 off 76 balls. Grace has been training as well with us in the first team, so to put in a performance like that in the academy, certainly one. She's putting her hand up and say, Danny Hazel, look at me.
.196 for 6. How important is that for younger players to be able to be given the opportunity to come and see what a professional setup is like and be in and around that first team environment?
Yeah, it's absolutely massive. I guess in two ways, to see like how the professional standards are maintained, and that's like off the field as much as on the field, but also sometimes to give them confidence. I think for me, Grace is a talented cricketer. Like, she has all the attributes to be one of the best in the country, to be honest. Like, she's obviously on her side, or she's like 6'2" or something, age 17, but she strikes the ball incredibly well. She bowls a heavy ball, and as she gets a bit stronger, I'm sure her pace will increase. But for her to be around us and see the standards, and I think the important thing is when she's trained with us is to go back to academy cricket and maintain those standards, and then that feeds down. And wow, she's done that today, gone back, got 106. So credit to her. And to be honest, we love having them about too, as that's defended by Beddingham. And it puts us under pressure as players. Like those, as I said, when Grace comes in, she looks the part. Like, she doesn't look out of place at all. And you know, as a senior player, if you don't perform consistently, there are players ready to take your place. And I think that's healthy within a dressing room, and that's healthy within teams' cultures. That's flatter and worked into the onside for a single by Beddingham. He moves to 42. And those squads that have the greatest depth tend to be the ones come September that have that margin over there. Obviously, injuries are natural.
They're the ones that are lifting trophies.
Yeah, and fingers crossed Durham with that. But yeah, I think we love having them about too. We had 4 academy girls come to Zimbabwe with us, and they've been brilliant. It was great to get to know them. That's played off the back foot by Rain. Also to know that we're not that scary as well. I think sometimes, no, genuine. Sometimes they come in the dressing room and think, like, you can almost see how nervous they are, and then it's like, why are you nervous? We're complete idiots like everyone else. Do you know what I mean? Like, they sometimes are more mature than us. That's flatter advances Rain, but plays it well to mid-wicket, who fires it back to the keeper.
Imagine it'd be very similar for people like James Minto and Daniel Hogg breaking through last year. Ben McKinney to an extent as well. Ben spent a bit more time around the first team than those two, but Hogg and Minto particularly, like, breakthrough campaigns last year.
Play a miss outside the off stump by Rain.
You know, James Minto making his first class debut at the Oval.
And doing very well as well.
Like, as a 16-year-old at the time, it's just incredible. But the fact he was backed up by, you know, he's got Shamar Holder in there, a bit more experienced. He had Baz Deleda kind of leading the attack.
Rain off the back foot, long single. He moves to 58. That's the end of the over. 2 runs from it. Rain on 58, Beddingham on 42. Lead of 260, and that leaves me perfect time to leave you for the evening session.
Oh, it's been great. I don't want you to leave, but also that custard cream debacle. I mean,
and F1, so I had to get that in one more time, Sam.
Perfect. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Emily. Really enjoyed the chat. Hopefully, join us a few more times throughout the season. Harry Dawson making the jump down from commentary box. If you make one comment about the football, you will be heading straight back upstairs.
All I'm going to say is that it's not 0-0, and it's not Manchester United that have scored. To all those black and whites out there. Rob Rush may be a Man United fan, so that's why he doesn't want to talk about it. Great recovery this afternoon, though, led by Ben Rain with his 12th half century for Durham in the red ball format. So how have you enjoyed watching this afternoon, Rob?
Been very, very enjoyable. Going to have a change of bowling. Ethan Bamber is going to come back from the Lumley end. Keeper standing up. Driven back down by, I think first time during the game, Kai Smith has stood up to Ethan Bamber, who's bowled very economically today. Into his 16th over, 1 for 24, the 3 maidens, economy rate of just over 1.5 was really crucial to them being able to apply some pressure in the morning session. Well stopped. And the follow through? Yeah, it's been good to watch because, like we said with Warwickshire yesterday, me and Sam pointed out there was a point where you feared that the Warwickshire innings would be blown away and Durham would be able to open up a massive first innings lead and control the game there. Warwickshire's lower mid order, led by Smith and Booth, able to bring that game, bring the scores closer together, and from the Durham point of view, Rain and Bellingham are able to put some distance between the two.
Yeah, it's been funny how the 2 innings, despite Durham taking a 100-run lead, have played out fairly similar with back and forth and then a late order recovery.
It's a funny game, is cricket. It's a funny game. Couple field changes going on. To see another fielder jump over to the leg side. He's going to go in at a very short mid-wicket. Going to have the 2 catching mid-wickets, it looks like. Well, I've got a catching mid-wicket and a very silly mid-on that you can now see. Trying to get into the eye line. Saw this sort of similar approach from day one when Ben McKinney was batting. Warwickshire obviously believed that they're strong in front of the wicket. And that's where they're going to likely to create most of their chances.
Just trying to frustrate the batsman. Bamber's in again.
Good start. 5 dots from Bamber. Lead 260, a lot more healthier than it was when Ben Rain and David Bellingham were brought together. Driven nicely through extra cover. Ben Rain moves into the 60s. Not the way Ethan Bamber would have wanted to finish the over. Brings up the 200 for Durham. The lead moves on to 266, I want to say. $264.
Close but no cigar. As Taz Ali is set to continue. How are we looking around the other grounds, Rob?
Not so 174 for 3, so they've got a lead of 154 against Essex. Surrey 309 for 5, looking to put their foot down against Hampshire. Somerset 51 for 2 against Sussex after being set 595 to win. Worcestershire doesn't look like they're going to be able to repeat the feat that they managed last week. 91 for 6. Trying to bat out time for the second week in a row. Kent 209 for 2. They're going strongly. Just a tad over 100 more needed for them to record victory against Middlesex. That could be over this evening. Lancashire following on are 82 for 1 against Northants. Leicestershire 252 for 7. So they lead by 343 as that one's worked for a single down to 3rd.
Just pushed by Bellingham.
Glamorgan have been told to bat on by Gloucestershire, had the choice to enforce the follow on, and they did, but they're off a bad light in Bristol after only 2 overs of Glamorgan's second innings. They are 4 without loss.
A couple of bad lights today. That's interesting. Having seen the weather here a few hours ago, you wouldn't have dreamt of it. Ali's coming round to Ben Rain. He can't escape the hands of mid-wicket. No run. And Rob Rush is punching the air. I'll let him explain why if he wishes. Ali in again for the 4th ball of his over. Oh, it's quite short, and Ben Rain gets it away to long leg for a single. Moves on to 63. Just played forward by Bedingham. On top of it. Bedingham goes back. Can't beat mid-wicket. And that brings the end to Taz Ali's 9th over. 23 remaining in the day. Durham have batted out 60 overs now and have a lead of 266. As they reconvene in the middle with Colin Ackerman alongside. So I find that hilarious, the fact that there's 3 of them out there.
Yeah, so it's got easier to deal with. Could recognise that Bedingham is just not going to move from when he's on the strike when they're running between the wickets.
Must have been something different for you to get used to.
Definitely takes a while to just have it trained into the brain.
I'm guessing it's not something you've dealt with before.
I think maybe once mentioned it with Emily Scott Borthwick.
Oh, were you on comms for that?
That Yorkshire game. I was just in the room, yeah, just in the room, just watching it, and yeah, I think it was Brydon Cast who had that side injury, I think it might have been. Worcestershire have lost another. Looks like that's going to be over at Yorkshire tonight. 91 for 7.
That's some come down after
the highs of last week.
Yeah.
Flashed by Ben Rain. It's going to be 4. That man at 3rd, Vishwas Rano, is very, 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 very square. Big gap beyond first slip.
Quite a fine edge as well. He got a little bit on it, but it came quite fine. Moving on to 67, Ben Rain.
Lead now 270. These runs are going to start to hurt Warwickshire now. They'd have been very happy when these two came together about what the lead was. Less so now. Tucked away off the hip. These two came together 125 for 6.
So the lead would have been 187. 187 for 187 for sixes, yeah. As it effectively would have been. Great recovery this afternoon, leading into the evening session. You just wonder if Durham might have a bowl tonight, whether it's just even 7 or 8 overs, if they can make it that far.
CM Harbour playing Bridlington away in the ECB National Club Championship prelim round. Bridlington all out for 266. CM Harbour 90 without loss after 12 overs, going well in their pursuit of that. Beautiful.
Ooh.
Beautiful drive from David Bellingham. Tazali is out there sweeping, so he's not going to allow it to go for a boundary, but Bellingham will pick up 2. He moves to 45. 211 for 6 now, Durham.
Do you think they'll fancy a bowl, Rob? At any point?
I would lean towards no, but the situation may change, which may force the hand. As to Durham bowling tonight, I don't think you should be... You don't want to give Warwickshire a sniff. I think give him as many... Try and get as many runs as he can this morning. You will need... Obviously, you will need time to try and bowl them out, but you only don't want to set... You want to make sure you have enough on the board that you feel confident defending. Game is moving nicely, though.
It's played forward by Rain.
It's been a very good game of cricket. Very evenly balanced. So only 2 sessions really have been, you can comfortably say, been dominated by one side. The afternoon session yesterday very clearly Durham's, and the afternoon session today very clearly Warwickshire's.
And it's been topsy-turvy, but it hasn't been on the point where you feel like it's definitely in the hands of one side.
Yeah, it's been a seesaw, just constantly shifting one way then the other. How county cricket should be. Nice even balance between bat and ball, enabling the players to operate at the highest skill set possible, and those top players separating themselves ahead of the rest.
Bellingham just playing forward. There to Ali. 2 balls remaining in the 62nd of the innings. Nearly said day. Just played out to mid wicket for no run again. And Bellingham sees out the final ball of the over. Durham 212 for 6. 21 remaining in the day. And he's been important to have back, Bellingham, despite the injury situation. He's already got 99 runs in the match, and he's... Am I mistaken? He got 58 in the first innings, actually, so 103 runs in the match. Just what a valuable impact he's been since coming back.
Yeah, especially with how last week played out for Durham and how this afternoon played out for Durham. Lack of runs to start with in the second innings, throwing in South Africa's middle order. That isn't exactly a bad thing to do. Ben Rain's played a very important role in it as well. 68 currently from 119. Emily mentioned the tempo with which he's batted.
Yeah, he's never really taken to scoring slowly. Always scores at an impressive rate, and he usually scores a lot of runs as well. He must just be a delight to have in your side.
It's great to be able to just look down your order and have Ben Rain number 7 or number 8. Tried and trusted, reliable, know what you're going to get. Drop and run. Going to push first slip wider. More so a third slip now.
The wide mid-on as well.
Yeah, you can see that man there, silly mid-on. Man at catching mid-wicket as well, as you mentioned, Harry, that wide mid-on kind of formed the triangle there where there's not really going to be any runs for Bellingham. Trying to Warwickshire saying if you're going to score through there, you're going to have to go over the top. Deep backward square. In line with square leg umpire, as far as we can see. Long leg. Wide third man, Taz Ali. Cover and skipper Alex Davies mid-off. David Bellingham is gone. Back of a length, trying to heave it over the boundary for his 50. Didn't quite make enough contact. Dan Mousley takes the catch out at deep backward square. Ethan Bamber picks up his second. Bellingham has to walk for 45. A very valuable 45 runs from the South African. That opens up an end now for Warwickshire. In the way the game is played out, wickets falling in clusters. Lead sitting at 275. Durham want to hope to reverse that trend. And hopefully for Bellingham, the injury's not too serious. And get it back. Rested. See his frustration there.
As Colin Ackerman joins him up the steps.
Matthew Potts. Walking out number 9. 70 in the first innings. 1 wicket with the ball.
Again, he's joining a settled batter. Left-hander too. Left-hand, right-hand combo. just to give the bowlers something different each time. As we move into Taz Ali.
That was the end of the over. 213 for 7. So it'll be Ben Rain on strike. Much needed wicket to Warwickshire, breaking that partnership. Worth 88 between Bellingham and Rain.
Played off the legs there by Ben Rain, but gets nothing for it. Oh, could have been a shout for a run out there had Kai Smith gathered the ball or managed to divert it into the stumps. But Ben Rain squeezes through for a single, bringing Matthew Potts on strike for his first delivery of the innings. He's forward to it, playing into the offside. And that one's played into the short mid-wicket region. Final ball of the over. Warwickshire's number 10 comes in. Slightly leg side and Potts flicks that one off the hip to long leg for a single. He's off the mark. And that's 64 overs gone. Durham 215 for 7 with a lead of 277. They'll just look to continue this tempo, Rob.
Just keep the runs coming. That's what they'll be hoping for. It is all over at Headingley. Yorkshire have won. Record 504 run victory for them. Worcestershire unable to pull off the great escape for 2 weeks in a row. Kai Smith now back to Matthew Potts.
That's some feat that ahead of their trip to the Banks Homes Riverside next week for Yorkshire. Captain Johnny Bairstow getting his first winners as the skipper.
Good running.
Ben Rain batting outside leg stump. He plays that one into Hamza Sheikh.
Yeah, Smith standing back up for Rain, trying to pin him back in that crease.
Right.
Offering that control again that Al Davis will want.
Yeah, I was just going to say they're trying to build some pressure here. Starve Durham of runs and hope that pays dividends for the visitors.
Ooh, Ben Rain gets away with one. Flick down towards Taz Ali. Set himself, but the ball went straight through. Think it should be flagged as a 6.
I think it went all the way, yeah.
And it is. Umpire signals. End of the over. 7 from it. Lead from Durham now creeping up towards that 290. Is 284 at the minute. As I said a bit earlier, Harry, these are very painful low order runs for Warwickshire.
Yes. The second time part of the Durham bowling lineup has gone into his 70s. Potts obviously scoring 70 in the first dig. And now Ben Rain unbeaten on 76. Still Taz Ali. From the Finkel end. Potts forward and drives. But no run. Ali in again. Potts back this time. Again no run. To the same man. In. Potts this time pushes to mid-on and looks for a quick single. And they get there. Some smart running from Durham's usual opening bowling partnership. Ali now coming round to Ben Rain, who's forward. Rain coming down the pitch this time. Again, just defending. Pushing into the onside. And he's gone for the sweep this time, and he beats the man at square leg out onto the boundary for a single, as Durham moves the score on to 224, still 7 down, with a lead of 286. And are we seeing a bowling change?
No, it looks like it's going to be Bamber to continue. Not the first time these two have been involved in lower order partnership. Casting mind back to when Yorkshire last visited here in 2023. Matthew Potts and Ben Rain able to put together a vital lower order partnership that saw Durham almost over the line. I think Matthew Potts was given LBW with about 10 runs left to get. Different type of role required here. I think the news from the feeling from the dressing room was that a 350 run lead would be desirable.
Interesting. Would indicate that they bat probably for the day.
Lovely looking straight drive. Straight at the fielder.
Potts just having a prod at the pitch. Just playing that one forward. There's been a lot of talk about F1 on the stream this afternoon. Can you hear that car in the background? He wants in that race.
13 overs left after this one before Warwickshire can take that secondary ball. They'll be in a very similar position to Durham last night, as Potts is again driving on the front foot. Where if they do decide to take it, they'll have 3 overs with it tonight before we head into day 4 tomorrow.
Yeah.
They're of course hoping they don't have to use that. They don't have to make the decision to get into the secondary show. They'll hope that Durham are all out by then.
It would be interesting to see, wouldn't it? That decision-making process.
Carved away off the back foot this time by Potts. He'll keep the strike for the next over. Lead is 288.
Halfway through the evening session then. 16 overs remaining. Durham have added 59 in the first half of this session. See what more they can bring in the final hour or so of play. As Ali's in to continue. Driven by Potts. And has that just gone through the man at short cover? Not quite sure if that was a chance.
These are half shots. So tough in there. You've got so little time to react.
This time just played into the ground. This one's short. Potts just whips that one away to the leg side boundary and doubles his score, collecting 4. Lovely shot by the England international. Played into the ground by Potts. 2 to come in this Taz Ali over. As Potts backs away from that one. Again, just played into the close. Man close in on the offside. End of the over with 15 remaining in today's play.
Declaration down at the Oval. Hampshire require 377 to win. Somerset have lost a couple wickets since we last checked on them. 85 for 4. Sussex in a very strong position, closing out today and going into tomorrow. Notts 216 for 3, leading by 196 against Essex. That'll be interesting to see how that one develops. So we've entered tomorrow. As we mentioned, Yorkshire have wrapped up victory over Worcestershire. Ethan Bamber. See it again to Ben Rain. Tucks this down to Taz Ali. Kent going well. 75 more required for them. Still got 8 wickets in hand against Middlesex. Lancashire 119 for 1. Following on against Northants. Leicestershire 275 for 7. Leading by 366 against Derbyshire. They're back on at Bristol. Glamorgan now 35 for that loss. Following on, still trailing by 126 more against Gloucestershire. That one keeps low.
Did well to get something in the way of that, did Potts.
Yeah, these two in particular won't be too disheartened by seeing some lower bounce. Obviously, they're going to get a crack with the ball again. I think that's Rob Yates at first slip, just going through a warm-up.
Little loosener bowled there, didn't he?
Hurts maybe spin from both ends. Soon for Warwickshire. Full. Nicely dug out by Potts, but mid on able to come round and do the fielding.
Ooh.
Edged. Gonna push for 2. It will be 2. Genuine edge found by Ethan Bamber. Lead now 295.
Closing in on that 300.
Slip now comes out, moves a bit wider. Almost it's a gully. And it is the slip cordon. Oh, drops just short. They're going to try to run hard and push for 2 again. They'll get 2. Potts gesturing there, trying to run it off the face. Bit more. End of the over. Lead now 297, and Warwickshire growing ever more frustrated by the over.
Almost worked perfectly, that fielding change. Would have been a fantastic catch if taken. But we're going to see a bowling change from the Finkel end. I think this is Rob Yates replacing Taz Ali. Trading leg spin for a bit of off spin now. Keeping his jumper on with the long sleeves. And it's going to start round to Ben Rain. Played out to deep point for a single. Rob Yates now going to come over to Matthew Potts, who takes guard on off stump. Well kept out from Potts, didn't seem to take off that ball. And played very quick to mid-off. They squeeze in for a single.
Good calling. Potts was in no doubt there that there was a run available. Pushes the lead 1 shy of 300.
Yates coming round again to Rain. That one's a bit straighter. Played back to the bowler. Again, played out into the offside. Deep as the 300 lead comes up. Ben Rain taking a single, moving on to 81. Durham 238 for 7 now, with 13.1 overs remaining. Yates into Potts. Fired in a little bit. And no run as the over finishes. 10 overs until Warwickshire could potentially get their hands on a second cherry.
Michael Booth can be brought back into the attack. Ripped apart the top order earlier today. Alex Davis looking for some inspiration. Lead now 300. Perhaps a bit higher than Warwickshire were expecting. And Ben Rain in particular proving to be a thorn in the side of the Bears.
Not particularly looked troubled, has he? Ben Rain?
Not really, no. He's able to get himself in, and as we've said, if you are able to get yourself in, there are runs available for you. Just be one there. I think it's going to go down as a leg bye. Is indeed. Almost snaps through the crease. Is Michael Booth. There's a lot of venom in that action of his. Again, some uneven bounce starting to come into this, which will be of keen interest to not only the two batters out in the middle, but Brendan Doggett, Daniel Hogg and Will Rhodes. Glorious. That is the shot of a top order batter. Matthew Potts moving himself into the 20s. 2 full from Michael Booth, and Potts gives it what it deserves.
Excellent shot by Potts there. He moves on to 17. Push the partnership up to 30.
Yeah, apologies, my mistake. Pot moves himself to 17 with that 4, not into the 20s.
Handy little lower order contribution from this 8th wicket stand.
Every single run is important to Durham at this point. .305 is that lead, 243 for 7.
It will be Yates to continue. As the field disperses. Straight, and Ben Rain just pushes into the leg side as Kai Smith goes to collect and slips on the square. And a little leg side-ish push to square leg by Ben Rain, but for no run. And he's gone for the sweep that time, and the umpire raises the finger. Rob Yates trapping Ben Rain for 81, and that is a massive wicket for Warwickshire as they attempt to bowl Durham out towards the end of day 3 of this encounter. Ben Rain has to go for 81. He's played a fantastic innings, but it's come to an end now.
Yeah, we're disappointed not to see it through to at least the close of play. Not sure if maybe the sweep shot was the way to go, but he'd been out there for a long time. 141 deliveries for his 81. Nice applause as he walks off. Daniel Hogg walking out at number 10 to join Matthew Potts. He'll have 2 balls to face with this Rob Yates over, and Warwickshire now can see the end of the innings.
Daniel Hogg, the new man in. And be facing Rob Yates. He's bowled a pretty handy 10 balls since he was introduced. Picking up that key wicket. Hogg now forward for his first ball. 15 not out in the first innings for Hogg. He plays that one forward. He'll be wanting to see if he can improve on that as he plays out the over, and it's a wicket maiden for Rob Yates. The Durham lead sitting at 305.
Wonder if we'll see a change in approach from Matthew Potts.
Just having a chat out in the middle. It'd be interesting to see if he decides to push the needle a little bit with Hogg not so experienced in the first class game.
Sharp bouncer to start. Flicked away. Bit of back pad.
Yeah, it looked as if it hit. He hit it into his body. Bringing Hogg back onto strike. The towering man, towering presence at the crease.
Ryan Campbell saying on day one he reckons Dan Hogg was just snuck back in front of Ben McKinney for tallest Durham men's player.
Oh.
Try to duck out the way, but that's a lot easier said than done when you're Dan Hogg's height. Click the back of the helmet, can have a quick check for concussion, just see if he's alright. Probably will have to change the helmet.
It's sharp, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, Hogg didn't quite see it fast enough in order to be a successful duck out of the way, but when you are 6'8", trying to duck out of anything is pretty tough.
Seeing Susan, the physio here at Durham, take to the field to check on Daniel Hogg. I think that's George Drizzell alongside with a drink.
Drinking a very, very long towel. I get sweaty under the lid. Potts has been out there for a while now. Knots are 231 for 5. So leading Essex by 211. Essex fighting back late on. Somerset 98 for 4. Hampshire 5 without loss, chasing down 377. Kent moving towards victory, just 33 more required. Tawanda Miyeye with a century in the second innings, his first of the year. Kent chasing down 316 for victory. Lanks 124 for 2. Off for bad light at Leicestershire, leading by 282. I don't think the declaration's too far away there. The Glamorgan 53 without loss following on at Bristol. Dan Hogg, giving you all clear?
Yeah. And we'll carry on. 10.2 overs left in the day. Shouting up towards the pavilion.
Wish I could tell you what they're shouting for, but I've got very little idea.
Not quite sure myself either. But it does mean that the break in play will continue, as I think.
New helmet,
I
I think, or Warwickshire calling for a helmet. Yeah, that's Chase Simmons, 12th. On 12 for duties for Warwickshire. Maybe a few more short balls coming in the way of Dan Hogg.
Perhaps now that they've roughed him up with that one.
Could be the double bluff.
Potentially could be. I guess we'll see.
It is the short ball. Back of a length and fancy footwork.
Not sure whether that one didn't quite get up or it's just the pure height of Daniel Hogg. That it
Probably a bit of both, to be honest. Slightly back of a length. He's trying to almost a little bit of bodyline bowling, but yeah, you're doing well if you can get Dan Hogg ducking out the way. Final ball, the 73rd. Shoulders, arms to that one. Half-hearted appeal, but bat was nowhere near the ball. Got his gloves out the way as well.
I guess they were hoping for a bit of glove there, but it sounded far from it.
Sounded as well, just straight off the shirt. 10 overs left this evening. Lead remains 306 for Durham. So just it's very nicely poised. Durham will feel confident they can defend this with the ball, and Warwickshire will feel confident they can chase it. See what happens in these final 10 overs. See if it swings in either direction.
I do agree, but the conditions and the pitch do seem to slightly favour a bowling side, I would say, with the deteriorating bounce. Yates is in. Just played out into the offside. Matthew Potts pushes that one up to deep mid on. I'll grab a single. Dan Hogg back on strike. In our face. Yates. Oh, he's beat the bat there. He's gone right through Hogg, but somehow evaded the stumps. And Kai Smith's gloves too. Hogg gets bat on ball this time. Still yet to get himself off the mark. Again, Hogg playing that one firmly back to the bowler. And he's beat the bat. Again, or has he?
He's beating the bat, and Kai Smith trying to get a second stumping of the game. Dan Hogg, I think, was always in his ground.
Half-hearted appeal, really, wasn't it? From the Warwickshire fielders.
Nine overs left. Potts solid in defence. Slower ball, Fuller as well. Potts declining the single to deep mid off. Jagged back in. That one.
Al Davies having a little word with his bowler. He's coming in again.
Sweetly struck by Matthew Potts. Picked it up all the way. His first maximum of the innings. 250 up for Durham. Lead extending beyond 310. One of the chat was that they were going to bring the field up on the fourth or fifth ball of the over. Because that was the fourth ball. Field remained the same. So maybe they were planning on bringing the field up for this one to try and keep Potts on strike and have a 6 balls at Daniel Hogg from the other end. Al Davies now moves himself to the leg side. Breathe around the wicket. Ducked out the way by Potts. Potts wants to drive down the ground. It will be there, but the field is not set for that. Be interesting to see if he tries and manoeuvres a single off the last ball of the over here. If he could, that would be a big pain. Warwickshire lead 313. God, man, now almost a fly leg slip.
Very interesting.
Trying to stop him,
Position.
trying to turn it round the corner to get that single there. Matthew Potts still manages to do it anyway. Turned down to Vishwa Fernando at fine leg. Potts will keep the strike and shield Dan Hogg. 252 for 8. The lead now 314.
Just managed to divert that one a little bit wider. Not put off by the extra man. Matthew Potts.
Looks like Phil's going to be spread on the leg side here. Slipping leg, slipping play. Catching mid-wicket. Everyone else on the leg side is back. Slog sweep. Oh, it's going to drop just short of Taz Ali. I think he's out there.
He's caught him on the shin, eh?
Yeah, it's clattered into him. Pot showing signs of putting the foot on the gas.
And the whole field is coming in for Daniel Hogg as he looks to get off the mark. And the helmet, the extra helmet that Warwickshire have on the field, is going to come into play as well.
Pop him under the lid on the leg side.
Yeah, they've opted for the short leg with a slip and a leg slip. Offside quite open if Hogg fancies it. Just fending that one. And that one is clattered down the ground by Daniel Hogg. 2 bounces and then over the rope for his first boundary. Off the mark now. Yates coming in again, and Hogg goes again. He beats the man at deep mid on again, and that's 6 for Daniel Hogg. Lands right on the cushion of the rope, and that may be his first 6 in first class cricket, possibly professional cricket.
Not a bad time for it to come. So much so now, deep mid on now goes all the way back to long on. Warwickshire, as I said several times, this is going to hurt them. Lower order runs.
Yeah, as you say, I bet they weren't expecting that from young Hogg, bringing the whole field in. The 3 leg side fielders now sweeping on the rope.
Giving Dan Hogg the single now.
And he was tempted to take it, but Matthew Potts says no.
I'm in awe of that 6.
The confidence of the first boundary, but then to go again, same region.
Oh, that's a shot that most top order players would be proud of.
Incredible, the confidence on the young man's shoulders. 7 overs remaining in the day. Lead now is 325. But clearly Matthew Potts wasn't as impressed as us two. Still keeping the strike.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Absolutely nailed. Did you see where that one landed?
Nope. All I know is it landed on a seat. All I know.
Well, we were wondering if Durham would up the ante. They definitely seem to have now. I think we had 11 runs in the last over. A 6 to start. Michael Booth's 18th.
Ball's been checked. It's all good to carry on. That's gonna be so frustrating for the bowler. First ball is short and absolutely leathered for 6. So you bowl the same ball again, thinking you surely can't make that connection too sweet. And Matthew Potts just goes, "You all right, mate?" Just sway to one side. Gotta be so frustrated. He's been looking for a 5-foot all afternoon. Is Michael Booth? He's not gonna find it there. Top edge from Potts. Sails over the keeper's head. Lead suddenly moves to 335. Not for the first time. This lower middle order providing valuable time out in the middle for Ryan Campbell.
Matthew Potts proving himself more than capable with the bat. Perhaps not particularly on that occasion, but he gets 4 more for it. Moving on to 37.
Pulled in front of square. So it's going to be a single.
$11 already from this over. There was 11 runs scored in the last over now, but there's 2 remaining in the over of Booth.
Ooh. Pog in 2 minds. Thankfully not to make contact. Kent are on the verge of victory. Single figures for them. Dan Hogg and Matthew Potts looking to push this lead up towards that 350. Be interested to see if the lead does reach 350. Is there a declaration? I believe at this point you've just got to keep squeezing as many runs as you can as Dan Hogg plays out. There's no one in front. There's no one out there in the covers, so we're able to come back comfortably for 2. Another productive over from the Durham pair. Lead now moves to 338.
There's a shout, and I think that is Alex Lees calling the batters in, and that is enough for the Durham innings.
Well, I wasn't expecting it to be that quick.
Yeah, well, you called it, Rob. They do fancy a ball tonight, and that leaves Warwickshire with a target of 339 for victory, with 4 overs remaining this evening. Matthew Potts and Daniel Hogg will go up the steps, possibly see one of them with the new ball tonight. More likely to be
Potts.
It'll
be Potts and Rain, 2 overs each this evening.
There's a very valuable 38 from Matthew Potts.
Dan Hogg as well, providing 12, but Ben Rain providing the impetus there, 81 for 141. Alex Lees out LW for 32. Ben McKinney, caught for 33. Gay, Ackerman and Robinson only providing 5 runs to them. Will Rhodes out for 18. That lower middle order doing the damage. David Beddingham batting with an injured toe, adding 45 as well. 276 for 8 declared. Durham fancy picking up a few Warwickshire wickets before the close. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with you for the final innings of the game. An intriguing last 4 overs of day 3 we have in store here. Matthew Potts and Daniel Hogg and Ben Rain adding valuable low order runs. Enabling Alex Lees to call them in. It's going to be 2 awkward overs from each end for the Warwickshire openers to face. Waiting to get confirmation on if they've sent out a night watcher. Can definitely tell one of them is Alex Davies. Looks like it will be
It's definitely going to be Ben Rain, and it is Rob Yates.
so no night watcher for Warwickshire. You'd imagine though if 1 wicket falls.
You'd think the one to come in would be a night watch. Indeed.
It is going to be Ben Rain. It is going to be from his preferred Lumley end. 2 slips in Will Rhodes and Colin Ackerman. Away does Warwickshire begin their chase of 339. Rob Yates gets Warwickshire underway.
Two slips and a tight offside field for Alex Davies.
Lovely shot. That'll give him a lot of confidence. Carved away through backward point. First boundary. The Warwickshire second innings. Tight leave.
Came in just a little bit, that one, didn't it?
New Cherry doing a little bit for rain. Again, nicely played off the back foot, not quite timed as well, just be a single.
As the field rearrange themselves for the left-handed Rob Yates. Still 2 slips in. That one's just played back to Ben Rain.
3 overs left today. It's going to be Matthew Potts. Trying to think, Glenn, it wasn't really going to be anybody else, was it?
Not a chance. It could have been Brendan Doggett, you could have said, but there was no way that Matthew Potts was going to let anyone take the ball from the Finkel end. Three overs remaining in the day after Alex Lee's made the call to declare, and Potts is in. It's full and it's played back to him by Davies. He tightens up his pads. That one just coming in, but left well alone by Davies. Again, just targeting outside off stump there. Potts moving the ball in to the right-handed Davis. Leaving well alone. This time defended, perhaps a bit straighter. Oh, catches the inside edge, squirming away towards fine leg, but Ollie Robinson does the fielding. Davies picking up a single and handing the strike to Rob Yates for the first time in the over. Potts is coming round to the left-hander. It's very straight. Pushed away. Too long leg 4. Second single of the over. 8 without loss. 2 overs remaining in the day's play.
Lights have stayed off this evening. It's coming towards 6:45.
It's good to see that. I was going to mention that about an over ago.
Ben Rain, second and final over of the evening. Lots of chat. Lots of chat out there.
can imagine a lot of mind games going on towards the Warwickshire openers. Ben Rain getting a lot of encouragement from his teammates.
Ooh, tight lead again.
Looked tempted by that one, Rob Yates, didn't he? For opting to leave. Left well alone again.
Inigo is going to reinforce that slip cordon. Ben Rain's last ball of the day. He'll probably have the first ball of the day tomorrow. It's blocked out. Maiden from Rob Yates. Matthew Potts will bowl the final over from the Finkland of what has been a very, very intriguing day of County Championship cricket here at Banks Homes Riverside.
Full of entertainment, you would say. We've seen 3 different innings today. Warwickshire putting on some this morning. Potts in for the final over of the day. Driven, but only to Alex Lees. Left well alone by skipper Davies, taking no risks. Potts searching for his outside edge. Sunshine beating down and Potts is in. Defended this time. Getting some extra bounce off the pitch there with the new ball. Straight into the gloves of Robinson. Potts just taking a look at the bowling crease having a chat with the umpire, but returning to his mark. Davies plays into the leg side and Emilio Gay collects. Final ball of the day, to be bowled by Matthew Potts. And Davies drives and finds the boundary to finish the day with 4. As Warwickshire close on 12 without loss from 4 overs. 2 each for Matthew Potts and Ben Rain. But Warwickshire will be very pleased with that little four over stint. Durham possibly not too dissatisfied, but a wicket this evening would have been ideal for Captain Alex Lees and his bowlers, but not to be this evening.
Ultimately, they'll be very happy from where they were. Middle order blown away by some brilliant bowling from Michael Booth, but Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, Daniel Hogg and David Bedingham adding very important runs down the lower end of the innings, enabling Alex Lees to be in a position to call a declaration, which just around 2:30 this afternoon would have been out of the question with where Durham were. But sets up nicely for tomorrow. Warwickshire will come back, require 327 runs more to win. Durham will come back, be chasing 10 wickets. Hopefully the weather won't ruin it for us. Thank you very much, Harry, for joining me for the last hour and a bit of play. Thanks to Sam and Emily as well for jumping on. That's all from us. Join us back here, 5 to 11 tomorrow. You will not want to miss this final day of Rothesay County Championship cricket.